the entirety of the day. Okay, so that was a way to start the day on the live stream, isn't it? Okay, it is Sunday at 9:03 here, and it's the first time I've been able to grab you guys because you are sure busy around here. What do we? I guess I'll get the people first. Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Elise Parambo from East Meets West Family Farm. I'm also the Cashmere Goat Association president, so I'm really excited to be here and share about our goats and have our other members here with us.
You do have quite a few members, including the fuzzy one, so hold on 1 minute. We're going to come back to you. I know who you are.
Hi, I'm Pam Hendel from Hermit Pond Farm.
Yes, and I've been to Hermit Pond Farm. That was really fun. I enjoyed that.
Oh, I'm
Hermit
glad.
Pond Farm is in Walden?
It's in Brookfield, New York.
Brookfield,
Yeah,
New York. Okay,
yeah,
I don't
little
know why
west-
Walden
little
popped
west of
into my
here.
brain, but yes.
Oh, well.
And you are?
I'm Leaf.
Okay, Leaf. Are you a 4-H kid by chance?
No.
But you're pretty much probably all the experience. If you're the one holding the lead, you probably have as much experience as any 4-H'er on the planet, right?
He's the ultimate goat whisperer. I have a wild kid in my barn over there, and he sat down with it, and instant mellow kid.
Instant mellow.
Yeah.
We got more coming in right now.
Oh wow, I got the whole contingent. Okay, I'm going to come to this side.
Here.
I guess and if you would introduce
Good
yourself
morning.
as
I'm
well.
Sister Mary Elizabeth from St. Mary's on the Hill, Kashmir.
Yep.
And I'm here with my goat, and I represent also the Kashmir Kids 4-H Club, which is located in Greenwich, New York.
Okay.
We're a open club. We have members outside of the local Greenwich area, but yes.
Okay, so we have newbies here too. I'm going to cut in front. If we can pan this direction for a moment, would you introduce yourself?
I'm Ella.
Yeah, you're Ella. Who is this?
This is Yoriko.
Okay, and Ella, if I'm not mistaken, you're a pretty good crafter. Am I right on that one?
Yes.
Yes, I heard it. She says very
Very.
with a great deal of humility. And you are going to say what?
We are also really excited that Ella just passed all the certifications and is a new CGA judge, so can judge fleeces and live goat shows. So we're very excited to have her joining us as one of our judges.
How old are you?
18.
Are you scared to speak your mind?
A little bit.
Okay, you're gonna have to get used to that because I've been in the judging arena with all different kinds of animals, and boy, that's one thing the judges have to do is get firm because people are very passionate, right? I like that. Why did you give them that? That was they were perfectly good. Look at the backside on that one. But it is something that you have to not only have. You have to have a couple different skill sets. You have to know the animal. You have to know the fiber. You have to know conformation, and you have to be able to stand up to the people in the crowd, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and you?
I am just mom, so I'm goat holding.
You're just mom?
Just mom,
There's
goat
no
holding.
Just mom.
And as far as the judging goes, she's got that, but she's also going through the Master Spinners program at Olds College. So she also spins up a storm.
Okay, so now I hear this a lot. The master spinners, the master weavers. What I mean, is that just like a
Think
class or
of
test or what?
historical guilds that you would be trained up in the guild for 6 to 7 years, and by the time you were done, your work was qualified and certified as being up to standards. So as a master spinners, by the time you're done, you can look at any fiber and know what to do with it and what is appropriate with it. It's like being a master chef. You know the different ingredients and how they should all merge and blend together. And it gives you another insight as far as the cashmere and what to do with your animals.
It's no small feat at an older age, and yet at this age, it's pretty impressive. So congratulations to you on that one. So, and I've been through you before, but anything you want to add in this particular round? I came this way, right? Yes, we did. Okay. Boy, you guys have a whole contingent out here, don't you? This is the most diverse spread I think I've had yet, and the highest population, and that's pretty impressive. And we had the camelid barn in here before, so that's saying something, right? But cashmere people are very interesting, and they come in different colors and shapes and sizes, right? Would you like to speak for a minute about the cashmere goat?
So the Cashmere Goat is, we have the North American Cashmere Goat Standard now, so the goats can be registered. It's something that's kind of a newer thing in the last few years. Pam was very instrumental in helping get a registry off the ground, along with other members in the organization. To be and Judge, back me up here, to be a certified Cashmere Goat, they do need to have a full year's fleece. So any goat born You need to wait a year to make sure you can hit the registry. They can go in as pending.
But they are called fleeces. They are.
Yep.
Right.
And so, as this goat here, you can see this is a nice open coat. Sister's goat is an example of a closed coat. So this goat, you can see the cashmere right here. It'll be growing on both goats, all the goats here. We'll start harvesting early winter into March, some goats all the way into May, depending on the goat. The fiber itself, to be qualified, needs to be over 1.25 inches long and also needs to be under 19 microns for it to be considered true cashmere. There's a few other checkpoints for it to qualify as a cashmere, including uniformity and a little variation in there. Then with the body, because some folks have said, Boer goats have produced cashmere, some little Nubians throw it off.
A little bit of cross in there sometimes,
Some,
isn't there?
but they don't always hit the length. We can't say it's out, but then we put it into the body. So we're looking for the cashmere goats. They have the horns, they've got their nice square heads, their shoulders, the uniformity.
A nice broad
Broad
chest is
chest,
important, and you want a nice wide back end for giving birth. That's critical. We also look at the teeth.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you definitely want the teeth to be nice and straight and meeting the pad. That's very critical. And let's see, hooves. We want our hooves to be nice and wide and wide and flat.
Hooves and teeth are critical, right?
Yes, indeed. Even our pampered goats need to be able to find food and process all the food they find, and they need to be able to walk easily. If they have hooves that are very narrow and curved, that's really not good. That's not cool. You want them to be wide. You want them to be solid, and not separating at all.
And so we've been working really to try and create a nice, good breeding stock. Nice, good. If you are a certified, registered cashmere goat, when you're buying one of those or from one of those farms that you're getting some great starters. Fiber goats.
So in many, I'm trying to remember here. I'm pulling not enough coffee yet this morning, but in the cashmere goat world, there it is a circumstance where you do have crossbreeding used. It is an animal you could have a pure form, or there's some people that want a little more mass in their goats. So I've heard. Trying to remember the name of the farm that we went to, that they were mixing boars and cashmeres, and because they wanted the bone mass and the muscle mass.
Have some Spanish meat goat in them. Yeah, many of the goats that were brought into this country originally from Australia and New Zealand were interbred with Spanish meat goats.
Because they put on mass.
They put on mass, and they do have good cashmere. Yeah.
Yep. And if I'm not mistaken, Spanish, they're great mothering, and they also have a little bit of a ability to roam wildly and be pretty sturdy sheep, right? I mean, 500 years, I think, are pretty good. It's 500 years of the Spanish in this country. They brought sheep, goats, cattle, all that kind of stuff with them, and so you kind of made it or you didn't here, right?
Yes, I think that is true. Yeah, our
but
goats are almost always good mothers. That's something we do look for and appreciate.
But these are not necessarily super delicate animals, or they are super delicate.
I would say not. No, they're not that far from the feral population, and so they are pretty hardy. You do have a couple of things we vaccinate for, and you do have to trim hooves, but in general they're hardy animals.
So in the beginning, we spoke of cashmere as a type. It was a fiber type that could grow on any goat, except possibly Angora. Well, definitely Angora. But we have crossbred over the last 30 or 40 years to create a goat that meets textile standards for cashmere and that's consistent in producing cashmere birth after birth after birth. And so, yes, it is a crossbred goat, but it is now a goat that can be confirmed as being consistent in its production. So, and the Spanish meat goat, the feral Spanish meat goat and the feral Australian bush goat from which their lines have developed, lend a hardiness to cashmere goats that we're looking for.
So there's an interesting thing that I've discovered. I originally started as a little bit more of a purist in life, because I'm a black and white person, but I've become gray in many ways. And in our livestock production, a lot of people are 100% this or 100% that. And we did a documentary called The Holstein Dilemma. We talked about heritage breeds and biodiversity and how it's changed. And you have the purist group that's very much, no, it's only that thing. It must be 100% that thing. And then there's the people that say, you know what, I gotta make a living with this thing and I gotta feed it, so I'm gonna kind of do this because this is what the market wants in some ways, right? So you're chasing the market, the economic viability of this animal. You're chasing the market consistently. And you might have to do generations of breeding to hit the market at the moment that you need to hit it, right? And so with goats in particular, you know, it's a tough thing because if you're trying to hit 100% of a breed standard and the breed standard changes a little bit, say the boars are now breeding for show instead of for the meat that they were looking for, you know, is it still a boar? Is a Texas Longhorn still a Longhorn if it's got Watusi in it, right? And yet you have to breed for a particular standard. Like this is my lovely Lorna at Ruby Wolf gave me this a couple years ago, my cashmere thing. You want that softness in the fiber because that's what you're looking for. And yet you might also want that animal to have a second life, maybe, much as I hate to say it, guys, you know, the meat goats are also important.
Yes.
They've always been considered a dual purpose. The standard is the fiber. That's what we're breeding for. So we can have long guard hair goats that hail back to earlier stains. We can have open fleece goats that are very productive in the field. We can have all these things that are different. You can have Boer goats with 2-inch staple. If you can breed that are perfectly fine as cashmere, as long as they meet the cashmere fiber textile standard, which is the lower than 19 microns, long enough to spin, so at least an inch and a quarter. And then we also prefer our goats to have crimp because that's what gives memory to textile yarn. It allows your finished products to spring back in place. So those things are all important. But otherwise, the goat can look like. There was a time that 30 years ago when cashmere breeders would say, I don't care if it has 3 heads. If it carries cashmere, I want to know about it. And we now say, no, it has to have the right teeth structure, it has to have the right horn structure, it has to have a good looking body, and it has to have good feet. So we want it to be a proper goat. That we're not passing along a bad you know, we're not creating generations of bad teeth because we're only interested in fiber.
Yes.
Those things are important too, but they don't have to look like one thing.
Yes, breeding for trait can be a problem sometimes, correct? Because you lose the other thing that you've stopped breeding for.
Precise. And we also want because the Spanish meat goat and the Australian bush goat were feral, we also want well-mannered goats that lose that feral, I'm only a pasture animal, because most people who buy cashmere want their children to be around them, so we breed for manners as well. But then there are the people who want the hardy goat that's going to last in the pasture and you don't have to worry about the predation. So everybody has their thing they're looking for. Okay. We don't want to create an animal that's so domesticated and so highly overbred that they can't survive in different circumstances, from the family of 4 to the big pasture management.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question, put you on the spot here. I know I have in my last 10 years learned quite a bit about nonprofits and breed organizations. They do beautiful things, but it's organizations that are built from passionate people wanting the best for an animal, right? And sometimes it's how to preserve it, sometimes it's how to improve it. But you're dealing with something that has it's sort of a not drifting, not sliding. You're progressing toward a goal here. Are there people that say, no, I want our breed standard to be this or that, and no, that shouldn't be it? Is it difficult to have an organization where you're implementing something, you're improving something, but you're changing it in some ways? How do you keep the whole flock of people together as well as the goats?
It is just as much of a wrangling as with the goats, I would say, but we have a lot of great experts in the field.
You have lovely members, I
yes,
just must say.
so we have
Cashmere Goat
a judging committee with, hopefully Ella will be joining too, of all our judges, which we consider to be the experts in helping with the guiding decisions. Peter Goth, Wendy Pay, David Delameter, Jane Deerdorf, Pam Marshall, hopefully Ella soon. So the judges come together and we're looking at what are our standards. We've really spent quite a few years putting the registry together to make sure we're hearing And then if there's little hiccups, we'll all get together, and if a member brings something up, bringing it to the judging committee to be like, is this something that we need to stop and look at and pause? But it is a work in progress. There's moments where things come up and you might have to say, okay, let's all get together and review this. Is this something that is falling from what we would call the industry standard? Is this staying in line? Is this something we should be shifting? Is this something, but pretty much through the work to get the registry up and going, we really fine-tuned it. And it's just little hiccups that we spend the time and review.
If it's only little hiccups, you're doing really well, and you're nothing like any breed organization that I've met, because it is like it's that scene in Rocky, right, where he's trying to catch the chicken, right? In many ways, it's a really difficult thing because you have multiple goals, and you obviously, I mean, look at the age groups, the demographics are very different, right? And you have to deal with volunteerism and succession planning for your organization, right?
I have to say, one of the things that really pulled me into the Kashmir Goat Association is when I first got interested in the goats and I showed up at a show and started asking questions. Everyone was so lovely and they were willing to share information. There was no competition. It was just like they were all excited. Here, let me teach you about the goats. And I hadn't always experienced that with other breeds, and it really brought me into this association, and I feel like brought many other folks in and continues on. That's really something we find is of value and important, that we're bringing people in, we're educating. You know, if you're showing up and you have a question because you got a goat and you don't know, is it even Kashmir, is it this? We want to spend the time to talk with you and help folks along.
Yeah, I have a local pet store, and they have fish and reptiles and rabbits and all kinds of things, and you can always tell when you walk in the door before they make the turn if they're fish people or reptile people, because they're going to go in one way. You just kind of know them. And the Kashmir Goat Association has just been lovely. All of you are lovely, and there's all kinds of places across the country where you have members, but you seem to utilize not just the best in the goat, but you also are doing agritourism, right, Christine? Yes, she's got her great, lovely little place up there in Cooperstown, I believe it is. Yes, we've stayed there. So she's using agritourism as a supplement because not everybody knows the volume that does or does not come off of a Kashmir goat, right? And people wonder, why is it so expensive? It's because there's a lot of work that goes into this, right? This is not a volume deal. Would you agree?
I think there's a lot of work involved, but pound for pound, what you get from the Kashmir does more for warmth, for the lightness, for the airiness.
And
that
the
would take
ooh
you
factor.
so
Ooh.
much more weight in
Yeah.
a sheep fleece.
Yes.
So this 4 ounces goes a long way to keep you warm, where 4 ounces of sheep's wool won't keep you as warm and as cozy and be as light and soft.
Yeah, very definitely. And it's a lot of work to separate. It's a lot of work to use. You're using many different parts. It's a goat, so you want it to be functional, but so you're capturing all of those things to keep this animal economically viable and yet still keep the quality of that lovely feeling that you described. Yeah, I get comments about this everywhere I go, and everybody wants to touch it. But is that not what you get? Everybody, I'm touching this little guy down here while he's chewing on my shoelace. Touching this little guy, and you just kind of want to you could like sell these guys for little teddy bears things, because they are truly as soft as they look. So they obviously have been very well trained, but I am going to ask, is it okay for people here at the festival to pet your goats? Because I always feel like, is that an intrusive thing or not? Do you encourage that?
Oh, absolutely. I think we tend to bring the goats here who like people, or at least are tolerant of people, and you gotta feel the Kashmir. You have to. Yeah.
Yes, you do. It's absolutely lovely. Okay, so give a plug for your organization if people want to find out more information. I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah, so Kashmir Goat Association, you can find us online, www.kashmirgoatassociation.org. We are an open membership, so if you just love the goats, you don't even own goats, you can become a member. We have open board meetings once a month that anyone can join in. A lot of times those are spaces where people will show up and have a little time to like ask a question about general goat things and just kind of hear what's happening across the nation, so I say. We just had our 3rd annual Adirondack Sheep and Wool Festival Kashmir Goat Show 2 weeks ago at Washington County Fairgrounds. We also had the biannual fleece show, because we actually do it annually, one year on the East Coast, the next year on the West Coast. And Ella finished her training there. One of the newer things that we've expanded into is the Goat Expo that's down in Missouri. We've just started going down there to represent Kashmir goats and helping with that, continuing with the
And don't
registry.
forget the webinars.
Yep, and
Yeah.
we're getting
yes,
webinars
we
up.
have a whole bunch of webinars on our website. All kinds of information, basic information about goats, as well as some very specific judging the fleeces.
Okay, great. And then you have a couple farm visits from us, Backyard Green Films YouTube channel. I think we've been to Hermit Pond, we've been to Christine's, and I've kind of forgotten. We have a couple on our agriculture podcast too, because you guys are a lovely group and the visuals are phenomenal. It's just lovely. So, thank you so much, all of you. And I don't think we're going to meet this for a diversity group today, but I would like.
Here you go.
I would love that. Thank you very much. I just have to say I learned my lesson from the Spanish goat people, and we stopped doing the cables because I remember we were on a farm. Goats do have a tendency to do that, as my shoelaces can tell you, but they will chew, they will nibble. So just don't be surprised, right?
Especially the babies.
Especially, well, you know, I only had to do my shoelace once, and I was kind of surprised at that. So thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, and now to the ravenous hordes, right? All right. Would you like to? I can have you up here with the. Do we want to go? Okay, let's put you up here. Okay, boy, you have to try following that. I don't know where we step, and I don't know what we. Yeah, this is quite a crew, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so now tell me about who you are and
Yes.
why you're here.
Hi, I'm Shannon. I'm the operations manager for the Hudson Valley Textile Project. So we are a nonprofit organization that's working to strengthen the local fiber supply chain. We are based at a warehouse in Mechanicville, New York, which is near Albany. And so what we're really trying to do is create a member network of farmers, producers, mills, and designers and brands who are all interested and committed to working with fiber in the Northeast and within New York. So what our initiative this year is Rhinebeck Sweaters for Local Good. And so we're really trying to encourage people to be more knowledgeable about where their wool is being grown and where it's being processed. And so we're hoping to encourage people to buy, sweaters quantities of yarn that was produced in New York or in the Hudson Valley. And that way next year your Rhinebeck sweater can be made from New York wool, because every dollar that's spent here is supporting, again, a local producer and a local farmer. And we have amazing farms in New York, and when you're on a road trip, you want to be able to look out and see sheep and goats running around. So
Yes,
yeah.
it is lovely, and you have such a phenomenal fiber community here. But it's my interest. We were talking to Abby. You guys are right across the way here, right? Yeah, lovely booth here. We were. 1 second. We'll see if we pick that up there. This is a busy place, isn't it? Yes. But we were speaking to Abby, and we got some questions from people. I would love to be a part of that, but do I have to be from New York? Can I be from Pennsylvania? And she said that would be okay. Is that
Yes.
right?
To me, local is defined based on where you are. So for me, when I travel to, if I'm in Canada, I like to buy Canadian wool and try to find producers up there. So it's really about supporting the regions that you are in. So if you're out in Oregon, there's plenty of amazing mills out there. If you're in Texas, there's mills down there. And so it's really being aware, because in all of this, it's the freight and the shipping and handling that increases the costs both for on the farmer end, if they want to get their yarn produced and they have to send it 10 hours away. And so we're really trying to encourage people to put that money back into mills that are right where the farms already are.
Yeah, well, so this is an interesting thing, though, because it's not just about the costs, even though there's a huge component, cost of shipping things from one place to another, but it's the personality of it, too. Because I know that we used to get, it's like eating seasonally. You get those really interesting differences in life that make, it's like flavors.
Yes.
It might be different here versus there versus there. And when you're in a regional area, in Texas you might have a little bit of mohair in your life. If you're in California, or if you're in the Pacific Northwest or in the ranges in Wyoming, you might get, Columbia Targhee.
Yep.
So you get a different personality to all of your fibers that you really can't get anywhere else.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And it's weather specific too. So if you live in a very humid climate, the sheep that are raised there, their wool will be more suited to your climate. And so it has the qualities that are meant to be suitable to that region.
Yeah.
So it's really about being aware. It's not all wool is the same.
Yep.
Just because something is 100% wool, it's really good to question where the wool is coming from. Yeah.
Yes, and breeders are very specific as to the characteristics they're looking for. We were speaking to Martin Daly. He's a big sheep guy out in the West.
Yeah.
And he was years in the Dixon area, Sacramento area, raising merinos. And they moved to Oregon, and it was a different climate. He said, you know, I had great marinas, but they didn't do quite the same thing in Oregon that they did down south. I mean, he knew that would happen. But, you know, and there are marinos that have adapted to that region that do beautifully. So, you know, you get just quite a difference in the characteristics. But for something like this is phenomenal because you can have an experiential moment, you can wear it,
Yes.
and have the experiential moment again.
Yeah.
Where you remember that. Yeah.
And it
Yeah.
makes such an amazing gift or a keepsake from going somewhere is to buy something that is local to that region. And I think now, especially when people, you know, if you're going to buy an amount of yarn, it's more meaningful to buy it from, you know, the place that you're at. And then to be able to remember, hey, this was wool that I got from Green Mountain Spinnery or from Battenkill Fiber Mill. Yeah, all of these
we do all that
local
too.
places.
Little trip around the world.
Yeah.
So now tell me if people want to find out more information, give a plug for your website or your social media.
Yeah, so our website is hvtextileproject.com, and so you can find out more information about our wool warehouse and our scouring facility. We're also looking to add carding capacity by the end of the year so we can produce local batting that can be used as pillow stuffing, because, you know, a lot of people are stuffing their stuffed animals with polyfill and other things where, yeah, so we would love people to be able to make, you know, emotional support chickens and all these other,
I
you
had
know,
one or two of those.
yeah.
Yes.
And, but stuffed with New York batting, yeah. And then our social media is also HV Textile Project on Instagram, so you can follow us and tag us in any pictures from the weekend as well.
Okay, well that's fantastic. Before I let you leave this particular space, I got to ask because I've been very distracted by your sweater. It goes together beautifully, though I have
Thank
to
you.
really think about it because I'm a linear,
Yes.
obviously. So one of those people that's very basic. This is lovely.
Yeah, this is I have another layer down here too, so when it gets warmer out, I will be delayering, but
I don't really think about
this
that with
yeah.
sweater. When you think
This,
about it with
yeah.
smart wool, you know, or
Yes.
underwear, underlining, you know, things, but you don't really think about that with sweaters because
Yes.
oftentimes people want to show them off. But you have an underlayer.
I know, I have a full multi-layered setup. So
Holy
this
cow.
wool is from Green Mountain Spinnery. It's their Cotton Comfort yarn, and then this little bandana was made with the excess wool from this project. So it used up exactly what I had left. And then this is the Maeve vest with pattern, and so you know I love being able to layer handmade things, and it makes me feel a lot prouder going out and knowing that I made my own clothes.
It's lovely. May I do this again, please? I'm going to get personal here. 1 minute. Look at that. Wow. But you know, that's most people want to show it off.
Yeah.
And they don't get to see that. So thank you for letting me look at your
Of course.
underwear.
Well, I will be, you know, once it heats up to 70 degrees today, I'm sure I'll be changing outfits.
And it's just as gorgeous. So
Yeah.
so thank you so
Thank
much
you so
for
much for
being
coming.
with us. And I hope everybody goes to visit in the booth across the way.
Thank you.
Thank
Support
you.
local.
Okay, I got another sheep here. Who's my next sheep? Woohoo! Okay. I got a line. I got a sheep line here. I love it when I'm popular with the sheep.
First thing in
or
the
people.
morning.
Hi, little one. What do I have here?
This is a Coopworth. This is a Coopworth's a spring lamb, a late spring lamb.
Okay, where are Coopworth originally from?
New Zealand.
New
Yeah,
Zealand.
Marianne.
Okay,
should
so
come in.
actually, I'm sorry, I
Oh,
got
so
so caught
I'm
up
Nick.
in the sheep.
I'm Nick Pooter, and this is Marianne Doobie, and we're with the American Coopworth Registry, which is the
Right.
breed association in the United States.
Okay, so actually there's a registry. Is there also, tell me the difference between a registry and a breed organization. Is there a difference
Same
for
thing,
you guys?
same
Because
thing,
sometimes
really.
there's a difference, right?
Well, to me, it's similar. We're an organization that is together to promote the breed. Of course, we're all people who love this breed, and we want to educate people about what they are and where they came from and what they're good for.
What they're good for.
Every breed
turn around.
was
This-
developed for their own reasons. And in New Zealand, back in the 70s, it's a fairly recent breed as sheep breeds go. But back in the 70s, they have millions of Romney ewes in New Zealand, and they wanted to improve them, their prolificacy. In other words, their lambing rate.
1, 2, 4. How many lambs do you get? Usually.
Twins are the norm.
Twins are the norm,
Twins
okay.
Certainly triplets are not rare, but most of us love our twins.
I'd rather have twins, actually. I'd rather
Exactly.
have twins.
Triplets
It's-
it
the
seems like a
twins
good thing, but
twins
it's
are
a
just
little more
always
maintenance,
a little
though, right?
easier to
Right,
manage.
right. It's a little more maintenance, and sometimes you get one of the triplets that doesn't grow quite as fast as the other two, and so it's a little. Twins are just really nice.
Yeah, there's only
But-
so many bottle babies you want on a
Right,
farm, right?
Right,
Okay.
right. But they are really good moms. I actually had an exceptional one this spring that had a set of quads and raised them. You know, I tried to, or I did supplement the babies for a few days, but after that they just didn't want it. They want Mama raised them all, and
Yeah.
actually when I weighed the lambs in August, one of those quads was the biggest lamb.
Oh, no kidding.
I was astonished. But anyway, she was not the norm.
Yeah.
That you.
Now,
But-
well, let me ask before we're gonna. May I touch your? shirt,
Sure.
please?
Oh,
Okay,
yes.
yeah. Look at that. I mean, that. Wow.
She has a really beautiful. I just
Beautiful
love how the
curls.
locks
See
are
if we can
so
do that.
well
I don't know if you
defined.
can
They're just
grab that one.
they're really.
Just such a. Is it crimp I'm looking at? Is
Yeah,
that
it's
the
just
way
that-
I say
yeah,
that
well,
she's got
particular
great crimp.
thing? Wow.
And that's why we've had this. As a matter of fact, the dam that she's out of, we found Coopworth here, I guess 15 years ago, and there was somebody who was selling a bunch of her ewes who was in Rhinebeck at the time, so we bought the dam, and every year we've had a lamb that has this wool, this style, and it's just so we just keep going with them. Yeah.
Okay, so and again, how long has this breed been in existence?
It was in the 60s and 70s when the people in New Zealand started developing the breed. They took Romney ewes, which they had millions of, and crossed them with Border Leicester rams.
This is where I'm seeing a little bit of those
Yeah.
ears,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Because it's looking that
Yeah.
has the rabbit thing going on,
And
right?
this one in particular has a pretty clean face. And Border Leicesters have a totally clean
Yeah.
face,
Yes.
where Romneys have a little
They
more
usually
wool.
has a little more tuft usually.
Yeah.
But that
that-
Roman
she's
nose
just
is
out of
very
the show
distinct.
ring, so
Yeah.
she, my daughter had her
that
shown, so
definitely-
she clipped her a little tight.
Yeah.
But and they were brought to the United States in '79, I think.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Boy, we got a lot of our livestock out of New Zealand, didn't
Yeah,
we?
yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, of course, they're serious sheep farmers down there. It's their, their entire life is and livelihood.
Yeah.
They're not little hobby farmers like Nick and I are.
Yeah.
Well, it used to be. It is my understanding anyway that England was the big
Yeah.
sheep and wool.
And of course, both of those breeds, the Border Leicester and the Romney, originally came from those were English breeds.
Exactly, but this is the story of agricultural production. Is that
Absolutely.
things go from one place to the other? My hubby's
sure.
been working on a documentary about the Devon farmer,
Oh.
beef Devon farmer,
Ooh,
and
yeah.
so they came with the Pilgrims. They came to America. These animals did, but it was the American milking Devon. It had certain traits that they wanted quad purpose, right?
Yeah.
And then they go out to the world, and every country kind of modifies it a little bit for what they're looking for at the
Right.
time.
For what they need and for
And
their
for their
environment.
conditions.
And
Yeah.
for their conditions.
Yeah.
So they came over here, but then we hit the agricultural production time where after the war everybody wants produce,
Yeah.
right? And so beef became the trait that they really wanted. So this milking Devon started having a group of breeders that were breeding for beef.
They
Oh,
started
wow.
selecting for the
Selecting for the trait.
Right.
For the meat
But
trait.
the same thing happens in all of the diaspora countries.
Absolutely.
So those milking Devons also went to places like Brazil and New Zealand
Right.
and Australia. And so the animal as it starts, it's in its origin country, and the animal in the country in which it hits, and the animals here, that can all be very different animals.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Just one that sticks out in my mind is if you look at a British Suffolk, for instance, and then you look at the American ones, the ones that have been bred for show.
Yes.
They're totally different animals.
So-
Well, they're still
we
white
just
sheep
we
with a
just
black
love
head.
these because they're like for us they were just the right blend for dual purpose. Like we have a great carcass. We were raising Cheviots before and they were just a little smaller and the wool was just nowhere near this. And we really wanted both. And we looked and looked and looked for years and we were very slow in making a decision. And we saw these at the Common Ground Fair in Maine and then we met these guys here and that was it, and we've never gone back. And we had Tunis and Cheviots and some Romneys, and I don't know, a whole bunch of other odds and ends along the way, but really always settled on them.
But that's the lovely thing about all of this is it's sort of like in a store. I can wear that sweater with that pair of pants and this and that and the other. Agriculture's like that as well. So I might like, the New Zealand version of some of the sheep. They might have been breeding for a particular trait. The American version, they wanted something sturdy that can go out on the range. And so, is it still a wool animal? Yes. But did we put a little bit of that other thing in there,
Yeah.
or did we breed regionally? And it all have different traits.
Yeah. One example of that is that in New Zealand, where the breed originated, and there's still millions of them there, serious sheep breeders down there. They're very scientific about production. They take extenuous production records, weighing all the time, checking for testing for parasite resistance.
Boy, yeah, barber pole worm can wipe
Yeah.
out everything if I'm not mistaken, right?
Exactly.
And we've been able to bring in genetics from New Zealand and do AI here with them and bring in some of that really great genetic
Yeah.
strain.
In order to get some of those traits that they're really working very hard on, of course the meat traits, the wool traits, but particularly that
Yeah,
worm
that's our big push.
parasite resistance. I've seen so much difference since in 2017 we imported semen from 2 different rams and I've seen such a difference in. I'm worming my sheep less now, and there's been sheep on my little patch of land for over 35 years.
And
So
people-
you know that soil has a lot of worms in it.
Well, that's exactly. We got to talk to Scott Bowdridge, Dr. Bowdridge out of West Virginia, I believe,
Okay.
and he was doing studies on the barber pole worm. And science can have. Some people say, oh, well, science is a word that it's not so important. But when you are pushing for production and your margin for error is really, really, you don't have a whole lot of profit margin. You lose 2 to 5% of your flock due to a worm infestation. That it really makes a difference.
Absolutely.
So,
And the difference of having the scientific community backing that research up is for us to this is what Mendel did, right? I mean, with these
Yeah, the
peas.
peas,
But it
yep.
took a long time, and and peas, you can turn a pea crop around quickly, but with sheep, you're waiting years to see the results. So just to have the labs and the ag colleges doing this research
It's really good.
is really essential to making it work, because we don't have that time frame to play with. Like
Yep.
we need the data now,
Yeah.
and we need to hit the ground running, and to
Yeah.
be able to go and say, all right, this way you can look at the data, and that tells you the productivity that you're going to expect.
We can benefit
Yeah.
from their science, even though we're small flock owners, but we can benefit from the knowledge that they get
Yeah.
from their millions of sheep.
And it makes a difference on the ground. It's the
I
simple, and it
agree
does it
100%.
much faster
Absolutely.
than we could ever do it on our own.
Yep.
It's like apple breeding,
Yep.
like you would spend years and years trying to breed apples.
Yep, and come up
So-
with all different varieties.
Right.
Okay, so if people want to find out more about this animal, or they want support from an organization and people that have actually been on the ground and done it,
Right.
where do they go?
Well, we are.
We're in 2 barns.
Actually, absolutely.
Well, here you're,
Yeah.
you're in the
is-
breed
Nick,
barn.
Nick is here.
Yep.
He brought her, and he has his breed display. Right,
We're in barn
right there
28.
Okay.
And then the association's in barn 30.
and then right
then
over there
online.
Okay,
in
and
building
online?
30, also online, the AmericanCoopWorthRegistry.org.
Okay. And do you have social media?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do. We have Coopworth Sheep on Facebook,
All right.
and it's not as active as we. Most of us are just farmers, and we're so busy doing other
Yeah.
things.
I-
We don't think to post all the
It's not
time
an
like a
unfamiliar
lot
story.
of people do.
And the,
but-
and the thing that's
but-
really interesting about the Coopworth in the United States is so there's this huge breed in New Zealand and Australia, but it's a relatively unusual breed in the United States. So it's a fairly small group of people, but the good thing of having a small group of people is you're going to get us for a
Right.
knowledge base.
Yeah.
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 And if you want to be in Rhinebeck, which is impossible to get, there's a huge waiting list to get a booth here. Well, we have a booth. So if you have Coopworth sheep and you join the association, you can participate in the barn.
Lovely.
So we
Okay.
All
we
right.
have the one space where we have approximately 10 members of the American Coopworth Registry all have products in our one vendor space.
They're all lovely like
And
that,
there's
right?
everything from raw wool to finished. Come on. There's a finished blanket there. This is roving for hand spinning yarn. This is a little kit for making for needle felting. And
gorgeous.
there's just with so many
Absolutely
members, there's so many
Yeah.
products.
Big range.
And boy, are we having a great weekend.
And I hope so. Well, thank you
All
so
right.
much for
Thank
taking the
you.
time,
You
and
got
I
it.
know there's
Thank you for
people
doing
lined up
this.
in the barn for you.
Absolutely.
So
That's
All right.
wonderful.
thank you very
Thank you
much.
so
We
much.
appreciate
Okay,
it.
you come on.
This one too.
Come on.
All right. Oh, would you like to get on the sweater cam? This is the stuff I love. Okay. You gotta wear the ears. Okay, so hi.
Hi,
You waited so patiently after the sheep. Would you introduce yourself?
I'm Diane Tasalia Himes, and I'm from Ithaca, New York.
Okay, tell me a little bit about your sweater.
So this is pretty exciting for me because I've been a knitter since I was 16, but I've really been only seriously knitting for the past 10 for 15 years.
Okay.
About 6 years ago, I started taking courses with Deborah Newton on being a knitwear designer. And so this is actually my first Rhinebeck sweater and the first sweater I have designed. And it's now
Lovely.
it was published by Cast On magazine
Lovely.
this past
I
fall.
love this. That's
Thank
just
you.
delightful. Wait, may we see the back too, please? That is lovely. Yes, and you have your knitting needles. Did you get those here?
I got the knitting needles here. I got the little balls of yarn, of felted balls here.
Yeah, I
got
have the knitting needle earrings at home.
I
so
like those. I like
do
those
too.
a lot.
Yes, but it's just absolutely delightful. Anybody else you want to give a shout out to here?
Just thanks to my husband and my daughter, and been supportive of me and my my knitting
And your
habit.
knitting adventures. Thanks so
Thank
much.
you so much.
We all finished? Okay, we got one more.
Oh, I got another sheep. Who do I have now? I've been trying to track you down for how long now? Bring your sheep.
to avoid.
I'm gonna ask me I touch your sheep, please, because this one I gotta touch.
You
Is that okay?
absolutely can
I'm gonna
touch.
get on this side of you.
Okay, that's easier.
Okay. Now this thing I'm gonna dive into right now. Tell me. Well, introduce yourself first, please.
My name is Sherry. I'm from New Hampshire. We have a small farm, my husband and I, and we raise Teeswater sheep.
Yes, you do. Now, there are people that like certain kinds of wool, and tell me who comes screaming to your door. What type
So
of knitter,
I cater
crafter?
to hand spinners, doll makers, needle felters, wet felters. They are a dual breed, so you can, if you love lamb, it's a wonderfully mild lamb. I don't eat lamb, but they say it's wonderful meat also. So mine are strictly just raised for wool. They're spoiled and
Yes, very well behaved though.
um,
Okay, it's a sheep, and this is a lot of people. There's
Yes.
30,000 people here.
yes,
So,
knock on
but-
wood, she is behaving.
So I want to know how long it took to give this sheep this perm.
Okay, so generally they grow an inch a month. With good forage, you will see them it's basically an inch a month. These guys here, we have a small farm where we only have 3 acres. So in the summer, they go down the road to an old horse pasture, and I rotationally graze them from May until October.
Okay.
So basically, this fleece was produced by grass this summer. I go down twice a week with a bucket of corn, bring everybody in, touch everybody, feel everybody, make sure no one, is losing any weight or needs any worming or anything like that, no limping. But other than that, this fleece was grown just on grass. She was sheared about the end of June, and that's what's produced since then.
Okay, and this is super important with sheep that produce long staple lengths, even not produce long staple lengths. Because if you have a bad year, or if you have an outbreak, or if you change your grass, I learned quite a bit from Jerry when she was talking about
Yes.
the differences in soil. They had a rainy season in Pennsylvania, and the nutrients completely changed in their grass. It
Correct.
puts a dink in the middle of the
Correct.
lock, right?
Correct. You'll see a change. You can also have where you have wool loss too.
Ugh.
And you'll see that break in it.
I'm sort of listening to you, but I'm kind of really just touching this.
They run from me because I'll stand in the pasture doing the same thing.
Ah.
They do get their minerals. They do in the wintertime, in fall, winter, and during lambing. They do get second cut hay. I do utilize that.
Okay.
And then if it's someone that's lambing a month before they lamb, they get corn and alfalfa pellets straight through weaning. They stop, the lambs continue. I do find that they are slow growers. Like she's just was a year old in March. So end of next fall, she will be much bigger, fill out more. I just find that it is a slow grower. But I also do not feed like a show sheep. I don't show them, so I don't just constantly put the feed to them. But this is still what they'll produce for you with just grass and maybe some corn occasionally.
That's just amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so now tell me about, do you know anything about the history of this?
So they
particular breed?
originated in England in the Teesdale region.
I have my book over there, the Fleece and Fiber book. I should have brought out so people could see it on the map. What Teasdales are where?
In England.
But in
so,
like
but
mid range, I think.
I think
maybe? I'll find that one out. I'll
I,
put you on the
that one I
spot.
don't remember. I don't think it's mid, but maybe it is.
But a lot of these guys come from England. I
Yes,
mean, a lot of the long,
like Cotswolds
yes.
and all of those.
Yes.
Yep. So then in the 1990s, they brought seamen over and started a breed up program. They were using Cotswolds, Leicester Longwolves, Wensleydales, and so now we do have some 100%ers in the States. You can get last year, I believe it was, they started bringing embryos in. A lot of the people are utilizing the semen to breed up their programs. I have a lot of high 80s, low 90s currently.
And for people that don't know what a breed up program is, we had an issue in this country for quite a bit where we couldn't import
You could
things,
not
right?
get semen in.
And then you could do semen after that opened up a couple years ago, but there was this thing where you had to take a sheep that was here and do
And
AI,
add to it.
artificial insemination,
Yes.
and then you could get the next generation. But if you
Correct.
mix half a Gotland, half a Teeswater, you're going to have a 50-50 mix.
Correct.
The next one, do the same thing.
Correct. So your
More
percentage
AI.
will increase as you go.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And so you get close enough to 100 to where a lot of people, that's
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
But that takes time, and it's like 5, 6, 7 generations before
It
you
is.
get to that stage.
It
right?
is. So that's why a lot of people have utilized the embryos. I haven't. I do more looking at my sheep. What is breed standard? I don't mind if mine are lower percentage as long as breed standard wise they fit the bill.
And as long as they do this. This is
Exactly.
really distracting, isn't it?
It
This
is. It is. They are great foragers. The property that they graze on in the summertime, some of it is wooded, and they will climb rocks. They'll climb over mounds.
Really?
They'll eat better than our spoiled Nigerian dwarf goats do.
Well, you
So,
kind of have a tendency to think something that's this gorgeous is going to be pampered and need to sit in a little
no.
spot with a
I
coat
have
and-
heard from some people that raise them that they can't put them on grass. These guys, that's basically what they do from May until October. We did have the drought this year,
Yeah.
so they did come home in September because I did run out of grass down there. But normally they would be there until next weekend. I would just bring home the ones that I bring here. But other than that, they graze all summer.
Okay,
All summer long.
What's your farm again?
We are Never Enough Time Farm, and we're in Warner, New Hampshire. It's near Lake Sunapee region.
Got a lot of sheep in New Hampshire, but it's rocky
Yes.
up there. We heard from the Great Bay Woolworks people, and that she gave me a great little explanation of the different terrain. In New Hampshire.
Absolutely. So if I was a rock farmer, I'd be a billionaire.
That's what she said.
That's
too.
how much I have granite in my pastures. Yes. So it is a battle, but like I said, they'll climb rock. They don't care.
Well, the wool on the naturally colored were gorgeous. I mean, just beautiful. So
Beautiful.
obviously the sheep respond to that.
They
right?
do. And I had originally got my first flock, I think it was about 10 years ago. They came from Oregon, from Joy and Martin.
Yep.
And so now I've just slowly brought on my own, and now they're accustomed to my terrain and our weather. And so they tend to blossom.
Okay, so I laugh because we've spent a little time with Joy and Martin.
Yes.
And Joy is the fiber side of things, and Martin is the sheep guy, right? So
Yes.
they have this interesting combination between the
do.
two.
They
Martin
do.
spends his time swearing. At least he did a little bit
Correct.
at.
He
I think
does.
it was the Teeswaters and the.
In the Gotlands.
Yeah, well, they had a
He had-
Gotlands, but I mean, the Gotlands are just like they go, right?
Yes.
But Joy is
Joy
looking at
is
this.
Joy
right?
is the behind of all the Teeswater. Absolutely.
Yes, so
Yes,
half the time you want to swear at the sheep that's not well behaved, that you're. I mean, let's face it, husbandry is a good chunk of whether or not you're going to get this, right?
Correct.
So
Correct.
but I'm not seeing the same thing I saw up there. Maybe it was because we were in the midst of lambing that year, and they were going, I don't want to go there, but this is an extremely calm breed, so work with them.
Generally, yes. So I find I have some that are like dogs. They'll lay at your feet and let you scratch them. And then I have some that were named Sybil for a reason.
Okay.
It truly is. It just kind of depends. But the more you work with them, the obviously the
Yep.
more used to they would be. But
Yep.
I, as a full-time nurse, mine are strictly they get their attention that they need, but they're not coddled and they're not babied.
Yep.
So that's a hardy group from a reputable breeder
Yep.
is the way to go. Joy was a great mentor for me when I first started. I started out with Weathers, which if you were just into fiber, is a great way to start with this breed because they just produced fiber. I have one of hers, Duke, and I think he's 11 or 12, and he's still producing a fleece for me right now. So Weathers, if that's how you just want, and I do have a lot of customers that's just what they want. They just want a Weather for the fiber. Then that's the way to start. And then it was a couple years later that I bought my first breeding flock from Joy and Martin.
So that at 12, 11 or 12, you got to do teeth and hooves too. So there's
Yep.
it's
So
the
there
whole
is
sheep.
there is a little bit more work as they get older, but they still can produce that soft
this.
fiber. I know.
This is really terrible. I mean,
It's horrible.
yeah.
So we come here to try to get more people to touch so that they fall in love with the breed also.
You can't really beat that. Okay, so now I'm going to ask you to do your plug for your breed organization if you have one. First of all, your farm, if people want to find your farm.
Yeah, so we are in Warner, New Hampshire.
Yep.
We are Never Enough Time Farm. We have an Etsy store where we sell our product. We also have a farm page on Facebook and Instagram.
Okay.
So people can reach out if they don't find it on, the Etsy. Just reach out, send me a message. There are breed societies, so there's actually 3 now. There's 3 different breed societies for the Teeswater, so you can reach out, figure out which one is the best fit for you, and then go from there.
Okay, beautiful. And the breed organization mentoring.
They will help you out. The one that Heather Carter and I started recently in the last couple of years, it's geared more towards teaching and mentoring because that's what we wanted to do, which is why we come here, why we go to Maryland to do the same thing.
Yep.
A lot of education, which I think is important to get people started.
Give them a plug.
The Teeswater Sheep Society.
Okay,
Yep.
lovely. You got to get the sheep away from me because I just want to sit and pet it. You want to come pet the sheep? Come pet the sheep.
She was
Thank you
petting.
so much.
You're
oh
welcome.
man. Okay. I just like this is okay, I gotta come on over here. This is just oh my gosh. I'm sorry. Can I touch you too?
Yes, you can.
Oh.
This is a wool hemp blend at Bat and Kill Spins.
I'm having issues with self. I mean, you're following that one though, so I'll tell you that that's going to be a tough one to you. Did you feel that sheep?
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? But
Holy
you got
cow.
both the texture of the wool itself, but then the curls,
Yeah.
which are so tactile, they're so attractive to touch.
I'm
Yeah.
thinking the perm on this thing.
Yeah,
It's just like
yeah, makes you want to go get a perm.
And now I'm petting you too. Wow! But this is a whole different texture and yet lovely because this is a little. I want to say rougher after that, but it's not really, is it?
Isn't it weird? It's a blend of wool and hemp, and it's weird because in the fabric they feel like 2 different things, but you can feel them both.
Yes.
It's very odd, but
Yes, okay.
it's a lovely one.
And I realized I jumped into that. You and I
Yeah.
were in an honor
Yeah.
over the sheep. Would you introduce yourself?
Yes,
please?
I'm Lily Marsh. I'm a custom weaver. I work
Yep.
with Bat and Kill Fiber Mills quite a lot, but I also have private customers.
Yes, you do. And we went to visit one of them
That's
a little
right.
couple last month. I don't even know what day is it today. Yeah.
It's all
So
running
we went to Willow Pond Sheep Farm.
Yes,
Tell
yes.
me what you do for them.
Willow Pond is one of the 2, maybe 3 now this year, sheep dairies that I weave for. They run
100 in the whole country. Do you know that there's
Oh
only
my
100 sheep
gosh!
dairies? Yeah.
And a lot of that wool gets wasted because it's not commonly a wool that's used for things. But with the right structures in the yarn and the right spinning, you can make a really nice yarn out of it. And I have so much fun making their blankets. I do Willow Pond Farm. I do 20, 30 blankets a year for them, and that's just a nice additional stream for them as both income, but also as a connection for people to the farm. Right? I mean, they buy the yogurt, they eat that, and that's gone. But the sweater you get to have, or a blanket you get to have on your couch.
Well,
for a
that
while.
yogurt is that they give a half a gallon a day and milk, and the season is a short one.
Sure, yeah,
So they just finished
yeah.
it. We got their last milking,
It's a
and everybody
seasonal product.
Yes, it is. Well, they were did the breed and dairy workshop, and they managed to. They gave us some samples for. Yes, it was
Ooh, yum,
lovely. So anybody that
yum,
went to the
yes.
workshop got to taste a little bit of that sheep's yogurt because it is very creamy and delicious.
Yes,
And
yeah,
so
yeah.
sometimes you wonder if it's a milk sheep, is it going to have a lesser fiber, but I
It's
not
a
only thought-
different fiber.
It's a
so
different
there's a
fiber.
yeah. So there's a whole variety of sheep, just like dogs. There's so many different breeds of sheep, and there's a use for all of that wool,
Yep.
right? If people love merino and Rambouillet and Targhee, those fine Western wools that are just lovely next to the skin, but you don't always want something next to the skin. You want something the outerwear that's going to have some abrasion resistance, some real durability.
Yep.
A merino. I mean, I love my merino things too, but they can pill. They're a little soft. They're not real durable. But something like an East Frisian, you can use a really nice, like a twill to give it some loft and give it a real cush
bounce.
feeling,
Is
a
that
real
what
bounce.
Yeah, I
Yes,
mean, because your
yes.
blankets were lovely. You did some lovely ones that were just that creamy color, but you
Yes.
also did some that had an indigo.
Yes,
Indigo dye
yes,
to it,
I
right?
love doing indigo dyeing, and I
Yes.
did some indigo for them the last couple of years.
Yep.
And that's always fun. You know,
Yeah.
indigo dyeing
Yeah.
is just magic because you
I've done it.
put it in, it's green,
I've
you pull it
done
out,
it.
and it changes colors.
So
It's
you know,
lovely.
we went to Clemens and Clemens. They do lamb
Yes,
tan in California.
yeah.
Lovely people, but they did an indigo dyeing class up there. Not Roy, but anyway, that
Yeah.
it was, and I'm completely blanking on the name of her company right now. But anyway, she taught me to do indigo dyeing, and you put the plant in there.
Yeah,
It looks like
yeah.
a piece of mint, right? And
Yes,
you stick it
yeah.
in there. She's like doing all this kind of stuff, pops in there, and
Yeah, yeah.
it's a very
It's
free and
little,
easy thing. Do I want turquoise? Do I want blue?
Yes,
Do I want
yes.
dark blue? It really, I'm looking up these, and it's very much like that. You
Yes,
have little beads.
yes.
No one can see that part, I'm sure. Little beads that have different shades of indigo,
Yeah,
and yet so
yeah.
it can pull something very different.
Yeah.
But the
yeah.
blankets you did from that East Frisian were just lovely.
I was real pleased with them. I was real
Yes.
pleased with them. It's one of my favorite wools to work with.
Yeah.
It really, for me, points up. A lot of weavers see themselves as artists, and I take great pride in my artwork and my artisanship. But I see myself as part of agriculture. I see myself as an extension of the farm and of the process of all the people, from the people who are raising the sheep to the shearers to the processors at the mill, the whole chain of community that is producing this object for someone to love.
Yes.
Right? And I like seeing myself as part of agriculture production.
I
rather
love
than-
systems theory.
Yeah.
It all kind
yeah.
of works together, and you can't have
Yeah.
one without the other.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I used to do a lot of fine art work, and there's something about the artist that always turns up being very solitary, very much like the hero's journey. And I like being part of a community of people who are working. I like much more that sense of teamwork.
But you can get both of them in this.
You can.
you not?
You can.
Yeah.
But there's
Yeah.
something about the artist that's just a little more isolating.
Okay, so now that you mentioned that Gina, that was who I was. Oh, man, 58. It's terrible. Anyway,
65.
well, she taught me how to do. I got to do indigo dyeing, and I'm like, I'm doing a crafty thing, right? Because I'm not a crafty girl, but I'm sort of feeling like I'm crafty.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm going to go back to that community concept. You are here at
I'm
the
with
Bat and Kill
Bat and Kill
booth.
Fibers,
Okay,
yeah.
tell me about the Bat and Kill booth. Why are you there?
So Bat and Kill is a spinning mill, and they do lovely work with a lot of local wools, a lot of local and regional wools. And they're a semi-worsted mill, which is really my favorite yarn to weave with. So they have a lot of farmers who come to them, and they have a market for that wool, but they need a finished product because not everybody wants knitting yarn, right? So they bring that wool to me. I weave it's exactly what I do for Willow Pond. And so I kind of tag team with them in these booths so that I can do a small line of retail and have sales, but at the same time these act as samples for someone who's not particularly crafty or artistic, can sort of see, oh, these are the kinds of things I could do with my yarn. So it works really well for us.
Yeah, that booth has got all kinds of things.
Oh
over
my
in it. It's
gosh,
like
we
the
have
spectrum.
we have so much in there. It's just stuffed in. Yeah.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you. The word mill comes up.
Yes.
What goes through your mind? Just give me a couple things that are your little brain things.
Loud.
Yep. Yep.
Loud. Fascinating. My friends. Yeah.
Is the word rare in there at all? Tell me
it
what's happening
needs
to
to
the
be.
mills in this country.
There's been, in my opinion, what I think is happening is there's a generational shift. A lot of the old times mills like Zeilinger's and Frankenmuth, those have been running for a long time. The people want to retire, people want to sell out. There's not necessarily the capital around in the industry to just buy that for a young person. But at the same time, there's a ton of Belfast mini mills, people who have an empty garage space that they can stick a little mill in and start to learn how to spin and really spin it on a somewhat commercial level.
It's the Steve Jobs Apple moment, right?
It is a little bit the Steve Jobs Apple moment. But of course then an older mill like Bat and Kill, which it's only been running for like 15 years maybe, And they're running industrial equipment, so they can do a lot higher capacity. But MJ Packer, the owner of the mill,
We tried to get her for years. We can't
Right.
get her. She's just going.
she's all over the
just
place.
Goes, yeah.
But
MIT. Grad,
yeah,
I think,
but she
right?
was able to sell the mill to two employees, Angie Bennett and Tim Holt.
I looked up. I
And
looked them
yes, and suddenly now it's in the hands of the next generation
Yes.
safely.
Yes.
And so that's the part that's hard. Any kind of institutional turnover like that is really quite difficult.
Okay, succession planning is what's going on though in the last 10,
Exactly.
20 years in this country, and continuing to do that where you have two generations. We got the AJ O'Neill here, he's son of
Yeah,
a butcher. He's
yeah.
kind of we love it because it's Rick's new series.
Yeah,
and he's talking about,
yeah.
But one of the most fascinating parts of the whole idea is he is a farmer. He's a rancher. He
Yeah.
ranches beef cattle. But he and his dad have a butcher shop together, and his dad is this riot. But he's
Yeah.
a great guy, but he's older generation.
Yeah.
AJ's a little younger. His new ideas, he kind of does things a little bit
new
differently.
audiences,
So
new
how do
ways of
you
doing things.
how do you continue to do the thing that you really wanted to do, and yet feel comfortable with that next generation coming
Well,
and
you
then
have to work
adapting?
with them. You have to work with them. So, like right now, I've got several people lined up who are going to do job shadowing with me in my studio
Mm-hmm.
because I run 6 looms and I have paid help. But you know, if somebody wants to learn how do you run a custom studio, you need to spend time there. You need to think about what this all entails. And so I have people job shadowing. Hudson Valley Textile Project, which is an organization that I belong to right across the way. We're in talks right now with the state of New York to set up a formal apprenticeship program. So someone could be apprentice and have a certification from the state of New York as a piece of the supply chain. We're still working out how it's all going to work out, but it's going to involve working with people who've been doing this for 20 years and passing on that knowledge so that they can take the new technology, the new audiences, the new ways of thinking, like how long we took selfies here a minute ago and couldn't figure out how to share them, and then realized we could just text them to each other.
Yes, yeah. Well,
you know, I mean, it's like
no, it takes sort of, I don't want to say takes a village, but it kind of does. But it's just a community setup, and so I must commend you guys though, because New York State, you know, everybody thinks, oh, fashion industry and all this. Yes, you do have the Fashion Institute.
Yeah.
But you guys are big on textiles. We put a little reach out to it. We sort of, a couple of it was a little last minute.
Yeah.
But we had Donna Lupardo's office,
good.
assemblywoman.
Good, and Carrie
also-
Warner, yeah.
And Carrie Warner is, well, we didn't get one from her, but we did get one from your state senator, Hinchy. Am I saying that correct?
I can't think of her first name.
But they're both on ag committees.
Yes.
And then, and Carrie Warner was one that we were talking to.
She
because,
was working hard
she's
on
a
the New York
busy lady
Textile
too.
Act.
So
Yeah.
that's exactly, they
Yes.
signed the New York Textile Act. Tell me a little bit about that. if you
Well,
know.
I must admit, I can't talk extensively about the
Okay.
New York Textile Act, but it does offer a place for that to be recognized within the state.
Yes.
I would instead talk about the Natural Fibers Work Group.
Okay, you can talk about whatever you want up here.
So the Natural
Until that
Fibers
man
Work
over there
Group-
with a weird hat tells me to.
Time is wrapping up. So the Natural Fibers Work Group, I and a bunch of people on it, Hudson Valley Textile Project, were invited to be part of this because that was mandated by the governor as part of the Textile Act, I think. But it's wrapped up in there somewhere. So they called in a bunch of people who are experts in what is New York production of textiles, not fashion, but the production of wool from the farms, and it's centered through the Ag and Markets division of the government, and so we're meeting twice a year with them, and working very hard. We've already come up with a couple of our solutions that we put into place 2 years ago, but we're opening a Northeast Fiber Exchange.
I
I
can't
know
get
the
my
initials,
acronyms down pat.
NEFX.
Yes.
And so that's going to act as a kind of a hub for purchasing and selling. Because one of the problems with the supply chain right now is that farmers are producing a seasonal product, but designers aren't working on the same season, right? So the warehouse
Ahead, behind,
yeah,
ahead.
yeah, but the warehouse can act as a hinge so that we in the Hudson Valley Textile Project can buy good, interesting, useful wools and grade them, possibly scour them, and have them ready to go when a designer comes and says, hey, do you got 200 pounds of Montadale?
Yes.
And we can say, got it on the shelf right here.
That's such a hard thing.
Yeah.
Good morning. I'm Claire Houlihan, the president of the Dutchess County Sheep and Wool Growers Association. I'd like to welcome you to the 2025 New York State Sheep and Wool Festival. It's our 45th year.
Thanks for coming. It's always a pleasure to be here. Do you do fiber arts yourself?
No, I do not.
Okay, but you're here to photograph us. I am I'm spinning, and this is a Ashford Joy. It's a double treadle. It's very easy it folds up. It has a carrying case, so it's one of the easier spinning wheels to move around. And I want to say that
Because there's just pieces of the supply chain all over the place. Yes. You know, we have a whole one, but we don't have a lot of replicability in it, right? We don't have a lot of options sometimes. If you want knitting, you have to go to those people. If you want spinning, you have to go to these two people.
Want something like this. I mean, I keep wanting
you
to
want
touch
something like
everything.
this?
The knitter's handshake. I had to learn that one because I just want to touch everything. I'm a very touch-oriented person, and soft, rough. They all have
It's just
different feels.
lovely.
It's the texture, isn't it?
Yeah,
I
it
love
very much is.
Okay, so if people want to find you,
I'm Lily Marsh, Lily Marsh Studios online. You can find me on Instagram as Lily Marsh, Lilly, 3 L's. Or you can contact me through Bat and Kill Fibers.
Okay, I don't suppose you do classes or anything, do you?
I
bet you got me up for that because I bet you'd be good at it. Yeah.
I like teaching, but I'm doing so much production now. I'd rather
Call
just
back
keep
your
after the
green
buttons.
films. Call back your green films and we'll do series with you. Because you do some really interesting things and you know the industry.
Yeah.
And that's a really, that's why we talk about mentorship a lot.
Yes.
When you're breeds
Yes.
and you need to understand something from somebody that actually knows.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of information up there on YouTube and Facebook and Instagram and TikTok and whatever. Which one is the most, the information that's most solid?
Yes,
shall we
and
say.
what's really interesting is so I have people coming right out of art school who want to work with me, and maybe they've had some weaving classes, maybe they've even specialized in textiles or fibers, and they have a lot of theory, but they don't have practice.
Yep.
You know, when you're a weaver, when you're a knitter, you need 100 items behind you before you can say, oh, I really know how to do that technique. I'm really good at that. Yeah, and
you were just go finish.
And that's and that's just so I have found not teaching so much, but the whole job shadowing some.
Yeah.
Have somebody come in, give them a loom. Here's what we do. Here's not customer yarn that you can play with, but let's work on how this all happens. And just have them work with me.
You
for
are
a
so
week.
lovely.
Yeah.
I just have loved talking to you and over in the booth as well. So you're going to go back
I'm
to
gonna
Bat
go
and Kill,
back
I'm
to work,
sure.
yes.
Or maybe get grabbed by the Hudson Valley Textile Project.
Yeah.
Or I don't know, maybe hit the barn. We'll see what else there is out there.
I
You
gotta find a
probably
pair of
know.
mittens for my husband. That's the one thing he set me off for.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
oh,
thank
you. Amy.
I'm Amy.
Hi. Are you on our sweater cam moment?
Yes.
All right, here, come this way just a little bit.
right.
Do you want me to get out of your shot, or do you want me to get in? Tell me about your sweater.
Yes. So my sweater I made with yarn that I picked up at Rhinebeck last year, which was my first time at Sheep and Wool here.
What did you think about it?
Oh,
It's exciting.
very full. That we had to do 2 days this year to
Yeah.
try to be able to get it all. But
Yeah.
this is a Neighborhood Fiber Company, so they're based in the Baltimore, D.C. area,
Okay.
which is really exciting. And then this is the Weekender Light Sweater by Andrea Mowry. It was one of my first bottom-up sweaters that I've ever knit, but I really enjoyed it. The yarn is so soft, and you can really see.
May I touch your sweater?
Yeah, please.
Oh boy, that is very soft. What kind of yarn?
This is a wool from Neighborhood Fiber Company. I forget the exact name of the yarn,
But there's some.
yeah.
Is there a little bit of alpaca in that maybe? Or I don't know what that is. It's just
Maybe,
lovely, though.
yeah. It's just got a
nice-
beautiful halo.
I was just gonna
yeah.
say I can see the halo on the other side of the. Can we see the back of it?
Sure.
That would be great. Yeah, I really like that.
So,
I like the neck on it
yeah.
as well. It's lovely.
I've seen a handful of these around, and it's really nice because you can do it with any kind of different yarn, and it really variegated or solids.
Nice
it
drape,
really
too. Yeah.
drapes well, fits well. It's a good one.
All right, great. Anybody else you want to give a shout out to?
Oh, it's just happy to be part of the knitting community, and I've been knitting since I was 18, and it's been really good for my mental health and having activity to do, and it feels great making something and being able to wear it. So continuing to encourage people to give it a try.
Well, next year, don't just come for day 1 and day 2. Spend a little time in the Hudson Valley because this is a beautiful spot to be. It's a great time to be in this neck of the woods.
Yeah, will do.
Yeah.
I'm Brooklyn based, but I always want to move down up here at this time of year. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much.
Thanks for coming. It's always a pleasure to be here. Do you do fiber arts yourself?
No, I do not.
Okay, but you're here to photograph us. I am I'm spinning, and this is a Ashford Joy. It's a double treadle. It's very easy it folds up. It has a carrying case, so it's one of the easier spinning wheels to move around. And I want to say that on and off I've been spinning probably for about 17 years. And I'm in the competition tomorrow with Easter Shawl. And it's been such a pleasure to be here and to volunteer. And, you know, fiber people, we're such happy people. And we're in a very eclectic group. And one of the main things I like about it is you become friends with people that in your regular life you normally wouldn't be friends with. So it's just a wonderful thing to do. It's a wonderful skill to have. You can make your own clothes, you make your own fiber, you know, yarn, or I also weave. So it's a lot of fun, and it's a pleasure to be here.
So is spinning its own crafting thing, or do you have to say, well, gee, I like a sweater after this?
No,
Or is it
some people
you know,
will just spin yarn, and they don't knit, they don't weave, they don't do anything. They spin the yarn, they give it away to other people.
very soothing, I would think.
Yes, other people spin and use it, and they spin for projects also. I believe the woman that you were talking to with the curly hair and the drop spindle, she spins for projects. And she's very good. And I recently this morning asked her for some suggestions. I wanted to spin something for a project to make a hat, which I've never really done. You know, I just spin the yarn and then I've woven things with it, but I never spun a yarn for knitting a project. So I found a small project, a hat. It only required, let's say, 127 yards. So I'm hoping that was small enough to spin. And there's some lace work in there, which will be challenging for me, too.
How fun.
But yeah.
Do you have guilds that you use in this
yes,
too?
I belong to the Elmendorf Guild, which is on this side, so I'm volunteering for them today. I also belong to the Ulster Hand Spinners Guild on the other side. And I used to belong to the Woodstock Weavers, but I've been a little busy to go there. But one of these days I'll go back to them. And I've learned so much from all the guilds and from all the people. And it's a real pleasure to be able to have this skill. I really do enjoy it.
Lovely.
Yes.
Well, thank you for speaking with us. We
Okay,
appreciate
thank
it.
you for having me speak. And where will it be?
Okay, hi, would you introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Ethan Pope. I'm with Texas A&M AgriLife Research at the Bill Sims Wool and Mohair Laboratory.
Wool and Mohair Laboratory. I mean, you have your own lab, really?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, what does it do?
So we do fiber quality testing on not just wool and mohair. Wool and mohair is in the name, but we also test, as you can see, wool, mohair, cashmere, alpaca. We've done Angora rabbits. You name it. If it's animal fiber, we can test it.
Okay, now we've done a bit of filming with the goat population in
Okay.
Texas, and something that I really was interested to find out was that there's huge small ruminant activity in Texas.
Yes.
Texas is huge. So, do you have any stats you can show off with that?
I don't have statistics on the top of my head. I know that for a long time, the area that our lab is located in, San Angelo, Texas.
I know San Angelo.
Long time ago, it was considered the sheep capital of the world. Now, obviously, that's Australia these days, but it's got a long history of small ruminants in our area. The research center that our lab is located at is a research center that specializes in small ruminants mostly. So we do all kinds of, what we do on the fiber end of things is not all that happens regarding small ruminants at our research center.
But it is a really important place in this country for small ruminants.
Oh,
Now,
yes.
Yeah. Now, I understand that there are, at least when I was told this, there are huge warehouses of mohair. Tell me a little bit about mohair in Texas.
Yes. Well, what do you want to know about it?
Well,
specifically?
the Angora goats are really, really big.
Yes.
And you wouldn't actually necessarily think that because it's got so much fiber on it. You would think, okay, that should be in a cold place. Texas does get cold.
Right.
So this is an animal that is obviously, it has enough presence within its fiber realm that Texas has a mohair lab. I mean, otherwise you wouldn't place it there, right?
Yeah. It is pretty big in Texas. I come from a long wool and mohair background. Long before I ever worked at the wool lab, I was working in the wool and mohair warehouse, I should say. And so I've been around this stuff forever. I've seen lots of mohair go through the warehouse.
Are you one of those kids that was 4-H or something or
No.
raised? No.
No. I wasn't 4-H. My background, the way that I ended up involved in it, my dad, Ronald Pope, is the only person in the United States with a PhD in wool science, as I understand it. And so he worked at the research center that I worked at a long time before I ever did, and then he also ran a wool warehouse in Mertzon, Texas, near San Angelo. And so, as a kid, he would take me to sheep shearings and to the warehouse, and that's how I ended up in this world. And now here I am.
Now you have the Angora Goat Association is present today.
Yeah.
Tell me what they're doing, if you know.
I don't know what they're doing.
Oh, they
here
have
today.
the show. I'll put you that.
Okay.
I'll
Yeah.
kind of led you into that one,
Yeah.
but yeah, they have their show here,
Okay.
and we have spoken quite a bit with Dan, who just kind of usually runs the thing, and it is quite a serious business for them to come in and have this show.
Yeah.
And it's my understanding that the genetics carry through to it within the wool of the animal itself.
Right.
So if you're going to sell,
Yes.
you kind of want the first.
Yeah, that's a big part of why we do what we do, is why we offer our testing services, is people need that data to make those genetic breeding selections. They want to put their animals with the best fiber, of course, in their breeding pool, and filter out the ones that maybe aren't producing as high quality. So that's a big part, as well as, of course, just to market their fiber when it's time to sell it is another part of why we do our testing.
Okay, so tell me a little bit about the I'm going to stand next to the board here. This section is interesting. Fiber, diameter, and yield reporting. And you report within the American Society of Testing and Materials. I haven't even heard that before.
Yeah, so those are just standards for testing certain fibers. ASTM has standards for all forms of testing, and including textiles. And so there are standards in ASTM for testing wool, mohair, certain test methods that we do adhere to for these tests, just to ensure validity of our results.
Yeah, it's all about quantifiable results, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, you can get the first in the show, but somebody's going to want somewhere to say, okay, give me the paper that backs it up.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. A lot of people, you feel a lot better buying an animal or buying fiber when you have data to back up what you're buying.
Yeah, data's everything, especially now in this day and age. Okay, so all of these different animals are tested in the lab. Is this including these? But what is the more? What are the wild things that are not on that list that you say, yeah, we test that?
Well,
too?
it's been a long while, but we do every now and then receive yak samples.
I was going to ask about that.
I've done. Well, we have Angora rabbit on there. Alpacas, Paca vicuñas. It's just a cousin of alpacas. I think the weirdest one is probably people have sent in samples from curly horse, like the manes of curly horses.
Okay.
It's strange. To be honest, I don't know what they're doing with that testing, but we are capable of testing that, and it's been interesting. It's just strange, but.
But I mean, we need all types of things
Yeah.
and shapes and sizes in this world, so that's
Absolutely.
a good thing.
Absolutely.
So tell me why Texas A&M has decided to come here.
Well,
It's first year, right?
yes, it's our first year. So the lab officially, it's been around for a long time, but we officially opened up for commercial wool testing about 3.5 years ago, not long after I started. It's basically why I was brought in. And so we're starting to just try and really step up our outreach. You know, we're here, more or less, we're here to drum up business, to put it simply. We're here to hopefully meet some of our already customers that we already have, and also to meet some new producers, maybe introduce them to the concept of testing their fiber. Because, you know, I used to think, well, most of the people that would be interested in testing already know that our lab exists. But I'm learning that there's a lot of people that raise fiber producing animals that don't even know that you can get your fiber tested.
Yeah.
And so that's a big deal.
Yeah, it is a big deal. And New York State has a huge presence. Here's a huge ag presence in general. But they take their wool and fiber very seriously. I know that they passed the New York State Textile Act. I'm not sure that's the exact name of it, but it's basically the Textile Act that encourages the industry in general.
Yep.
You have a big fashion industry in New York City,
Yep.
so you can see how making sure that the fibers are what you want them to be consistently is really, really important.
Right. Yeah. It's important. It's
Yeah.
important. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you need to know these qualities for processing decisions, what to actually make out of the fiber. You know, what kind of yarn can you make? What kind of garments can you make?
Yes.
Or, you know, because if you've got you don't want to get a very coarse fiber and then make garments that touch the skin, because it's going to be uncomfortable. And
So do small producers, they can just send in a sample? Like
Yeah.
our extension lab in California, you can send in, like if I have chickens and it passed away and I didn't know why, I can send it to my extension. Do you do the same thing?
yes, yeah, we can accept, you know, if somebody had one sheep and they wanted to test that one sheep, they can take a sample off that one sheep and send it, and we accept that. There's
Okay.
no, yeah.
Okay, that's a really great thing because then small producers can do the same.
Oh yeah, I've tested, you know, sets of samples from producers that have sent in anything from 2 samples to 200. You know, we serve any grower that wants to get testing done.
Yeah. It does not surprise me that you have a lab, but it does surprise me that it's so specific to wool and mohair, and I think it's excellent because it's a really important research for
Right. It's a big industry in Texas and in the U.S. in general, and there was a need for a wool testing facility because for a long time we had Yoakum McCall laboratories in Colorado here in the U.S. that they were covering most of the testing needs of the U.S. wool trade. Well, they closed down a while back. I can't remember exactly how long ago.
Yeah.
That forced all of the commercial wool traders in the U.S. to start sending their wool samples to New Zealand to get testing done because they need that test certificate to trade their wool internationally.
Yeah, and that's
And
part of our
so-
big competition is New Zealand, Australia. I mean,
Uh-huh.
that's different, probably a different market that you're hitting. You know, that's the big wool producing volume
Right.
wool.
Right.
But we do need to keep up, right?
Right,
We
yep.
need to be competitive in
Yeah.
the United States.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. And I do think it's one of those issues that once you get behind in your genetics, you're really behind.
Yes.
Because it takes years to keep up. Would you
Takes
agree?
generations. Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and so testing it consistently is really important along the way.
It's a big part. You have to stay on top of what animals you're allowing to
Yeah.
be a part of your breeding pool.
Yeah, you're not only breeding for this one trait, but you got
Yeah.
a couple other ones,
Yeah.
so it's easy for that to get lost.
Uh-huh.
So if people want to find out more information about the Wool and Mohair Lab at Texas A&M, tell me where they go.
Right. So we do have a website. There's a QR code here. That doesn't do much good right now, but also right below, it's sanangelo.tamu.edu/BSL.
And I see the ASI logo and the
Yep.
National Sheep Improvement Program. We've
Yep.
done a little bit with those folks, and they really do good things.
Yeah, we collaborate with them, and actually I'll just give a shout real quick for any NSIP members that want to do testing. For our OFDA 2000, we do offer discounted testing rates for NSIP members.
Excellent. Are you going to the ASI convention in January in Reno?
Most likely.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, hopefully we'll see you there.
I've been at the last couple. I was at Scottsdale and Denver and Dallas Fort Worth the last 3 years.
Yep. Yep,
So-
we were in Denver. We met quite a few people there. It's just a good
Yeah.
good solid bunch. But plus, I know where to get a good hat now because I got
Oh,
my
yeah,
sheep
yeah.
farmers. So those are the ones that know a good hat.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah, we should be at ASI in Reno this upcoming
Okay.
January
All
as
right.
well.
Hopefully that's apt because Make It With Wool is there as well. They're
Yes.
the gal that do the
Yep.
competitions at nonprofit organizations. So it's the perfect place because if you're going to make it with wool, it better be good stuff. Huh?
Yes. Yep.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Sure. Absolutely.
Hi, this is Alara from Backyard Green Films. We would like to welcome you to the live stream for the New York State Sheep and Wolf Festival. It's the 45th anniversary this year in 2025. Thank you so much for being with us on this live stream. We thought we would bring you here to the gorgeous Hudson Valley. This is Tarrytown, New York, a couple hours south. This is the Tarrytown Reservoir, but it's the spot where my mom was born and raised, right up the hill here. They used to go skating and we would watch the swans on the lake. So in honor of a new feature here at Rhinebeck, it's called the Quiet Tent, where people can relax for a moment and then go back into the bustle. In honor of that, we thought we'd leave you with a moment from the Tarrytown Reservoir.
That we have easy access to them if they need more yarn or something else goes wrong. So we rather have contestants sitting easily accessible than onlookers.
Where's the extra yarn in case I need to hand them out?
They shouldn't necessarily, but here this is all spares. And the big ones for guns which are empty very quick, the ones who finish very quick, and the smaller ones to those who are later on because. But usually, Marie, usually it's enough for the majority of the people. What I gave out is enough.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm a very quick knitter, so I measured it how much I needed, and then I added some on top of it. Yeah. So. Okay, at the end of it, we will count your rows and stitches. So we do not only count the rows, we also count each individual stitch. So it's really going to the end. And we might have a knit off in the end too, because very often we end up with people having the same amount of stitches. Do we have any youth contestants? Somebody under 18. Okay. What's your name? What's your name? We have to mark it down. Raphael. Okay, if you can look for Raphael. Any other youth? Oh, I know who's getting first prize in the youth session. Still do your best. I want to mention in the crochet contest last year, we had 3 youth, I think, and all the adults. And when it came to the results, the youth winner had more stitches than any of the adults in the crochet last year. It was unbelievable. So don't think, oh, I'm just a young person, I can't. You can do. So, are you guys ready? How many do you want them to cast on? They will cast on after I say go. They will cast on after I say go. Oh, 20 stitches. I'm sorry, 20 stitches to cast on. Okay, I will tell you. Steady? Ready? Go! The other way around? Steady, ready, whatever. So. They have to count, don't disturb them now. With what do you knit normally?
Normally I don't use sandpaper.
Are you guys hot too? I'm sweating. So, okay. Let's see if I can get down here. I need something to drink. So we are counting the stitches at the end. So if you drop a stitch, it will not count. Even though you might have knitted it all the rows before and then you drop it, it will not count. Holes do not count either. So no yarn overs. So I think everybody cast on by now. Now you can cheer if you want to. You have something to say? It looked like you wanted to say something.
Why don't you start a chant? Knit, knit, knit or something.
Okay. How about purl, purl, purl? I have been encouraged to chant. Knit, 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 knit. Purl, purl, purl. You can knit, purl. Okay. Half time. 5 minutes is over. Only 5 minutes remaining. Go for it. 20 rows minimum. Come on. No? because we have so many contestants, I really don't know what's the right word. Anyway, we cannot chant each of your names. We wouldn't get through with it. So please, if you have a crowd behind you who is, who wants to have them call your name, encourage them, encourage you. And next year, please sign up online. That is a little bit easier on us here and then on latecomers, because you can be, oh, you couldn't figure it out? Oh. So we have to talk to our webmaster then, if it's too difficult to figure out how to sign up. No stop?
Limited to 30 people.
Oh.
There's no way I can stop it at 30.
Uh-huh.
So.
Then how? But some people do pre-register.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But only a couple.
Yeah, right. So.
Because if 60 people sign up online.
We haven't been there yet. So. Oh! And another thing, if you've not been able to get into the chopstick knitting contest because it's filled up, you always can sign up to the crocheting contest. It's coming right after this contest is over, we do crocheting. Crocheting is so much easier than knitting. Easier to count too. Okay, we're getting towards the end. Okay. Anyway, this corner here is a raucous crowd. I hope they win. So. One more minute left. It's the end stretch. Faster, faster, faster. You will find out when you have to stop. It will come, it will come. Give us a few more seconds. Count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So now comes the hour of truth, or the minute of truth. Count your rows, and remember, if you did garter stitch, each ridge is 2 rows. But you have to see how you started off with. Anyway. And 29 stitches. Just try to count how many stitches you did. You count the cast on row as 1 row. Okay? And if you lost a stitch on the way, just make sure that you still have 20 in the top so that's easy to count, huh? Cast on does count. Cast on row does count. Does count. You count the cast on row and then every row afterwards. And then any stitch which is in an unfinished row. And then please come forward and report to our official recorder.
Okay.
But we throw these up on the
Got it.
live stream.
Got it.
Yeah. So it's nice to meet you finally.
It's nice to be met. Nice to be here. Hi, everybody.
Yeah. I'm excited about this book. I'm a longtime crocheter. I learned how to crochet when I was 9.
Wow. Okay.
But I'm also a pop culture enthusiast.
I love it. Lots of crossover.
Yeah. So why do you think that is? I feel like, is it makers? Is it pop culture? Why do you think the whole crossover with crochet?
I think it's all of the things. I mean, honestly, I feel like that question's been brought up to me a lot, right? And it kind of feels like a chicken and the egg, right? Situation where like I don't know why I went to nerdcore, video games, genre movies, 90s action things. It's because it's like my nostalgia. It's what brought me joy, right? And then it just so happens that crafting, working with my hands, testing my creativity, testing my perseverance, and then like being rewarded with the result is something I love, right? And I think both of the things kind of crossed over at like the perfect time. Is what it felt like to me, you know?
Yeah, totally. Do you feel like, because you're a storyteller, right? You do film and editing.
Yeah,
right?
so I come from like TV, film production. So my dream, I grew up wanting to direct the Steven Spielberg movies I saw growing up, Starship Troopers, Monster Squad, Super, like you name it, right? I'm as basic of a boy as it comes, right? My Taylor Swift is Boondock Saints. But yeah, you know, that's where I come. So I think I can't help but to want to scratch that itch, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And just from what it's worth too, realizing now, a lot of these things I'm doing is making me feel closer to my dad, is making me feel closer to my childhood, is making me feel closer to the things that inspired me to get out to LA to work, you know?
Right.
And it's
expand your community.
100%. Well, that's a whole nother thing too. If I can be full honest, there's a version of this that is selfishly hyper-fixating on the things that just bring me pure joy, right?
Right.
But then the other side of that coin, the head side of that tails coin, right, is that it's also this incredible opportunity and platform to organize communities, to bring like-minded people together, and something that I never consciously and intentionally knew that this was who I wanted to be and my mission until recently. This is such, crochet has taught me perseverance, self-trust. It's allowed me to trust my creativity, my discipline. It's allowed me to face my neurodivergences in different ways. Crochet as a platform has pushed me out and forced me to be more vulnerable than I normally have been.
Because we're all about perfectionism, and Instagram, it's got to look good, it's nice, and I think crochet gives you an opportunity.
Yo, look at the other side of this brain. It looks really bad. You know what I mean? It's not perfect, but it works. I mean, exactly that, right? And I think within this craft is such an incredible curriculum and lesson for young adults, young children, people who suffer from PTSD, people who are searching mindfulness.
Absolutely.
And something I'm so excited for, as a former little boy, there is a joy in seeing a 10-year-old kid eyes light up when they see a crocheted lightsaber. You know?
I saw your lightsaber. Yeah.
You know,
I'm ready to make a purple one.
It,
I think
it reminds me of like me being 10 again, and man, I want to keep that going.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, oh my gosh. Well, can we take a peek in the book? Do you have
Peek
time?
at the book.
Okay.
Read the book. If
Yes.
you read the book, you have to buy it. I'm just joking. You don't.
Do you, lastly, do you have a favorite
Thing?
patterns, stitching?
You know what?
or
Here's my
anything?
thing. I say whenever someone's like, "What's the favorite thing you made?" I say it's always the last thing I made. It usually is, but this kind of overwhelmingly might be. It's because it reminds me of Looney Tunes.
Yeah.
like Wile E. Coyote, and like it's
Chuck Jones, all of that world.
yeah, it reminds. I think like a crochet hook is the world's first 3D printer. That's what I think.
I like that.
Ooh, good video idea. Good video idea.
Yeah. All right.
You'll see it.
Thank you so much for
You're welcome.
spending some time with us.
Rosalind, not a problem.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll see you soon. And
Yeah, Rosalind was Romeo's first girlfriend. You broke up. You're the reason. Dang.
Obviously.
Damn. Obs.
As the kids say.
So let me interview you. How do you know Dr. Emily?
So I was the visual arts educator at the Comic-Con Museum.
What, in
for a
San
year.
Diego?
Yeah, in San Diego.
And then what
And
got
then
you?
I wanted to continue working with this guy a little bit more and doing some of my own things. I have a degree in animation, so
Hey, awesome.
lean into that a bit.
Very cool.
And get into this world of children's films.
Yeah.
But also crocheting. My birthday just passed, and my friend took me to a class, and I was like, oh yeah, this is fun.
I love it.
The fine motor skills too. As we get older, it's not just for the kiddos; it's for us,
Well,
Gen Xers.
Again, I'm just learning how to crochet too. You know what I mean? Like seriously, I'm a year and a half in, so
That's amazing.
we're all learning together. Thanks, I made it. I made it myself.
It works.
It does work. Works a little too well. I'm kind of hot.
Yeah, I know. I've been in the office all day, so I'm sweating. But yeah, well, thank you. I don't want to take up too much.
You're good. No worries.
Thank you, Steve.
You're welcome, Rosalind. Yeah, it was a pleasure.
Yeah. Thank you.
What was your name one more time? Rick. Pleasure to meet you. With the Lumix.
I know. I like a Lumix.
Hi, I'm Donna Lupardo. I chair the Committee on Agriculture in the New York State Assembly. I'm here at the Ross Park Zoo in the city of Binghamton with my friend Remy to welcome you to the 45th Annual Sheep and Wool Festival in Rhinebeck, New York. Now, Rhinebeck is in the Hudson Valley region. Hudson Valley is not only beautiful, but it's also one of our most important agricultural regions. We're very proud of the work that's being done there. My colleagues and I are very big supporters of the fiber industry. We passed the New York Textile Act, and we also helped our producers get involved with our Grown and Certified program. And of course, if you haven't seen the new Wool Center at the State Fair, you've really missed something. Thousands of people came through this year, and they were very excited to learn more about the industry. So please, everyone, on behalf of me and Remy, enjoy the festival. And remember, Remy, support your local producers.
Actually, you know what? Let me just do a little switch around on this side. There we go. We're gonna go Where's my bell ringer? Bell.
New York State Sheep and Wool Festival in Rhinebeck, New York.
Okay.
It's a beautiful day outside. The sun is out. Everybody's very happy today.
All right, I'm going to give you this right here. I'm actually
Okay.
just going to nestle that right there because I think
Got
we
that.
can pick that up.
Got
Okay,
that.
we sort of jumped all over you here and said, hey, come talk to us,
Yeah,
right?
I know, you did.
But you get that a lot here, don't you?
Yeah, we chit-chat with everybody all day.
Well, that's sort of the
You know,
purpose, right?
People like to see what they have, the categories. People want to get involved next year. So we're telling them, you know, you go on the website and pick the category you want to do your artsy stuff with.
Okay, so do they say, how do I get involved next year and bring my product? Or do they say, hey, I want to volunteer for that organization?
No, more product.
So why do you need the, because I noticed
We need a
underneath your
lot of
scarf,
volunteers.
you definitely, yes.
We need a lot of volunteers. We were here until 8 o'clock last night, so a couple more volunteers. We could have got out earlier. But if you go on the website, there's a list of things you can volunteer for. If you don't like that, we'll try something else next year. You know, some people, you know, the fleece sale is for them. Some people sitting here and talking to people about the garments is for them. There's the merchant's tent. God knows the list is very long. The list is long. And it even starts like weeks before the volunteering. So you don't even have to be in here to volunteer. You could be at the merchant's tent and getting the pre-sales together for people so they don't have to stand on that horrendous line I hear that's all the way to the gate.
All the way to the gate.
And then worry about your stuff being gone.
Yes.
You know, waiting hours and now there's no bag.
Because Dutchess County puts this on every year, and the Sheep and Wool Growers Association is a nonprofit organization to promote all things sheep and wool.
All things sheep and wool.
And actually other fibers as well. It's
All
thrown into.
fibers, yep. They're not particular. Yeah, there's all fibers and then all aspects of using the fiber.
Yes.
So from knitting, from spinning to knitting, felting, rug hooking.
A lot of education. We spend a lot of time in the breed barn. So
Okay, you did.
Because it's a lovely opportunity for people to get a connection with how things get to this lovely stage, right?
They do, and they're amazed. Yeah. They really are. I mean, people just watch me doing the drop spindle. They go, "That's what that's for."
That is such a lovely thing, and this is gorgeous.
This is Goldings. This is a Goldings. This is very lovely. And when you start spinning, then it gives your husband stuff for you to buy for Christmas.
So you're telling me, now, is this a hard thing to do because I'm not crafty?
It's definitely drop spindle for a reason because, you know, the fibers fall and then it drops to the floor. So you got to get a good twist, and then you kind of draft and pinch and draft and pinch and pull. And then the yarn will be two of these folded together. So, oops. There's the yarn. Is going to be nice and thin. I'm going with thin now because thick is too hot to wear indoors.
So isn't that the truth?
Yeah. They're nice for walking the dog, but...
Yeah, or that October time where you don't know if Rhinebeck is going to be 3 layers or 1, right?
Right. I have my 3 layers today. So
Well, this is just lovely visually to see the wood and the carving. So you could get things like this at Rhinebeck too.
Oh yeah. And from one extreme to another,
Yes.
you can, you know, minimal price all the way up.
Yeah.
Spinning reels you can buy here at the fair.
Yeah, we're up at the equipment auction every year, and so we have to shut the live sweater camp portion down for a couple of minutes because they're going. But that's a really important component of this festival too, is that equipment auction.
It is. I mean, people get rid of some of their grandparents' stuff or their parents' stuff, and because they don't know what to do with it, or they're not spinners, or somebody graduated and they purchased a newer one.
It gets a new life again.
And it gets
I
new
love
life.
that
Somebody
kind of
else gets the chance to use it at a reasonable price.
I love that.
And you might need a little twerking here or there, but you know, you find a guild in the area, and we're more than happy to help. We're from the Elmendorf Hand Spinners Guild out of Red Hook, and we have like 60, 70 members.
Okay, so where does somebody find that?
Believe it or not, we're online nowadays. Yep, we're on Facebook, and we're on Instagram.
But you can find Spinners Guild just by doing a web search too,
Yep.
if you want, and
Yep,
you can find your people wherever you happen to
That's
be.
right, because Ulster County has it, and when I started 20 years ago, I just went to the best wool shop, yarn shop. I needed somebody to help me spin on a spinning wheel. And I went to the one, I think it was a merino wool in the Fork in the Road in Red Hook, and I said, I need somebody to help me spin, and they were like, contact this lady.
You know, I love that whole idea of how the threads of connections work together.
Yeah.
And it's not just it's a metaphor, but it is truly in life how it works in the fiber community. There's a lot that draws people together, and there's a lot of sharing and shared strength.
It is.
Which is exactly how it is.
Because, I mean, I don't even know what half the people do for a living, nor do I care. You know, we're just all into the fiber and helping, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah, lovely. Well, I know that oftentimes we have very interesting and different things, but I must confess, this is my color
That's it?
alley
Yeah.
right up here. This is gorgeous.
That's
So this is the sweater component, or
it was probably large knitted. I know this one is hand spun.
The third place run?
Featured breed. This does not say, commercial. So this is a commercial wool. So there's also separate components that way. Hand spun versus commercial, because your hand spun is a little more effort.
Yeah,
Going
very
to the store and
definitely.
buying it. You know.
Yeah, you're gonna have
I spun this, so you know, I did.
With this?
Oh no. Spinning wheel. This will take too long. No.
That's the old school. It's how it used to happen, isn't
This
it?
is just for fun. Now this one is Shetland, and I don't know. It's been so long. If you don't put a tag on it, you don't know what it is. But I think it might be a mohair, Cormo, fine wool.
Feels like that, doesn't it? Wow.
But, you know, I alone have 27 sweaters. My husband has 8. My siblings at least have 1 each.
You gotta
if
have a
not
knitter in the
2.
family.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
so
lovely.
everybody's. Yeah. So.
Well, thank you so much
You're
for speaking
welcome.
with us, and I appreciate you getting that volunteer component in, because it's really important.
Yes, more volunteers. We're getting old.
Well, so Dutchess County Sheep and Wool Growers Association, you can go volunteer yourself, and old,
go
young, and in
online
between.
and go to the website, and David will take your name and information and sign you up next year.
Beautiful. Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome. Thank you. Enjoy your. I know. And then there's the fun stuff. I mean, you know, the two-faced pumpkin. Bonnie and Clyde over there, they're gorgeous.
I saw that yesterday.
They are funny.
Lovely. Beautiful.
And these ladies, they're
Tyler. I see that you've got the top hat. You must be the auctioneer
Yes,
for
I am.
the wool
Yes. Yep.
supplies,
Yep.
everything. All right, what is the craziest thing you've seen at an auction
Oh.
involving fiber artists?
Well, I only do this sale once a year, so
That's enough.
that's this kind of a sale. I auction all the time, but this kind of a sale I just do once a year. So I don't know the craziest things.
Has there ever been like a bidding war over an ancient wheel?
Yeah, there's been a couple of them. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think is going to be the big hit this time?
Oh.
The great wheel, the big one?
Well, they're so big. They don't take up a lot of room, so they don't bring as much as you think because they're big.
Yeah.
Room-wise, but
You can't put it in the overhead compartment?
yeah, it's kind of hard to haul home. So I think some of the other antique spinning wheels probably do.
Yeah, they're incredible.
Probably do pretty good.
Are you involved in the fiber arts?
No, I raise sheep, but I raise meat breed, meat sheep.
Which kind?
Dorsets.
Dorsets.
Yep, registered Dorsets.
Well, thank you very much
Yeah.
for that, and
Yep.
good luck to you.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right,
you.
you
Thank
look
you.
fabulous.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So, you three look fabulous. We're here at the Make It With Wool at the New York State Sheep and Wool Festival. So, who would like to start by talking about their outfit?
I can go.
All right.
Hi, yeah. So Make It With Wool is all about promoting the versatility of wool. So every year I like to find a fabric that makes people go, that's wool? You're sure that's wool? This is all a light silk wool blend, and it's a very loose.
You three look fabulous. We're here at the Make It With Wool at the New York State Sheep and Wool Festival. So, who would like to start by talking about their outfit?
I can go.
All right.
Hi, yeah. So Make It With Wool is all about promoting the versatility of wool. So every year I like to find a fabric that makes people go, that's wool? You're sure that's wool? This is all a light silk wool blend, and it's a very loose drapey weave that just, it hangs beautifully, and it's so comfortable and lightweight. But this is my that's wool of this year. Yeah.
Why did you make what you made?
I made this formal jumpsuit because I have a hard time finding any jumpsuits ever. Every woman knows this. Jumpsuits that fit your torso and then your legs and everything, it doesn't work. So I finally decided to just tailor make my own and do all sorts of hand beading on it, because if I'm gonna make it, I might as well make it beautiful.
And what is your name?
Oh, yeah. Hi, my name is Mace Wiedershave. I'm 22. I grew up in Rhinebeck, but right now I live in Queens.
Thank you so much. So, yeah, I thought it was maybe some silk. It's incredible. Well done. All right, who wants to go next?
Hi, my name is Natalie, and mine is I made both the pants and my coat. It's a 1930s inspired swing coat, so it kind of has this downward silhouette on both the sleeves and the body of the coat, which was super exciting for me. But yeah, on the counter side, versatility of wool, we have something very lightweight here, and then mine is a much heavier, coating wool.
Okay, so we're going to have you twirl. It's stunning. Thank you so much. And here we go. What is your name?
I'm Gabrielle Augustine. I live up near Cooperstown, New York, and I made this three-piece outfit all out of wool. So I hand knit this cardigan. It's brioche knit. It's absolutely squishy. You should feel the squish. And then picked out the colors to pair it with the speckled yarn to do a pencil skirt with a little bit of flare, and a jersey top, because jersey is just so versatile.
Thank you so much, all three of you. You're going to go walk the catwalk now. We're going to enjoy watching you and cheering you on. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hi, I am Kira Weissner, and I am the owner of Merit Bookstore here in Millbrook, New York. I've been the owner for almost 10 years, that the store's existed for over 40, and we are just a squarely independent bookstore. We have a full selection of adult, kids, craft, genre, all the books that you have here, mostly new. And we also have a really lovely toy section as well. That's how the bookstore was when I bought it, and I've just kind of continued it and just continued to grow it. And our community here is amazing. We would not exist without them, and we kind of sort of like live to serve, but it's a really reciprocal, wonderful relationship that we have here and in the Hudson Valley. And then the Sheep and Wool Festival is something that the store had done historically for years, and was a great thing for me to be able to continue. Like, while I don't do that many fiber arts myself, I can do some embroidery. My mother was a huge knitter and crocheter and weaver and spinner, and so being able to be at the festival with all these craftspeople is just, it's like a privilege. And we go every year with a truck full of books, and we get to connect all these wonderful craftspeople who write all these beautiful patterns and talk about their arts with their audience.
I'm the son of a butcher. You might be a son of a butcher, but I'm the original butcher.
Some ask me, what is the meat industry to you? For me, it starts at a place where my family runs a grocery, butcher shop, and a catering business. And sure, it's about the business side of things. But for me, at its core, it's a story about relationships.
Hello, my name is Paul Coughlin. I'm the owner of Taconic Distillery, located in Stanfordville, New York, in the beautiful Hudson Valley. We have the #1 New York State made bourbon.
Hello from Flying Fibers. We are a mother-daughter team
of the Hudson
based
Valley Textile Project, and we're really excited to premiere it this weekend at the New York Sheep and Wool Festival. Every year, the New York Sheep and Wool Festival brings in about 30,000 attendees, and one of the many great traditions of the festival is what's called the Rhinebeck sweater. Folks will knit or create a sweater to wear specifically for the event. They work on it throughout the year. They might do it with a friend circle, they might do it as a knit-along with a designer or with a yarn shop, and it's a great draw to see everybody's different sweaters. Rhinebeck Sweaters for Good is aimed at increasing the amount of local yarn that's used. So we challenge our knitters that are attending this weekend to utilize local yarns. That way we can support our mills, support our farmers, and keep our income here in our local communities and jobs in our local communities. If you're interested in participating, you're welcome to stop by our booth. We're just outside of Barn 28, and we'll have lots of buttons for you, stickers. We'd love for you to sign our pledge and talk more about the initiative.
I'm Henry Clemis from Clemis & Clemis out here in California. Well, we have manufactured fiber arts products for over 50 years. I started when I was quite young, building spinning wheels and all the related items to go with that, the hand carders, the drum carders. And through the years, we've progressed and grown. And at this point, we're one of the longest surviving companies in this field. We also currently try to connect the ranchers with the spinners. And so we buy a lot of fleece. We take that fleece and clean it and pick it, repackage it, and ship it around the world so that someone from Florida gets a chance to try something coming out of Alaska, or somebody from California can have something from Maine, or even into Europe and down in New Zealand and Australia. We ship everywhere.
Clean Cashmere is growing the American cashmere industry by sourcing cashmere directly from our American farmers to create a natural, high-quality luxury fiber. By working directly with our cashmere herders, we created a beneficial relationship where we help farmers generate income from their herds while we get high-quality cashmere in return. This approach ensures our cashmere is traceable all the way to the deherring mill. We work to protect the planet through these partnerships and are committed to ethical and environmental standards, keeping a low carbon footprint, and all while enhancing American regenerative agricultural practices. 2 of our cashmere yarn lines are blended with other American-sourced farm fiber, creating a bespoke yarn. Visit us at cleancashmere.farm to learn more about our American fiber journey and the extraordinary luxury fibers we've created. We are Clean Cashmere, growing the American cashmere industry one farm at a time.
Am I blocking your camera there? Over there.
Okay, testing. Ooh. Hey guys! Woo! Welcome to the New York State Sheep and Wool Festival. We love this. We love your enthusiasm. Keep it going. Our kids, our farms are so excited to share their animals with you. And again, just to remind you, we are from Barn 27, and we are called the Camelids and Cashmere Barn. So, because we're going to read profiles for each farm, and I should basically, if you're new to this, how this works, we love the chairing, but give me a chance to read the profile, because I do think it's important to hear about the different farms and the different species. And once I'm done reading lots to chair, that would be great, and then I move on to the next farm. So we have about 7 different profiles to read, all right? And once they come in, I'll have them parade around, and then we're going to set up the stanchions. And for those of you that know, you know what comes next. Those of you that don't, that's the excitement. It's called Leaping Llama, Alpaca, and Goats. Oh my! All right, so let me read the profile, and if you can hold off applause until the end of each profile, just so you can hear, and then we could very warmly welcome each farm. So hold on, I need my glasses. All right, first up, St. Mary's on the Hill Cashmere from Eastern New York. We have Sister Mary Elizabeth with Awin is the name of her cashmere goat. St. Mary's on the Hill has been breeding championship cashmere goats since 2004, producing breeding stock, yarn and roving, and other products. A work of the Anglican Sisters of St. Mary, the farm has offered programs for children in the local community, including supporting the Cashmere Kids 4-H Club. The sisters are passing the baton this year, transferring their herd to 4E's Farm, and to a family which has grown into fiber production alongside them in recent years through 4-H. Sister Mary hopes to continue at Rhinebeck, please do, in the years ahead, selling yarn at the CGA booth and helping with the 4-H exhibits in the barn. Warm applause for our favorite sister. All right, following right up behind, 4E's Farm, as we spoke of, from Cambridge, New York, we have Ella Derbyshire walking turquoise, and Emma walking Willa. 4E's Farm is a small fiber farm in beautiful Washington County, New York. We focus on raising friendly goats and a sheep that are kind to the earth. Together we have learned the joy of growing sweaters from scratch. Big warm welcome to Emma and Ella. All right, more cashmere goats, don't worry. We have East Meets West Family Farm of Richford, Vermont. We have Leith Parambo coming in with Isla. I pronounced your name correctly. Leith is here with the North American Cashmere Goat. Isla. Leith lives at East Meets West Family Farm in Richford, Vermont, on the border of Canada. He has been around cashmere goats his whole life. His family has been a small breeding herd of 14 cashmere goats and a small herd of sheep. If it were up to Leith, the farm would be just all goats. This is her second year in the ring. Isla is 3 and was a bottle baby that we've helped raise. She's a big bottle baby. As a bottle baby, Isla is very comfortable with people. Leith is often found hanging out listening to stories with the goats. Thank you. Welcome, East Meets West Farm. Okay, Pam already knows how I'm going to start this off. Every year, Pam Handel from Hermit Pond. You guys are great. Welcome, Pam and Tiny Goat by the name of Ebenezer. Ebenezer is one of 43 cashmere goats currently residing at Hermit Pond Farm in central New York, where cashmere goats have been bred for 29 years. Downsizing has been the theoretical plan for several years now, but it's tough with these animals. Feel free to help. Bucks and does are available. The goats come in assorted colors, black, white, gray, and brown, and they are all bred for fine cashmere with good crimpy style. Ebenezer, aka Tiny Goat, is 5 months old and small for his age. That's probably why his mom decided he wasn't a keeper, and at this point he thinks he's a dog. Welcome, Pam, Hermit Pond Farm. Next up, 4-H Spitters Club. As they gather together, before we bring them in, let's hear some excitement for this amazing and talented group of young agricultural ambassadors. These 4-H youth, ages 6 to 17, enjoying spending time with Camelot partners and goats, proudly represent the future of farming and fiber arts. All right, so a little fun here. 4-H Spitters Club is a lively crew of Camelots and goats, and their human partners who bravely take on showmanship, fiber education, and the occasional llama drama moment. Until ignited by fleece, responsibility, and a shared love of treats, 4-Hers have mastered leadership, farm skills, and the art of dodging a spit with lightning reflexes. Their animal teammates are known for fabulous hair, strong opinions, and absolutely no interest in following directions. From the show ring to public demos, the 4-H Spitters Club proves that when kids and Camelots and goats team up, anything can happen. And very apparent to us, we are from Cloverbrook Farm, where we have about 97 fiber animals. Cloverbrook Farm is a family-owned 100% solar-powered fiber farm in Hyde Park, home to a charming crew of alpacas and llamas, Shetland sheep and Pygora goats, specialize in agritourism, fiber arts, education, and youth development, 4-H. Our farm shears and collects 165 fleeces a year, turns them into beautiful yarns and goods. Visitors come for fiber, but stay for the llama alpaca hikes, donkey walks, and lots of goat mischief. Proud exhibitors in Barn 27, Camelos and Cashmere crew, Cloverbrook Farm believes good wool and good humor go hand in hand. All right, a nice warm round of applause for all of these farmers here. And without further ado, as we are setting up the jumps, give us just a second. All right, as Kate sets up the jumps, I am looking for 2 volunteers that are willing to come and help us out. Children, I'm sorry. Children. I'll take, come on down, come on over. I promise you I will return them in one piece. And once they come through, we're going to close the gate. We're going to introduce these lovely ladies here who are very anxious, or very, I should say, very energized and willing to help out. Might want to leave that here. Yep. Give that to your mom or your, there you go. Come on through. Come on through. I'm going to shut the gate. All right, so we will explain to them what they're going to do. But more importantly, I want to introduce them. I do not know who they are, but I would like to have your name, what town you're from, or I should say your name, your age, and what town you're from, and what you love most about New York State Sheep and Wool Festival. All right? Ready?
I'm Margaret. I'm 12. I mean 11. I'm 11. And I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio.
Whoa! We love them, Midwesterners. Welcome.
My name is Amelia. And I'm 7. Ottawa.
Ottawa. Whoa, this is really exciting. And before we tell you what you're going to be doing, what is your favorite part of the New York State Sheep and Wool Festival? I'm kind of leading you into this. Hint, hint.
The Leaping Llama.
Perfect answer. Oh my gosh, they are amazing. They are amazing. Okay, so ladies, this way. We're going to have one person standing on this side, one person standing on this side. Now, for the audience, how this works. Every animal, we have the bar basically on the ground, they will step over it. The goal is for them not to knock it over or move it, okay? And so hopefully all these animals will step over the bar on the ground, but I have no promises. Once all the animals are circled through, we then move it up. Do you see the bottom nail right here? So let's just practice. So pick up the pole and move it up to this nail. So that's probably 6 inches. Now, by the time, hopefully, we've circled through the animals, some of them, unfortunately, will knock the bar over. We maybe will get up to, do you see this nail from the top? That's maybe 3 feet, maybe 4 feet. So this is your time you start making your bets, okay? Which one of these, we'll say species, and I will tell you, it's not always obvious, do you think will be the last one standing? So start deciding amongst yourselves. We're going to get everyone in order, and then we'll start off in just a moment. So in the meantime, ladies, you can take the bar, you can move it back down to the ground. Alrighty, I hope you've made your bet. You've talked amongst your friends here, and you have maybe wagered a skein of yarn, you know, maybe a bumper roving, you know, whatever. But here we go, starting off with Sister Mary. Let's see. Amazing! Amazing! So you guys can just keep walking over. Yep, there we go. Keep your eye on the girl with the blonde hair. She has amazing goats. And they jump over everything. Woo-hoo! Walk with her. Okay, we're moving on to the Pygora goats. Let's see what they have in them. These are our youngest little 4-H'ers in the Spinners Club. Yay! Oh, amazing, amazing. Oh, we have one ready to go. Off we go. Look at that, let's see what you got. Amazing. All right, moving on to the alpacas. Woohoo! Yep. You can walk, you can get a running start. We like to tag team here. We like to share. Excellent. Here's another one. They all have a lot of pep in their step. I love it. I love it. All right, excellent. All right, next up we have llamas. Here we go. A little reluctancy there. Don't rush him. He'll step when he wants to. And we have another llama ready to go. Oh, we like this. Excellent. All right. Last but not least. All right, so before we start off with the goats again, we need to raise the bar. He's all about the show. The show. All right, now, you guys know your cats. Good job. They've raised the bar up to the very first nail, which is about 6 inches. Now, I don't know about this jump, but eventually the participants and handlers are going to have to figure out when it gets to a certain height how to get around it. That will be the challenging part. But right now, they'll step carefully. And if they do need to reach around and kind of stretch the lead over here and get them to go, let me know. I can help, whatever you need. Okay? All right, Sister Mary. Here. I'll be a little wall here for you. You got this. All right. Go. Woo! Excellent. All right. More on with the cashmere goats. Let's see. Oh my. Oh my goodness. All right, ladies, go ahead and put the bar back up. All right, here you go, leap. Let's see, leap. Don't rush them, don't rush. Walk when they want, lovely, lovely. Check out the bar. Say what you expect me to step, oh. checking it out. High expectations here. Okay. This one just wants to be with her friend. Not very difficult, but. Okay, here we go. We're on to alpacas. We've got the running ladies here. Let's see if he'll jump. Come on, Teddy. Oh, Teddy. Okay, on to his partner in crime. We've got Bear. Come on, Bear. You got it. 3 more alpacas. We have Remy. Woo! We have Chewy. Excellent. And we have Mo. Let's go, Mo. Let's go, Mo. Excellent. All right, now we're moving on to the llamas. Here we go with Hal. Let's go, Hal. All right, we've got 3 more llamas on their way. Sydney! Woo! We have Caspian! Excellent! And we have Dayton! Let's go! Woo! All right, unfortunately a few have been eliminated. Sorry, but this is how it works. And we are now down to, let's do a count. We have 3 cashmeres, 2 pygoras, 3 alpacas, and 4 llamas. All right, sister, are you ready? All right, back up. Let's go. Almost. Whoop. All right. Oh, goodness. All right, thank you very much. All right, Ella. Let's see, here we go, here we go. Woo! Okay, let's see Tiny Goat, Tiny Goat, Tiny Goat, Tiny Goat. Come on, Ebenezer, you got this. Very clever, very clever. We still love Tiny Goat. Okay, we are on to the 2 pygora goats. Let's see what they'll do as they slowly approach. Very slowly. You guys can go together also if it makes a difference, but. Okay, waiting for our friend. We have like a little reindeer in the back. She's just ready to jump. Yep, it may be better if you go together. Come this way, come this way. Come on, come on. Let's go. You got this, you got this. If Cinnamon jumps, Sage may jump. Give her a pull, you gotta pull. She's over here giggling. I don't know if you can hear this. All right, I don't think they're gonna go over. Good try, guys. Good try. Good job. All right, here we are down to our 3 alpacas. Let's go, Bear. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, next up, Remy. Let's go, Remy. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on, Remy. Excellent. We have Chewy. Oh, Chewy. Okay. What are we down to? Woo! Sydney. We have Caspian. Whoop. We have, hold on, Danon. All right, let's see if Danon's the second to last llama here. Come on, Danon. Let's go. Here we go. We have Ramona and Remy. Remy, you can do this. You can do this. All right, hold on as we fix the bar. Okay, here we go. Sydney, you got this. Excellent. And we have Danon, who is the casual strutter. He's like, I want to make sure you see everything about Danon first. Let's see if he's a high stepper. He's such a tease, such a tease. All right, did you just see they moved the bar up again? Getting a little tricky now. If they need to come around the stanchion, just head bob me in advance and I'll make sure our little friend here steps back. But if you feel you can clear that, all yours. Okay. Here we go, here we go. Woo. Oh. Excellent. I just want to tell you a quick story here. When these guys, our llamas and alpacas, do this jump, they unfortunately bring this habit home. Which means jumping our fences. So, fortunately, we used to practice, we no longer. And so it's a matter of getting it out of their system and hopefully they won't try to practice this at the farm. So, here we go with Jonathan and Sydney. Not so far. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, last but not least, we have Danon. He's walking slow so you can admire him. Wait, say right here. All right, Danon. All right. One more time. Okay, so let's try it again. Jonathan, Danon, and Ella. Ella. Okay, just one more shot, guys. This was fun, right? You like that? Let's have fun with the kids here. They love this. All right. Let's see where, this is the last lightning round. And we'll see where we come out at the end. Okay, you guys decide who goes first. It doesn't matter. We have a cashmere goat. We have two llamas. The white one is Sydney. The black one is Danon. Let's see who is the last one. Okay, here comes Jonathan. Yep, back up just a little bit. Come on, Sydney. Oh, wait. You can try again. You can try again. Do you want to run again with them? Okay, one more time. Jonathan has very long legs. He can make this jump. That means that llama should too. All right, let's see. Yeah, come back here. Come on, Sydney, you got this. Come on, Jonathan. Remember when we talked about the side-eye llama? That's what he's giving me here. He's like, I'm not doing this. Good job. Thank you, Jonathan and Sydney. All right, here we go with Ella. There we go. Come on, Ella. Come on. Oh!
stage. And thank you, Silas. The best features 4 carefully placed buttons, highlighting his attention to detail and growing confidence in garment construction. Silas's choice of rich, versatile color and constructive design reflects a keen eye for both fashion and function. Silas looks forward to wearing this vest at church and when he is giving his 4-H public presentations. Some of Silas's hobbies include fishing, hunting, riding his ATV, and constructing his toy farm display. Silas is also the proud owner of a small flock of Tunis sheep that he enjoys showing. This is just the beginning of his creative journey in garment making. Round of applause for Silas! Woo! Next on the stage, we have Giovanni. Giovanni is modeling a cozy wool scarf that includes alpaca, knitted using the basket stitch, paired with a matching wool cap. Oh my god. To complete this look, he's wearing upcycled mittens made from felted wool dress, now fleece-lined and perfect for winter adventures. Giovanni decided to join his older sister on stage today. He enjoys Legos and Disney, and while he's not quite sure about sheep yet, we think he's off to a great start. Woo! We are going to introduce our Upcycle division. This year, Make It With Wool National added a brand new Upcycle contest, encouraging creativity in transforming wool, sweaters, and garments or accessories into something new and exciting. Right now, we have here Viviana. Woo! Viviana is modeling an upcycled garment that began its life as a size 2 skirt found in a thrift store. The creator loved its embroidery but couldn't fit into the size 2, so she transformed it into a stylish wrap. Give us a spin. A bit of extra fabric was used, and we love the result. Viviana enjoys reading, musicals, and comics, and she's a proud member of the Arlington Drama Club. Woo!
You're too tall.
Kiss the mic.
Yeah, it'll be fine. All right. Now we're going to start our junior division. Person after me's tall too, so. All right. Welcome Amelia DiLorenzo. 16-year-old Amelia loves to crochet, and she's wearing a stunning wool dress she created herself, embellished with beads she won at last year's national competition. The dress is fully lined and features an invisible zipper. To complete the look, she made a knee-length navy blue gabardine coat accented with embroidery that ties into her dress. She even tackled bound buttonholes and a notched collar. When she's not sewing or crocheting, Amelia runs cross-country and track for her school. Great job, Amelia. All right. Now presenting Hannah Weeble, a 16-year-old returning for her second year in the Make It With Wool contest. This year, Hannah constructed a sophisticated ensemble showcasing her advanced skills and eye for detail. She constructed a stunning peacock blue blazer made from Super 120 merino suiting wool, featuring beautifully tailored pleats in the back that add movement and elegance. Complementing the blazer, Hannah created a pair of cropped dress pants in a refined Donna Karan meteorite gray wool, combining style and precision in every stitch. Her choice of high-quality fabrics and modern silhouettes demonstrates a deep understanding of both construction and design. She plans on wearing this outfit to the FBLA, Youth in Government, and Orange County Dairy Ambassador events. When Hannah is not sewing, she enjoys hunting, playing tennis, showing her Guernsey cows, showing her Border Leicester and Oxford sheep, and reading. We're excited to see where her creativity and skills will take her in the years ahead. Mace Vidershave is from Hyde Park, New York, but a recent transplant to Queens. This year, she made a stunning formal wool jumpsuit. Everyone knows that jumpsuits are notoriously hard to fit, so she took matters into her own hands to create a custom-tailored piece. The jumpsuit features a keyhole back closure,
gathered dewdrop sleeves, and a wide waistband with a hand-beaded organza overpiece. To match the rectangular beads on the yoke, Mace chose a set of square buttons with a groove texture for the cuffs. It even has pockets. Mace plans to wear this jumpsuit for the opening night of Hedda Gabler at Lincoln Center. She works at Parson Mears Costume Company, constructing costumes for shows including Lion King, Moulin Rouge, and the Rockettes. When not sewing for Make It With Wool, Mace enjoys playing video games, reading, and entertaining her cat, Mr. Iceberg. Great job. Natalie St. Rossi, a Virginia native, recently relocated to Queens. She loved her experience so much last year that she came back for more. Her outfit this year is a dashing ensemble with a 1930s swing coat featuring a notched lapel and contrasting fabric-covered buttons. The best part is that her coat is constructed out of a half-circle of fabric, so it has a great twirl. You gonna twirl? The large volume at the end of the sleeves matches the coat's hem, giving it a striking 1930s silhouette. Natalie also made a pair of straight-legged pants from a fun pattern wool. She added darts in the waistline and is excited to add them to her collection of pattern pants. Natalie works at the Juilliard School in the costume shop. She dedicates her coat to her favorite pattern weight, her cat, Mr. Iceberg, and she looks forward to kissing every sheep at the festival on the forehead. Thank you, Natalie.
Back to tall again.
I'm not messing with that. Okay, moving into our adult division. Inspired by fashion designers' use of teals, browns, and oranges, Gabrielle Augustine decided to use those colors for this year's wool outfit. Adapting a Vogue knitting pattern as she knit, Gabrielle created her brioche stitch pattern cardigan with a brown wool yarn paired with a speckled superwash merino that will keep her warm during those chilly office days. She used a prize wool from a previous Make It With Wool contest for the teal ruffled pencil skirt and dug into her mother's stash for the complimentary tangerine wool jersey for her shirt. Along with being a curator at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown, Gabrielle teaches knitting classes at her local yarn shop, publishes her own knitwear patterns, and spoils her 3 cats and 1 husky. Another newer contest in the Make It With Wool genre is the sweater contest, open to anyone who loves creating sweaters. We hope to see even more New York entries in future years. This is brand new as of last year. Now we're moving into our Made With Others. Make It With Wool contestant Gabrielle Augustine, who you just saw, knit this ephemeris shawl in wool and alpaca yarn as a part of a knit-along with her mom, so they could be twinsies at the Maryland Sheep and Wool Festival this past May. Although he was worried about stealing the show, her boyfriend kindly agreed to model the shawl today. Although Adam has learned to knit, and in the past few years he's completed a scarf, fingerless gloves, and a hat, he thinks it unlikely that he'll ever knit a shawl. When not Madeline knitwear, Adam enjoys outdoorsy activities, including taking their husky on hikes and mowing the lawn. We have one more new contest. This is the Producer to Crafter contest. This exciting new national division aims to connect wool producers directly with the makers who use their fiber. Okay, I don't care. Cosette Viershave is our next model. Cosette has her feet firmly on both sides of this. She's a producer and a crafter. She's modeling a Disney-themed poncho accented with wool from her own Corriedale sheep. A big fan of Log Dawn yarn, Cosette was inspired by their Disneyland Frontierland color conduction. 10 shades inspired by the Jungle Cruise, the Tiki Room, and Dole Whip. Between each row of colors, she used sport weight yarn spun from her own flock. The result? A poncho that's both playful and meaningful.
up next. We're very organized. As soon as our models get out of the audience, we'll be ready to go. Chris Shave is wearing a shirt in 75% wool and 25% silk, a delightful combination that his wife makes him as a thank you for every year for being the jack of all trades on Patrick Pasture's Cordale Sheep Farm. He does all the dirty work while she gets to have the fun. He likes this pattern and he got to pick out the fabric this year. He picked a flannel that his wife had gotten as a gift from Italy. But as with every project, this one had its challenges, and with this, it was just barely having enough fabric. We love the fall colors and think that despite the creative piecing, it looks great. Mr. Shave, as he is known to his bevy of third graders, likes to promote agricultural, whether through ag and literacy.
We are Backyard Green Films, bringing stories to the public that educate and inspire. We love to find new ways to bring attention to the connections between all things in this amazing universe. Because diversity is the spice of life. And it's our differences that make us stronger. In people, music, agriculture, and history, it gives our lives depth and meaning.
In a sense, it's like having an artist with a palette of colors. You want all those colors available to you on your palette to paint a picture.
An epizootic goes through, and the fact that all the Holsteins come from 12 original animals, that it'll wipe out the Holstein.
It's calculated that we have 9 billion chickens a year in the earth that are killed every year to feed us.
The characters are much more defined than the improved breeds. They've bred out of them all the character to put them into a box stall or into a cage or into a farrowing crate.
But today, a chicken has white feathers. It stands around. A turkey is white feathered. It stands around and waits for the day that it's slaughtered.
Regardless of the fact that you're either eating these animals or you're a vegetarian, biodiversity is important to everybody.
Keeping that biodiversity amongst breeds that might be the salvation for some of these breeds is absolutely critical. Lose that, and you lose the one key tool to keeping everything going.
I think it's important, unique breeds of animals, all different kinds of animals. It's important to save them, because if you lose that genetics, you have lost it.
much for singing. Will you come back next year and sing with us? Yes. That's good. Okay, now the big sheep are going to come through, so you can have a seat and watch. Sen, where are you going, Sen? She stays here. You want to help Aunt JJ with our sheep? Okay, so we don't have jumping sheep. They may do it, but they're not supposed to. Some will throw themselves around like you're torturing them as we walk them in. But it looks like we've got a good crowd here of walkers. My sheep took my friend for a walk yesterday, but she's behaving today. So the first sheep we have coming in is a North American Wensleydale. Her name is Mocha, and she is about 4 years old. The North American Wensleydale originates from the British Wensleydale sheep. They are about 250 pounds max for females, up to 350 for a ram. I'd say she's in the 2 and a quarter range, guessing. The Wensleydale grows anywhere from 10 to 14 inches in a year, hence they're in the long wool family. And you can turn her that way again. Look at her. Now she's perfect. Today she was, yesterday she wasn't. So she is considered black, even though she's got really unusual coloring at the moment. Her babies would jump up and down on her, so they made her go bald, where you see that dark patch, and then it just grew in funny. So she's, the perfect gradient to our ombre sheep of the day. So she's brand new to me, so we're learning her. I'm guessing she was shorn a month or two ago, late spring, and we've had a drought in Pennsylvania. It's been a little challenging, and she is hopefully bred and will give us some babies. They are considered rare in the world. They were not recognized in this country as a rare breed sheep because they didn't start here. So the North American Wensleydale. Who's next? The sun is in your faces. Who's coming in? Corriedale. No, that's the problem. I'm sorry, this is always chaos for a minute because the sheep do not come in alphabetical order. So the Corriedale is being brought in by Patchwork Pastures, who are from the area, and they also helped to make this show happen, so thank them profusely. The Corriedale originated almost simultaneously in New Zealand and Australia. They are the oldest crossbred sheep from Lincoln Rams and Merino ewes. They are very popular with a thick staple bulky fleece, which is popular with spinners and can be used for a range of hand-spun garments. Rams are 150 to 200 pounds. Ewes are 140 pounds. The Corriedale have a long lifespan and are hardy and evenly balanced all over the body. Corriedales are docile, easy care mothers with high fertility, and they adapt well to a wide range of climate conditions. They have a wonderful temperament, as you can see, and they do really well as 4-H projects.
So this is Sheep Incognito. It's all sheep, mostly sheep, and
Kerry Hill. This is the Kerry Hill. We're looking for my paper. Go slow. The Kerry Hill is a newer to this country breed. It originates from Powys on the English-Welsh border, and it derives its name from the village of Kerry. There are records of this distinctive breed dating back to 1809. And look at them, they do have the cutest faces on the planet, and those knee patches, everything's lovely. The Kerry Hill has a distinctive colorization with a white face bearing black markings around the mouth, ears, and eyes. Both rams and ewes are polled, which means they do not have horns. Their wool is white, and their legs are white with the black markings. It's a medium-sized breed with a sturdy build, An average ewe will weigh about 121 to 143 pounds, and the ram is a little bit more. The wool-less face is white with the black around the eyes and mouth. The black wool-less ears are high set on the head. The legs are white, as we said. The fleece is fine and white, averaging about 6 pounds per clip. The ewes milk well and the lambs grow fast. The Kerry Hill in the U.S. are considered a breed-up program, which actually many of the sheep coming through will be part of that. That means they didn't exist here, so we imported semen. Now, sometimes you can import embryos, and so they are, it's called a breed-up, because if you bring the semen in, you cross it, it's 50-50, more semen, 75, and up and up and up. So these are currently 87% or higher. 94%. So as I said, they're relatively new in the country. So the Kerry Hill. Next, we have the Coopworth. Hold on, gotta find my paper. The Coopworth originated in New Zealand, and it is productive and easy care characteristics. Rams are 175 to 275 pounds. This is a baby coming in. So the ewes will go to about 175, but she's small because she's a baby. The Coopworth sheep are a medium-sized, dual purpose. Dual purpose means that they're good for both wool and meat. Not all are dual purpose. Sometimes if the energy is going into growing the wool, the meat won't taste good. And if it's all going into meat, the wool will be crunchy or not very nice. So she is a dual purpose. They are considered a long wool breed with an alert but quiet disposition. The long face is usually clean with a small top knot or bare head and a slightly Roman nose. They stand a bit taller than the New Zealand Romney and exhibit heavier muscling than the Border Leicester. The body is long with a good loin and hind quarter, light forequarter, and a wide pelvis, good for birthing. The fleece with pointed locks and bright luster has a well-defined crimp, averaging 3.5 crimps per inch, and a fiber diameter of 35 to 39 microns. Staple length is about 6 to 8 inches. There are both white and natural colored Coopworths that are accepted for registration. The Coopworth. Yes, Tunis are next, and she's got a flyer. My system is a mess. So the Tunis sheep, these are really, they are born all red. A beautiful. Got it. The modern Tunis sheep originated by combining Middle Eastern fat-tailed sheep imported from Tunisia with local American sheep in around 1799. This makes them among the oldest breeds of livestock developed in America. Judge Richard Peters of Belmont, PA, made rams available and gave away lambs to spread the breed. The breed was nearly depleted due to excessive use of meat during the Civil War. Importer and breeder Colonel M.R. Spagner of Columbia, South Carolina, continued breeding these sheep from 1858 to 1877. The Tunis is medium-sized, very distinctive look. They have a creamy-colored wool that is set off by a solid tan to cinnamon red-colored head and legs. They have a slender head, very expressive eyes, and long pendulous ears. Their expression conveys a calm and docile nature, which is a hallmark of the breed. Medium-sized package is found to be a very productive sheep, very feed efficient, excellent mothers with a high twin rate, and heavy milkers. Tunis lambs are vigorous at birth and are warmed by a double coat of red fibers. The Tunis. CVM, is that you, Jimmy? Yep. We got a friend. This is how my sheep normally behave. We got a runner. The Rommeldale CVM was bred and developed in the U.S. with Rambouillet ewes of U.S. origin and Marsh Romney rams from New Zealand in the early 1900s. They are used for both wool and meat. Their wool is known for its next-to-skin, soft, full range of natural colors in both black and Moritz. Moritz are the various brown shades, and also variegated fleeces. Their fleece grows 3 to 6 inches in length with a micron count of 20 to 25. And when you hear us say micron count, they use a micrometer to measure the thickness of each individual piece of wool. So the softest next to skins tend to be in the 19 to 25 range. And then like our Wensleydales and up can be in the 32 to 38 range. We'll argue with you when you say it's rug wool. It's not rug wool. The micron count is out of 1,000. So it's not really that far off. So they're better for outer garments. These guys, the tunis next to skin soft, yeah, are finer. So they do vary. And I just lost the rest of my paper. Okay, also known for their ease of lambing, excellent mothering, out of season breeding. Oops. Rams are 2 to 250, ewes weigh 140 to 190. They're known for their friendly, easygoing temperaments and good flocking instincts. The CDM. Next is Katie with our South Downs. The South Downs are also originated in England, and Katie is really amazing. If you want to learn a lot, this young lady is a wealth of information. I believe she just won the sheep scholarship. Didn't you just win a big prize? Within the last year. She wins things all the time. It's no biggie for her. But hooray for Kate. The traditional South Downs derived from an ancient stock of sheep found on the chalky south shores of England. They were standardized in the 18th century and popularized in the 19th century and shipped all over the world, arriving in North America in around 1800. They're a renowned dual-purpose breed and bearing quality medium-length wool and the highest quality lamb for the table. The South Downs, there's two. There's a baby doll South Down, but these are more commonly found, your South Down. So what size are they? What's the biggest your rams go to? Couple hundred? You know, she doesn't weigh them, but you can see she moves them like they're 10 pounds. No, so delightful sheep, and Katie can tell you all about them. She wins wherever she goes. And you notice they're slick sheared. Am I saying the right word? Whoops, she lost her glasses. Oh, they can go 300 to 400 pounds, Mom says. They're big. And yeah, they're pretty spectacular. She doesn't want her glasses. She says it's too shady in here. So yes, anything you want to know, Katie can tell you. The South Down. So when I said slick sheared, they're trimmed so you can see the body type for showing in any meat breed. But so even though you can use the wool when showing, they're shown as meat sheep. Okay. So, all right. Who do I see next? You just got to tell me who's coming. Dorpers. Brentano. Dorpers. The Dorper, the white Dorper, originated in South Africa. It was a cross with a Dorset and a Persian. And look at them, listen to their bells. Isn't that heavenly? The Dorper is the same breed, essentially, different color, has black heads. They are early maturing, fast growing. They are market size at 5 to 7 months. And you call these the shedding sheep. So they're shedding sheep. So they have never been sheared. So they naturally shed. So, and they were never on halters until Friday. Friday morning, yeah, they were trained. So market size at 5 to 7 months. They can also breed out of season, which you may want. They are more, gives you more lambs because you can have them in any month. They are great foragers. They get on great with just grass, so you don't have to grain these guys at all. They came off 3 months of poor, drought-ridden pasture, and they still look chubby. So, and they're showing you they've eaten a lot. So Brent ran a flock of sheep in Italy the traditional old-fashioned way for 25 years. And he's also a cheese maker, and the bells are directly from his flock in Italy. They are very friendly, strong flocking instincts, easy management. They are hair sheep, which means they shed, no shearing, and they represent sheep, the sheep in sheep and wool. Next we have the Herdwick. See, Katie gets everything all together for us. The Herdwick, I'm going to tell you first, it was Beatrix Potter's love. So the Herdwick is native to the Lake District in Cumbria in northwest England. They were traced to a Viking history, and as you know, in recent times, it was raised and shown by Mrs. Heelis, who we know as Beatrix Potter, writer of the popular Peter Rabbit books. Additionally, James Rebanks, author of the popular books The Shepherd's Life and Pastoral Song, writes of his Herdwick flock. Breeding in the U.S. began in 2007, so they're also a breed-up program, and 2009, with the first Herdwick genetics introduced via artificial insemination. For many years, it was not possible to bring semen in, so we were closed for quite some time, and it was more recently that additional genetics have been brought into the country with the ease of USDA import requirements, but that changes all the time. The Herdwick is hardy and a sustainable hill breed. They have a long-lived, dual-purpose, primitive breed. They are genetically resistant to disease and parasites, which is spectacular. They're smaller in stature, easier to handle. They have less impact on the environment. They have thick-boned legs with block feet, and they thrive on pasture settings and forage alone. The ewes are polled, which means, again, no horns. They are easily lambed, excellent mothers. The rams can be polled or have spurs or full horns. Lambs are born completely black. During their first summer, their faces and legs turn white. Fleeces continue to get lighter with age. Herdwick fleece is a quadricoat containing 4 separate types of fiber, which make the fleece weather resistant and exceptionally warm. For centuries, this has allowed the sheep to survive winters upwards of 3,000 feet with no shelter. The coarse wool is durable, making it good for things like tweeds, carpets, outerwear, baskets, bags, mat ropes, insulation. It has a mild flavored meat and is known for unique behavior of being hefted. I love this characteristic. They've been known in England to walk as far as 12 miles to go home because their mothers imprint the boundary lines on them. So around the 2000s, when scrapie hit England, they tried to move sheep all over the country so they didn't lose distinct breeds, and it doesn't always work. Are they found elsewhere in England now? But do they? And Europe and Scotland, but the mothers will imprint, so it probably takes some work to get them used to their area. The Herdwick, and that is a baby, so her head turned how many? 5 months, and that baby's head has already started to whiten like that. Next I have, is that you, Kim? Yep, this is Leicester Longwool. The Leicester Longwool is born in Leicestershire in England, and they were developed by Robert Bakewell, who is his 250th birthday this year. He is a pioneer in developing breeds by region in England. and having specific looks per region. So his efforts were all part of local livestock through selective breeding, and his improved Leicester long wool was a hit around the world.
It's all sheep, mostly sheep, and I've been doing this for about 18 years now.
Faulkner was raised as a 4-H project. That's why he's so amazing. We're his 4th owners, but he's a pretty spectacular ambassador of the breed. They are considered a stronger fiber, so they're outstanding for outer garments. So the Leicester long wool. And they've also been, it's important to know that these sheep, along with a Manx Lockton, which doesn't exist in this country, have been dropped by the Rare Breed Survival Trust to the lowest, most critically endangered sheep in the world. I believe the Leicester right now is less than 2,000 worldwide. So knitters, it's important to try Guess Merino and some of the others, the CVM, some of the softer, finer fleeces are spectacular, but find a place for the long wools in your life and these breeds that could go extinct otherwise. So the Leicester long wool. Next is the Teeswater, and I love that these are back to back right now. So my Wensleydale had come in first over there. The Wensleydale was actually created by crossing a Leicester long wool and a Teeswater. So they're related breeds, but you can see that they are distinct breeds and not the same. So the Teeswater sheep are a large polled, no horns, dual-purpose breed from England, known for their fine, long, lustrous, curly fleece, and because they produce lean meat. Physically, they have an off-white or gray head with dark markings around the nose and ears, and a characteristic top knot or fleece hanging over their eyes. They are docile, hardy, and good mothers, with fleeces that are popular with hand spinners for their shine and lack of kemp, which is a stiff underfiber or guard hair, and that's why they're liked for that, and dark fibers. They are large, with rams averaging 250 to 300, ewes 150 to 250. The head, as we said, is off-white, but it can have gray with dark markings around the nose and ears, and fleece, long, fine, curly, a pearl. We refer to the way that the lock flows as a pearl, P-U-R-L, because it's not curly. It's different than that. If you look at the Leicester, they have a wave, and our theme is Ride the Wave. Temperament, docile, intelligent, maternal ability, good mothers, prolific, high lambing rates. They are hardy and good foragers, capable of clearing land. The Teeswater. Next is the Romney. Towards the end, maybe. Hold on. The Romney is another long wool. You gave me your paper, didn't you? No. I have to get it up. Hold on, that's not the one on the phone. Sorry. I was supposed to get this off the phone, and I didn't. Text me what you want. She said make it up. I'm not going to make it up. Okay, the Romney, which was formerly called the Romney Marsh sheep, but is generally referred to by their local farmers as the Kent in Kent, England, which is where they originated. They are a long wool like they are spectacular, aren't they? I saw them in the pen, they're even more beautiful out. So again, in the same family with a lot of the long wools we've talked about. They were recognized in England in 1800. They were exported to other continents, and it's an economically important sheep breed, especially to the sheep meat and wool export trades of New Zealand. So the breed evolved from a medieval long wool, which the Romney and Leicester breed are examples. The first confirmed export from England was a shipment of 20 from Stone, Kent that went to Cornwall and then on to New Zealand in 1853. Then 30 ewes were sent in 1856, establishing the first Romney Marsh stud in 1860. In 1855, 60,000 merinos had been in New Zealand, but the Romney Marsh sheep thrived more quickly and supplanted the merino over most of the country. In 1965, 3/4 of the New Zealand national flock was Romney. In the mid-90s, Romneys comprised 58% of the New Zealand sheep flock, estimated at, in 2000, at 45 million sheep. So the, lamb trade started. I could go on for days here. Let's get a little more here. The description is, it's not the ideal breed for every situation, they say. Intensive sheep management. It's a breed which has all the virtues save one. That's a prolificacy. Is that true? They're prolific. We don't agree. We don't agree with this. So they are resistant to foot rot, which is important, a trait rarely mentioned in other sheep. That's where they get sores in their feet, and their feet, it's not nice. They are a general open-faced breed, long wool that grows over the legs in full. They are not identical across all countries, but have much in common. The head is wide, it's level between ears, no horns or dark hair on the poll, on the head. Eyes are large, bright, and prominent. Nose and hooves are black, and they can be colored or white. Today's Romney varies a bit. The fleece is heavy, but what is your micron count? No? 26 to 30 as a micron count, and remember, I'm pushing you to know other breeds. For knitting, the merino can go 19 to 25, so they're close to some of the merinos. So, United States Department of Agriculture, okay. Ideal for hand spinners. Anything else you want me to tell them? I hit a lot of the good characteristics. The Romney. Woo! Who do we have next? Next is the Gulf Coast, and I do have a photo of that. The Gulf Coast native is a native sheep to America. They are a southern woolly breed, and they do not grow wool on their heads, legs, or bellies. They are hoof rot and parasite resistant. That's a substantial consideration if you want to raise sheep. So I would recommend you talk to a lot of the shepherds about parasites and hoof rot. Parasites are internal worms that can become a problem, but they are both hoof rot and parasite resistant. They're a smaller breed. They only get to be about 100 pounds. Both males and females can have horns. They are able to survive the heat of the south, and they are from our Gulf Coast. They were raised by pioneers, and it's believed that they are descendants of the original merinos that were brought by the Spaniards to the country. The Gulf Coast. Thank you. Yay! How old are they? Are they young, Lauren? 2 and 1, and they are also part of the rare breeds livestock conservation list. Next, we have Shetland. Thank you. Next, we have the Shetland sheep. The Shetlands originated in the Shetland Islands off the coast of Scotland. They are considered a primitive breed. What do you want to say? Okay, we'll do that. We have some, is what she told you. So the Shetland is on the smaller side. Sometimes people will say they're the best breed for beginners, but we had a poor young fella today said that his are all squirrely. Mine have never been squirrely. They come in 11 colors and 33 different patterns. Spinners love them. There's two kind of groups of Shetlands. There's the fine fleece version, and they were specific to an area of the Shetland Islands. These are the more traditional hill Shetlands, which you'll hear some people say they're dual-coated. We'll argue with you. They are diverse in their fleece covering, so on the sheep itself. These are the more traditional hill flock. The fine fleece only grow a couple inches a year, but the rustic or hill Shetland can grow 6-7 inches. The ewes are small at about 100 pounds. The rams about 125. And then the page closed. I think I've told you everything. Because they're primitive, they are considered easy lambers. So compared to my Wensleydales, who we have to watch like a hawk, the Shetlands will have their lambs. The lambs will be on the other side of the pasture running and playing that same morning. They are also, they may not be resistant to the parasites or the foot rot, but they're very hardy. Nobody tried to improve the Shetlands because of their size, so they were left to fend for themselves on the harsh climate of the Shetland Islands. So they're a very hardy and robust creature. The Shetland. Next, we have the Valais Blacknose. We'll have a little sing-along at the end. I think that's what she's hoping to do with the kids, so you'll wait for that. The Valais Blacknose is another sheep relatively new to the country. The sheep originated in Switzerland, and they were imported through semen and then embryos directly from New Zealand, starting in around 2018. The Valais Blacknose sheep are a rare breed originating from the Valais region of Switzerland. They are commonly referred to as the world's cutest sheep, and they are extremely social. They're prized for their looks, their gentle temperament, and their outstanding wool production. The Valais Blacknose have black noses, ears, eyes, eye rims, knees, and ankles. They have helical or spiral-shaped horns that are both typical of ewes and rams. What percentage are these in particular? Okay, so the two in Tammy's hands are 100%, so they came to us by embryo originally and then but they're American bred, so they were started, and dad started as embryos, and now they're 100%. And this little lady is 80%. 87, yeah. Shetland, and she was Shetland crossed with her. So everybody loves them. They're only, who's 5 months old? 5.5 months, all three? Yeah, they're huge. They're very large sheep, so it's important that they're docile. So the Valais Blacknose. Thank you. The chatterboxes of the barn. Last but not least, no, we got a couple more. We have the Gotlands coming in. The Gotland was also established in Sweden. No, the other was Switzerland. The breed was established on the island of Gotland. They have been developed in Sweden since the 1920s through controlled breeding and intensive selection. They produce a true multi-purpose long wool sheep, yielding good flavored, close-grained meat, fur skins, and a soft, silky, lustrous fleece. They came to the U.S. in 2003. They also began as a breed-up program. The rams are about 165 to 190 pounds. The ewes are 155. They come in lovely natural colors of gray and black. They have a sweet personality and easy to handle. The breed offers hand spinners amazing fleeces. Do you know what percentage they are? 98%. The Gotlands. The Cotswold is next. The Cotswold comes, whoop, somebody's not a happy camper there. The Cotswolds come from the Cotswold region of England. They are, look at that. Somebody's performing for you all. She's jealous because the llamas were allowed to leap. And she wants to show that they can leap fences too. And they can jump if they want to. So they came to the United States into New York State in 1832. They are long, lustrous, white wool, and they are also good for meat. The rams are 280 to 300 pounds. The ewes are about 200 pounds. Cotswolds are listed by the Livestock Conservancy as threatened, which means we also want to preserve these beauties. Through the Middle Ages, wool in England made up 50 to 70% of the gross domestic product. Cotswolds was considered the best wool. At that time, there were over 2 million Cotswolds. Presently, here's the sad news, there are only 4,000 to 5,000 in the world. So they produce 10 to 12 inches of fiber per year, which one fleece can weigh up to 19 pounds. Their fiber is primarily used by hand spinners and craft artists. Traditionally, the white wool was used for carpet, tapestries, blankets, and other garments. The British Cotswold Society and the American Cotswold Record Association will only register white Cotswolds. The association, the Cotswold Breeders Association, will allow colored fleece and white Cotswolds. The Cotswold. So all of these breeders have dedicated their weekend to the sheep display barn. They're all there willing to talk to you about the different breeds, let you get up. Oh, the Santa Cruz. Because look, they're carrying in the Santa Cruz. The Santa Cruz, she's going to get my paper. She gave me a paper so I didn't forget this year. Hold on. You want to go walk? This is her friend. Go ahead, you can walk with her. She just had it. We're getting there. Sorry. Hold on. It's a tiny paper because they're tiny sheep. But it's coming. It's in there. And she'll look, is it the most adorable sheep you've ever seen? So they are small. Hold on. She's coming. I have her paper this year. She's going to come and talk to me. This happens to me every year.
It's all good. So this is the Santa Cruz Island sheep. They are a feral breed that originated off the Channel Islands, which is off the coast of Santa Barbara. They are unsure of how long and what breeds make up this breed, but it has its own unique genome. Since they were a feral breed, it was survival of the fittest, and the fittest were the smallest that ate the least. And so they actually have a really amazing ability to be raised only grass-fed if needed. In the winter, we use a very small amount of grain on only the really cold nights. They didn't have a shepherd for several years, so you notice she has a full tail and not a docked tail, but there isn't a lot of wool on it. This summer, it goes completely with what they call a rat tail. It goes completely pink in the spring, and it grows back a little bit of hair every year. And then they get a woolly belly and a woolly face. They're actually, they believe that the breed came from a mixture of Merinos and Romulets and possibly a churro that may have been on the island. And because of that, they have a very fine next-to-skin wool. We have anywhere from 16 to 22 micron count in our fleece. They do not grow a whole lot of fleece, so we often leave them on for 2 years. So they grow anywhere from 3 pounds to 9 pounds a year. So we usually leave it on for 2 years to get a staple length of 6 inches, because the staple length, if you leave it on their first year, is usually only around 3.5. Raising them in New England, we're finding 4 and 5 in a year. So they are starting to get woollier due to the new climate, which is not ideal for conserving a rare, critically endangered breed. They estimate that there's only about 150 to 200 of them left. So if anybody's looking, we have little starter flocks available. They need good stewards and people who want to buy their wool, and they don't make enough meat to really eat their meat. So they're just kind of cute little pets, as everybody saw the way she walked in. And a cute, fun little tidbit is their wool sheep used to sell for the most in San Francisco, the sheep from the island. But over years, where they got deemed as less valuable, that's where the paper fell out. But their wool is actually incredibly unique, and it can stretch to 1/3 taxes when you make it. So we don't even have to seed whenever we make something. You don't have to seed it. It makes great hats because it's stretchy. It's incredible. People love making socks. That's the main thing that people who buy raw fleece from me say is, like, it made the most incredible socks with 100% wool, no blended nylon. So thank you.
So I hope you heard her clearly say there's only 100 to 150 remaining. So they're another very important breed to preserve. And Paula and her family also do something very interesting for military veterans. They will work with them to start a flock. So you'll want to talk to her more about that. So thank you very much for coming. These are all, we appreciate. Our crowd gets bigger every year. We can't thank you enough, because they may not perform, but they're important. So if you would like to stay for a quick little kid sing along, we have some kids who want to stay. And look, my singer left. She was done waiting. Are you done yet? Are you done yet? And we're going for a sheep selfie zone right beside the Hudson Valley Textile Project, so you can get up close to any of these sheep you want and have your photo taken with them. Want to sing?
All sheep, mostly sheep, and I've been doing this for about 18 years now, and they've kind of grown a little bit of a following, so it's a whole flock of followers out there, but they're paintings on canvas for the most part.
And do you use acrylic, oil, a mix of everything?
All of the above.
Yes.
So usually I'll start out with acrylics and then go over with oils, or if I'm in a rush like I was this weekend, I'll just do acrylics, and just because they dry faster. But yeah, and I do some digital paintings too. So this one here is Homecoming. That one's done on my iPad in Procreate. And then I go over with acrylic paint a little bit. So it's like a mix of everything.
Yeah, and I do see in your booth you also have some mixed media.
I do, yeah. I've done a few things that are mixed media just to add that little texture to it and the 3D effect to it. But mainly what I like doing is creating the painting with the sheep and then adding the titles to it that makes it a little better.
Well, that,
so this
yes.
So this one's called Three Sheeps to the Wind.
And then with your sheep, why sheep? How did that start?
Why sheep? So, yeah, people ask me that a lot. Why do you paint sheep? Because, you know, that's kind of a weird subject matter to go with. I used to do just fine art, which was the trees, the landscapes, the abstracts, and all that. And people would buy it to match their couch. But it says nothing, it does nothing. And I needed some depth to it. But also, I didn't want people coming in my booth crying. I wanted them to come in and be happy when they leave. So I started doing sheep, and everybody can relate to sheep, whether you're from Japan or from China or from India or from America or from Canada. Sheep are everywhere, and sheep are life. You know, they used to be the food providers, the shelter providers, and all that. So they do deserve a little bit more of a platform, I think.
Have you ever raised sheep?
I did, actually. I had Tunis sheep and some Cotswold sheep and a wild mix of a weird one. We don't know what she was, but her name was Barbara. So, but yeah, they're my inspiration. They're the best thing about them. They don't have trigger fingers, and they don't use a lot of words. They say bye, and that's about it. But they say a lot with it, and they're actually peaceful creatures. So you can put them in any landscape, and it turns the landscape into a peaceful place and a restful place and a place of just, you know, serenity. So for me, they have like that quality that I love to bring to canvas. And then, of course, the silliness, because they are goofy. They're not known to be bright, so, you know, and also 4-pack roast leg of lamb. So yes, a little bit of everything for them. But yeah, so I love playing with words. That's something I love doing. And the sheep give me that opportunity, because then I can turn everything into a nursery rhyme or take words from a movie or, you know, that kind of thing. So this one here is the Pied Piper. I do a lot of Irish festivals and Celtic festivals and that kind of thing.
And you've got some Highland Coo.
I do have a Highland Coo. Yeah, that's part of my Highland Games thing here. That's the Highland Rendezvous. Just because they go well with the sheep, I think. This one up here is in his hands.
So with your art,
yes,
you're bringing joy.
Thank you. Yes.
You want people to leave your booth carrying a piece of Rhinebeck, or whatever festival you're attending,
right?
And a little bit of whimsy,
right?
And you're inspiring people, to take something and make beauty out of it.
So I hope to bring a little bit of healing to people too. You know, a lot of people are going through stuff that, you know, heavy. It's all heavy to deal with. Like, sometimes you have to take something home with you that will brighten your walls and brighten your life a little bit. And so some of that is this, is where I can add some happiness to people's lives. And I love doing that, because I do get people that come in here, you know, women that have gone through a hard divorce, people that have lost their spouse and that kind of thing. And a lot of times they'll find inspiration and find some healing in here, and I love that part. So that's been really nice. And then, of course, there's just the stupid stuff, like this one up here is called The Silence of the Lambs. So you
have a sense of humor.
I did have 3 children, and at times it was tempting. But yeah, so, and then of course I have my whole knitting community, the fiber community. That's a big part of what I do, is creating pieces specifically for their knitting corners and their craft rooms and that kind of things, because everybody does need something to smile about, you know. So that's kind of why I do what I do, is because the sheep are happy and they make people giggle. So I like that.
You're absolutely a joy to talk to.
Oh,
so
thank you.
One more time, can you let us know how people can find you?
Okay, you can find me on the internet. I've got a website. It's sheep-incognito.com. Easy to find. Or if you look for #sheepincognito, that's me on Threads, on Facebook, on Instagram. I think that's about it. So
okay, so across socials, Sheep Incognito.
Sheep Incognito.
And where are you located?
I'm located in Anderson, South Carolina at this point. So it's you know, we're here 13 hours away from home.
Thank you for taking the joy of the South up here.
Thank you so much. Thanks for stopping in and giving me the opportunity to chat with you.
softer stuff here, and this she's got here on top. This guy. And some of them have better coverage.
Here's his guard hair. And up here, in between all this black, you see this gray. That's the cashmere growing in on the 6-month-old baby.
Yeah, that's a baby.
That's a baby.
This is also a baby. This one is 5 months old, but he is small for his age.
And is that how big did we get?
As big as they get. Yeah. Sometimes the bucks.
The girls are a little bit more demure and smaller. Boys are impressive.
Yeah, they have dramatic coats. Really? Yeah, they can come out and. But the ones we keep are generally very manageable.
Yes. Goats are like naughty puppies. They're very cute, and if they're motivated, they're well behaved. If the cookies are on the other side, they might have an opinion about that. So.
Yeah. And if they get out, they'll eat your blueberry bushes.
Yes.
But we try not to let that happen. But let's see. So the title of this one is...
Good morning, everybody.
You're already talking. We started a little bit. What makes a goat down cashmere? And there are some hard and fast criteria. It absolutely has to have a micron, the diameter of the fiber, of less than 19 microns, which is very fine. Our hair is more like 60 to 75 microns. So that diameter has to be very fine. It has to be uniform. It has to be at least 1.25 inches long, and we aim for longer, because that makes it easier to spin and deal with. We like very much to also have what we call style or print, which means it bends. Definitely not a straight fiber, and it kind of interlocks with itself and captures hair. And we also look for it to be consistent throughout the fleece. And what else? Those are the main things, right? This is Ella. She's a judge, for heaven's sake. She can tell us.
So I'm going to jump right in here because I have a bag of championship fleece, which I would like you all to feel. This is raw fleece, not processed. And it belongs to this goat here. This goat is Grand Champion Best in Show this year at the CGA show. So you can get a sense of how the fiber feels. And this is an astonishing production, part of the reason why she won. And this is the scorecard that the judge did, showing that she had a 15.3 fiber, but then 3-inch length staple, and a 3 perfect curvature. So if you all want to feel that, and you can see what cashmere is like when it's not in the sweater. I also have a fleece here, which
you'll notice as you're feeling it, you see some black pokey hairs. For her, these are these guard hairs, and that at the mill will be separated by a machine. You can do it by hand. It takes about 8 hours to manually dehair scalp neck. So if you're doing it all by hand, it takes a while. Yes. To take from this bag, you see the hairs that are in there to separate those guard hairs from that beautiful fine down cashmere. So the machines are good. If you get a good mill that knows what they're doing, and it happens more rapidly, but it's still a slow process. You can't just take it off the animal and make yarn with it. It needs some work.
So I'll also throw out, this is another fleece that I have that I can show you. This is what, both of these fleeces were entered in the combined CGA Northwest Cashmere Association Fleece Show, which also happened at the same festival that she was in the Live Goat Show. That she won reserve champion in the fleece show. Now the thing about a fleece show is you can send fleeces and not bring the whole animal. When a goat goes to a live show, their bodies are judged as well. This goat won grand champion in the fleece show, which included fleeces from the West Coast, from the southern United States, from the East Coast, all over the country. Sadly, so someone said as I was leaving the barn with Chimweme, oh, she won Grand Champion, she's the goat. And I said, no, actually, this goat is the goat. This fleece is from an 11-year-old goat who has won Grand Champion 4 times, once as a live goat, 3 times as in the fleece show, and Best in Show 3 times. So this goat is the goat. And I will tell you that we look for long-term production in goats, how long they can hold this quality of a fleece. And this goat at 11 was carrying a 14.7 micron, so a full micron smaller than this goat had. We're very proud of her also. So if you want to feel a slightly different fleece. And again, the guard hairs have to be milled out. When in the milling process, the commercial milling process, it actually, you'll lose some fiber to the floor. So you want really the cleanest fleece you can send so you get the maximum benefit from your bag. Jump right in. So, does anybody know what other kinds of fiber-producing animals produce a down fiber? Muskox. So what we often say is that cashmere is the second finest fiber on the planet. And then the question is, what is the finest? It's the muskox, which produce a fiber called quiviate. Another, and I will tell you, this is an interesting thing, the muskox has no relation to bovine at all. They're not in that genus at all. Muskox are actually relatives of goats. And the other odd relative to the goat that has a down fiber that's usable and producible is the yak fiber. And another down fiber that you will see processed as a yarn is bison. So bison is a down fiber that's processed and used in textiles. Anything else? Anyone else think?
What's your question?
Were all the goats originally, were they indigenous to the Mongolian area, the plains there, or did they come in over?
They've been interbred. Some started in Kashmir, in India, and there are many, of course, in Mongolia. The ones in the U.S. are a combination of goats that were imported from Australia in the late 80s and the 90s, and they were interbred. Some with Spanish wheat goats. Many goats can produce down. In fact, most goats, except for Angora goats, which are entirely different. They produce a very different kind of fiber. They have some down underneath, but often it's not long enough to be commercially viable. The Spanish wheat goats had a good quantity of fiber, so we interbred with those. Also gave us a good body. That goat, by the way, got a good body as well as those in Kashmir. Looking for a good body. So ours are the result of those breedings.
The first down animal that was used for production in the United States, native to the United States, wasn't sheep, wasn't goats, was actually dog. Native Americans kept herds of dogs because if anyone ever has a fluffy dog that sheds that spring coat, it's the same thing, and that's what they used to use before the Spanish said, no, we like our sheep and brought sheep. But that was the first fiber in the United States that had down. That was being farmed for its fiber. Yeah. Women would keep 40 to 50 dogs. And I gotta imagine if you like puppies, that must have been fun in spring.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah. The goats are wonderful because they'll thrive on places where sheep won't, and where you don't want to put a cow, and where other animals won't. So we use ours with any invasive bushes and thorns and brambles, and the goats eat that, which gets rid of the invasive plants that we have, and it just goes into their fiber. So it's a win for the soil, a win for the invasives and keeping native species healthy, and a win for their production.
In California, they use herds of goats to clear
brush.
Oh, yes.
For wildlife.
Yeah. And they're all over the country. Really, we've got cashmere farmers in every state, and they can thrive in arid, warm climates. There are many in Texas. In fact, we did a study decades ago to see if the fiber would be more, if the production would be higher in a colder climate versus a place like Texas, and it wasn't. Yeah, they can thrive and produce cashmere all over in all different climates in the U.S. Oh, and other places too, of course. Yes. Oh yes. You can shear a cashmere goat, and when I started many decades ago, most of us did shear. Obviously, you get all the guard hair then, and so if you're mailing it off to a mill, you're spending more, and it's more work for the mills. The mills actually, we use now, prefer a comb fleece. So almost all of us comb the goats. We wait until they're shedding, which for my goats can be anywhere from the beginning of February to the very end of April, even into May occasionally. I'm a couple hours west of here. And so I wait to see. Sometimes you see cashmere collecting on the tips of the horns or they're scratching. And as soon as we see them starting to shed, we comb it out. There are various kinds of combs, usually designed for dogs, that we use, and you comb it out just as an undercoat. If you read anything on the internet about how it's cruel to comb cashmere goats, that's absolute nonsense. If we didn't comb it out, they would shed it out on the fence posts anyway.
Or it would mat on their bodies and become a problem.
Yeah, I bought a goat once who had been mistreated and not combed at all. This was the late May, and it was absolutely ugly. This place that was all stuck together. Scissors, and we got it off. But so it's a relatively easy process for us and for the goats. I do it in like 20-30-minute sessions, maybe 3 times for a goat, and they will produce. Well, you saw the sister's bag. That's a good production.
That's huge.
Bag to bursting like that. Anyway, this one, sandwich bag.
So there has been a breeding initiative in Australia and also in the United States. So though I have seen San Clemente goat pictures of big bucks that had long guard hair, and that's really standard in the world because it's an undercoat, not an overcoat. But there has been a breeding initiative to produce these teddy bear goats where the guard hair is really short and the cashmere is really long. So that's what you have here. It's not an undercoat. The cashmere, the sweater's being worn on top of the leather jacket. Okay, it makes a lot of sense. But if you are producing 150 animals, it's way more economical to shear and not comb. And we do and those are the farms that are producing, like Clean Cashmere has a couple of those farms. So they bred, and especially Australia is on the cusp of this, bred specifically for a white, long cashmere, high production goat. The problem is if you're raising your goats in brush in around burdock, or any of those things, I'd much rather comb burdock off of a long guard hair than I would have it embedded in my cashmere. One year at Rhinebeck, I left my herd out in the field. There wasn't quite enough grass there, and 3 times that weekend, the herd, as a herd, jumped the fence and went roving. And my Mother Superior, who is a spinner, on the 3rd pass took them back in the yard and used scissors to cut the burdock out of the fleece. And I'm like, you know better, because that meant I had short fleece and long fleece. And every goat that she did that. Well, so this is it. So, Desert Southwest, where, Texas, where a lot of that experimentation with breeding experiment, and in Australia, where they're out in open fields, that's a very sensible plan. But many of us who keep our goats in the woods as browsers, the guard hair has a reason. Peter Goff used to say that a long guard hair like this gets brittle at the tip when it's exposed to sun. So there's pros and cons, but to go back to your original question, this goat is a great shearing goat. A long guard hair goat is she's also problems for combing, but she's much easier to maintain in a wooded environment where they're picking up everything.
Yeah.
The term guard hair means it is guarding the cashmere. So a lot of times with these open goats, we can get them fancy little jackets to protect that, but it's another step and another expense for the farmer. So if you were bringing up 200 goats, that's a lot of winter jackets for your animals. So it's
on the farmer's side, twice they check to make sure that they haven't slept their feet out their back,
or they're wearing it off,
wearing it like an apron. Yes. So the needs of the big commercial producer and the needs of the family farm or the small producer, even when I.
3 minutes. Misbehaving now. She's. I'm putting my butt to the camera. That's it.
Okay, that's fine. You want to Hi, little one.
Back up.
Okay, so we are back up. We're going to do this a little differently because we just got done with the Sheep Reap Parade, which you are the star.
Thank you.
Would you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, I'm Jerry Robinson Lawrence. I'm owner of Flying Fibers with my daughter Irina Matthias, and we own North American Wensleydale sheep, who she's refusing to show her.
She's showing you the best side?
The best side is what you're getting.
Okay.
And I'm the coordinator of the breed education display barn here at Rhinebeck.
Okay, so now we just finished the sheep show where you were talking about the different breeds, and they were in the selfie zone, so we got a crowd here. But I got two here that I really would love for you to be here with.
Yes,
Brent
please.
and Carrie, would you come on over for just a minute, please? Watch the cord. Here we go. Okay. So I don't know if you've met Jerry.
We
So this is
shouted to each other.
Yes, and
Nice
this
to
is
meet
Carrie
you.
and Brent.
Hi. Nice to meet
And
you.
hold up your little.
So we produce Willow Pond Sheep Farm yogurt.
Yep.
This is sheep's milk yogurt. For anybody who doesn't know about sheep milk, you can milk a sheep, of course. I'm sure all your viewers know that. But you can also make the creamiest, most delicious, mild but slightly sweet, high in protein yogurt you can imagine.
They would have known that had they gone to the breed talks yesterday, and Brent Zimmerman was out there giving the meat and dairy talk,
see.
and everybody got a sample. We thank you so much for that.
Oh,
That was
terrific.
lovely.
Terrific. Well, we are the only sheep dairy in the Hudson Valley.
Yes.
So it's an
And
exceptional
one of how
thing.
many in North America?
In North America, we're looking at what, 90 to 100?
About 100 only. In
Well,
two per state.
That's
max.
including that's only United States. If you include Canada, there are many more in Canada. It's more
Really?
common in Canada.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting?
Right. But we milk a breed called East Frisian. So if you tried to milk, is this a female or male or?
This is a female.
Yeah, not much milk would be produced if you milked this breed. But the East Frisian is the primary dairy breed in the U.S. So
The sheep and the restroom sign are not a good combination. But I know they give approximately a half a gallon a day. Is that correct? I know because I've been to the farm.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Oh my goodness,
Yep.
one.
Yep.
That's
and
fantastic.
We also sell in our little farm store this cute little book that.
This is written by a sheep dairy producer in California.
So it's
Oh,
for
really?
kids.
The Californians are represented.
Right.
Okay. So you sell that one as well, right?
Yes, we do. And I just want to thank you, Ilara, for coming to our farm the other day. She observed milking. She and Rick observed milking and took a wonderful video showing us doing what we do best.
Yeah,
So
well, and they were very polite, and I was restrained and cut out in under 4 hours. I thought that she didn't know what kind of self-control that took on my part. But it was a really interesting stop. You have a lovely little farm store.
Thank you.
And it was a very expensive stop because I also came out with a Frisian pelt. Tell me about the
That's
pelt
right.
that you
Yeah.
have.
We have our lamb pelts are tanned naturally in Vermont, and we're in Gardner, New York, so we're very close to Rhinebeck. We're about half an hour from here. But we send our pelts up to Vermont to be naturally tanned with no chemicals.
Yeah, very soft pelt. And one of the reasons that this is important that you have the pelt. Oh, we also talked to Lily Marsh over here. She's at the Battenkill booth.
That's right.
And she does your gorgeous, gorgeous blankets and scarves. Have
So
you seen those?
No, I'll have to
Indigo
get over
dyeing, and it's got a lovely loft to it. So now Jerry has this.
I know.
So
I
she
can't
knows
take
loft.
my eyes off this little one here.
Beautiful.
Really
It's pretty
sweet.
amazing.
Yeah.
So, do you sell online? Can
no,
people?
we don't sell our dairy products outside of New York State, but we
'Cause
do
you-
sell our sheepskins and blankets
out of state.
We can ship.
Okay.
And
But apparently there's a run on this stuff, and you have to be
I
the
was
highest
gonna
bidder
say.
at the farmers
Say,
market.
how do I get it after today because I don't live here?
So tell me when you do milking.
So next year, Rhinebeck Farmers Market. You
Okay.
could go to there and we'll have it for you.
But not after October 18th. We got the last
Oh.
milking of the year.
Oh, fantastic.
Because think about it, with you, they're not in season all year long, and so when you milk, that's it.
So
know,
you
for
don't
after.
keep milking them
Right. Sheep
Right.
only
It's not like-
produce milk naturally about 7 or 8 months.
And then that's it.
And then that's it, yeah.
Okay.
The dairy breeds. The
That's
dairy
fantastic.
breeds.
Yeah. So we have a hard time getting meat and dairy folks to come into the display barn.
This is the
so,
crowbar part.
So yeah. So how do we get people more interested in the dairy and meat side of things? And why won't dairy people? Maybe you'll come to me and bring a sheep and sit here next year. But why don't they want to come out? Is it because you're milking them and you can't take them off the farm? Is it biodiversity? Is it?
Sometimes the dairy breeds get a little stressed when they travel, and so then they won't produce as much milk. They'll start to
Okay.
withhold and
That makes sense.
get a little nervous. So they're very delicate creatures.
And she has seriously relaxed sheep. She just go over there and they scratch, and they just love. I mean, they're like your sheep. You've handled them.
They're very
And she's a
friendly.
very humane mentality to her farming. I guess both of your farms. Is it both of you?
It
All I
is.
saw was you in
It's-
the
I was in
hazmat
the
suit.
creamery the entire time
Yes.
while you were
This is
visiting.
Brent.
so
Brent, my husband, makes
I wasn't
the
able
yogurt.
to break out of our production space. You know, that's kind of a place on the farm that's separate from the rest of the farm.
It
Yeah,
is.
and
Okay.
that's biosecurity and
Yes, that's sanitation. That's a
Yes.
food production facility. So
This man
we
would
operate
know.
very differently inside there.
Yeah, this man would know. Okay, give me your little bio. Come on, your
My bio.
Give me your CV, because this man went to the Culinary Institute, I believe, taught. Did you not? No, am I wrong?
No, I did.
he's downplaying this. That's
Yes,
pretty
I see that's the
spectacular.
case.
But I mean, I spent some time in Europe, in Austria and Belgium, in cheese production. I was a cheesemaker in a previous time as well. So I have dairy processing experience, and so we apply that on our farm to make the best yogurt.
So my grandpa's from Belgium, and cheese is so. It's better in areas, particularly like the Hudson Valley. But in many places, we don't do cheese like the Europeans do cheese, do we? Because, I mean, my grandpa would have cheese and wine every day of his life, pretty much. And here, those beautiful, rich European cheeses, they just don't seem to be as common unless you go to Adams and hit the cheese counter, right?
True,
You
true.
guys are Adams too, aren't you?
Our yogurt is at
Adams
Adams.
carries our yogurt.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Yeah, well, the cheeses, we decided to make yogurt because we wanted to make a product that a customer could appreciate every week at the farmer's market and buy every week. A lot of those fine cheeses are rather expensive, and especially when you look at sheep's milk and the production volume of sheep, they're even more expensive. We wanted to make something that was accessible for the people in our region. So yogurt is an affordable, delicious, nutritious product.
And it's also more, it's my understanding anyway, that I don't know if this is a small ruminant thing or what, but it's tolerated more easily by some people than other cow milk.
We have many customers who don't tolerate cow's milk, but can enjoy our products, our bottled milk, our yogurt, and they do just fine with that. Yeah.
Well, I hope, I know you guys have a time crunch here, you don't get to leave yet, but I hope that this particular moment leaves you with a little bit of a, hey, maybe we'll introduce dairy, because Rhinebeck
Well,
is
I've been trying, and now you explained why. If you need them in milk production mode,
Right.
it's
hard to get
not
them here.
feasible to
And-
take them out now.
And they're also they start to be bred around this weekend, so everything's happening.
But perhaps you'll want to be part of our meat and dairy workshop
We
next
could
year,
be part of our workshop.
which
Where
is
this
open
year
to
you just weren't here
everyone.
for it, right?
I heard
Yeah.
samples of our yogurt were given out.
Yes.
We're very popular.
Yes, and we're grateful
Lovely.
for that. We
Yes,
really
we are.
appreciate
Well,
that.
contact us about the
please
workshop.
contact us.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. We'll do it 9:30 on Saturday morning. A year from now, the third weekend
I
in
got that
October.
recorded
All right.
if you need
We
that
do.
for documentation.
Yes.
I'm going to
Thank you
give this
both.
back to
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Yes, because
Thank
I've
you
got a
so
little one
much.
at home
Thanks.
that across the street that was going to
Yes.
love this.
Good.
Thank you both so much, and I
Good
can't
to
thank
Thank
you
you. It
enough
was
for
nice
coming
to
out.
meet you.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Have a nice rest of the day.
Thanks so much.
Say
Beautiful.
goodbye.
You're very beautiful.
Say yesterday she dragged my friend down the pavement.
But you know, it's a sheep, right?
It's a sheep. It's a sheep. She
Okay.
didn't like the way the halter was on her yesterday. It was on too close to her eyes, and it bothered her.
Yep, yep.
And so
Yeah.
she took my friend for a walk.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
It's okay.
So
All is
aren't-
good.
Weren't they lovely?
They are absolutely delightful.
Yes, and then even without the food product
Even
in
without
there,
the
too,
food
yes.
product, and very important, the sheep. We are sheep and wool, but sheep and wool. So the sheep are a critical component of this festival. So we don't want people to think that all we have is wool sheep.
Or sheep, period, because you got camelids over there
We
that
have
sort of get
camelids,
lost,
we
right?
have
And you
rabbits,
have the mohair contingent
the
out in the back.
goats. Yes. So
Yes.
it's more than just sheep's wool.
Yes.
It's the whole sheep.
Now you would know this because you're the one that's kind of runs the breed barns, right?
I organize the breed display barn.
Guys,
So
like,
not
is that
the
like herding
show barn.
chickens and not sheep? No.
No, because everybody who comes to the breed display barn is there as a labor of love.
Okay.
They are there because they're passionate about their sheep and they want to educate the public. So it's a labor of love and passion in that barn.
Yeah.
We don't necessarily show our sheep. I have never shown mine. I don't even know how to do that. So
It's a very different group.
It's
Now-
a different group, and most of the judges at sheep shows are looking at meat sheep. So they don't know what to do. Like, we need to show ours in full fleece. So we're not going to slick shear them and give them a fancy haircut because we need the wool. So judges will look at them and not see their body, and so they end up last in any kind of sheep show.
She knows it got chapstick in my pocket,
Oh,
so
what are
she's
you
kind of
trying
looking.
to find?
So
Or
yeah,
she's trying to hide her head.
yeah, this is a difficult thing though for animals sometimes, and so it takes a certain group. You can't just like bring any sheep.
Oh,
Because,
no.
And you're exposing them to the general public. So let's face
Right.
it, you never know what's gonna. What's
Yeah.
going to come in? You have to do vet checks, right?
We have to do vet checks. The vet comes out and makes sure that they don't have any diseases that can be shared with their other friends. So we do, in the barn, you'll notice it's sheep display, sheep display. We don't put them nose to nose on purpose, but then we're out here for the selfie zone.
Yep.
And even if people, like one disease is sore mouth, is like cold sores. So everybody's petting this one, they go to the next one and pet it, the next one.
Yep.
So it is a labor of love. It's a little risky to bring them out, and we bring out our most docile animals. So you shouldn't be fooled into thinking that all of them are going to be like your pet dog. But some are just going to be more special than others.
Now, is it really hard to get a broad representation? Because the whole purpose is for them not to see 50 Corriedales or 50
Yeah.
Wensleydales.
50 Shetlands.
It's one of
or-
everything, right? This is like the little
Yes.
trip around the world in here, right?
A tiny glimpse of the world,
Yes.
because there are hundreds of breeds of sheep in the world. So, and I only have one meat sheep in there. I have dual purpose, which means they're good for both their wool and their meat, but I only have one true meat breed, the Dorper, in there. And it's been very hard to get any of the meat or dairy breeds in. We now know why it's hard to get dairy in.
Yes, yes. And there are some, it's my understanding, that there are some sheep, well, and goats and cattle, all those things. There has been a change in the production model in this country and maybe other countries over the last century particularly, but there was a push to produce. So
Right.
there's some breeds that were multi-purpose breeds that are now singular. I was using the Milk and Devon example earlier.
Yes.
It used to be a great little hauling ox and it was milk, meat, the whole thing. But then they started saying,
Falling out of
we want,
favor.
yeah, well, in the 50s they said, look, beef, produce beef. So they started breeding differently. And I was talking to a gal about the Tunis. Tunis used to also be a little bit of a dairy sheep. And now it is more, it's the meat side. But you have the show that's impacting the breeding decisions in many of our breeds. So is that
Fashion also
Fashion too.
influences
Yep.
breeds,
Yep.
and who's flavor of the month.
Yes.
Those of us who breed a lot of the rare breeds, they were essentially pushed out of favor because of the merino and because of the soft next to skin quality of it. So in my opinion, every sheep breed has a purpose, and you just need to know what that purpose is. So if you took this wool for next to skin soft, you're going to be irritated.
Yep.
You're not irritated by it, but kind of cranky if you thought I sold it as next to skin. But this is phenomenal for outerwear. So long, hard wearing. See, she said it's
Shetlands
true.
are getting anxious,
The
right?
Shetland. It's a long staple, so it can be anywhere up to 12 to 14 inches in length in a year. So doll makers love it for curly hair.
Yeah, look at these locks.
And then this is going to be an heirloom garment that I'm going to have for 50 or more years.
Yes.
This is going to be a really special, it's a heavy fiber. So, and when I mean that, like I feel my sweater when I put it on. It's just spectacular. It gets a halo to it, and it shines. It's got a luster to it.
It's just absolutely lovely. Okay, so now I know we got a big
Got a
batch
big
of
crowd.
sheep. At some point, I'm going to want you back here really quickly if I can, because I do want to talk about the economic realities. I know there are a lot of things that make sheep, wool, buttons, you name it, everything expensive, and I do want to talk with you about that. I'll get the rest of the crowd in.
Great.
I do want to also ask, though, I know that there are differences of opinion in many things in the
fleece.
world. Shetland is a good example. I think there can be all kinds of animals and breeds. Everybody has a different opinion. There's nothing necessarily right and wrong as long as you treat them well. Give me an example how there's different
There's
differences
two
of
groups
opinion.
in the Shetlands.
Okay.
There's those. So the Shetlands can either be very fine fleeced, or they can be the hill Shetlands, hillbred Shetlands. They have a more diverse fleece overall. Some people will call it dual coated with a soft undercoat, and I wouldn't call it a guard hair though. I actually. So here's where you said people have difference of opinions. I prefer, and we have Shetlands as well, I prefer the hill breed because of the staple length. Remember, I'm coming from long wools.
Yep.
So I like a 6, 7, 8 inch staple length, and I like the diversity of the fleece.
They come in all
11 colors,
crazy colors,
and 33 different patterns.
Yes.
Now, the fine fleece, and I'm going to get it wrong, and if you're fine fleece people, I apologize. I think it's called the 1927 or 37.
Yeah, 27, I think.
27 is
I
what
think
I
so.
think. And it's a finer fleece that can be worn next to skin. So we don't want to breed one in favor over the other. We want to keep both alive.
Keep both.
So
Why not? You can have
need to
everything,
keep-
can't you?
Yes, you can
I
have
think
it
it's
all.
great.
So yay to the fine fleece Shetland folks, and yay to the hill breed Shetland
Why
folks.
not, right?
You know, they all bring a different characteristic, and they're important for different reasons.
I agree. Okay,
Yep.
so now you have how many different breeds?
Sheep are like potato chips.
I
You
know.
can't have one.
I know.
I started with the North American Wensleydale.
Okay.
I fell in love with a cardigan.
Yep.
And all these years later,
Okay, and
I
you
have them.
You have
And we have
Shetlands?
Shetlands, and we have more Shetlands than anything because we have a small property, and I have Leicester Long,
And you have
which
Leicester's
are
big
actually
year
my
for them.
daughters.
Yep.
Big year.
Yep.
250th birthday
Yep.
of Robert Bakewell.
Robert Bakewell, I know that one. Stop by his little property there. Okay, I know we've got a line here, and this
We've
is
got a line.
absolutely delightful.
Thank you.
I will get you.
Always
I just
wonderful.
have to say,
We
I
have to
do
thank.
the push.
Can I thank Backyard Green Films?
Yeah,
Can I do
yeah.
that
Well,
publicly?
you got. Okay, sure.
Because
Thank you.
they have brought, they bring this live stream to you for folks all over the world who don't get an opportunity to enjoy this weekend.
We got somebody
And
last
they-
year from Australia. They had the
Yes.
nicest comments. It was just, as you know,
amazing.
in farming and in peripheral things, there's not always, sometimes the touchy-feely warm thing is kind of where you end up at the end of the day. That's what you get out of it. And people have been really lovely. So
well,
on that
we
note,
are eternally grateful.
thank you.
Yes.
And on that note, I'm going
Rick
to
Alara
say,
and the crew.
and the 12 this year. Yeah.
12.
Yes. But I am going to say thank you because you make that breed barn run.
Thank you.
They need volunteers. Do you need volunteers in the breed barn as well?
We need volunteers everywhere. The breed and
Okay, you're in
This
demand
is her
here.
sheep.
You did
and she's
great
had
at the
enough.
song. Okay.
Say thank you.
Back you both go.
Okay.
Cherry, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Watch out, we're gonna. That's okay. Okay, who's next? Up to you guys. Do you need to get them back? Okay, they're gonna panic in a minute. Can you give me 5? Okay, perfect. Tell her they're sitting there. Bring stuff? Come on in. Okay, I got the Shetlands coming in. Okay, so Judy, I got Judy coming up. While you do this, I'm just going to talk. You have the Shetlands, and we have determined these are the, do we know if it's the 1927 or the long wool? Do we know? I do not. I think. Okay. Okay, let's come on over here.
This is that's a contentious thing.
I'll just
Okay.
leave it there.
Let's
No, I'm
leave
all
it
for
there,
everybody
yeah.
there. Okay.
But these guys have a traditional coat.
Yep.
Okay. And so the fleece up here is a little bit shorter, and then in the middle it's a little bit longer. And
Okay.
and this is like the best part. And then when you get down to the breech area, there's it's a little bit breechier, and of course I have my master's study inside.
I was just going to let you kind of promote that while you would know one way or the other. Actually,
Yep.
introduce yourself, please.
Hi, I'm Judy Lehrhout. My flock was 426 North American Shetland sheep, and I had them for 23 years. They are now living with a friend of mine, and I get to come and play at Rhinebeck and with my other friends with Shetlands.
Yes. Okay, so
great.
now you can jump in because I can ask you this question. So you would actually know this. You are a master spinner. You said master reader, master. I have spoken to somebody. Master spinner. Do you have you had a beautiful display that we met you here 2, 3, 4, 5. How many years ago now? I don't know.
I've been here forever.
Are you Molly?
Hi, I'm Molly.
Okay, Molly, are you a helper? Are you?
I have
dragged
a
in?
flock of sheep, and
Okay.
I'm also with Wing and a Prayer Farm.
Oh, you are with me. So you're with Tammy. Tammy White.
Yes.
Okay, lovely. So you know Shetlands too. I know these guys are antsy because they get petted all the time.
Yes,
can
and
you,
they're
can you
only
make the tail
5
wag?
months old.
Can you make the tail wag?
We can try.
Okay, so this is the
little
thing.
scratch.
They're kind of at the end of their attention thing because these are the ones that
Maybe
everybody
under-
wants to pet.
Yes.
They
right?
like to be
They're
petted
very
under their
lovable.
chin or on their breastbone, and we can up there.
And they wag their
They
tail
got that
sometimes.
little tail wag.
Yes.
See if you can get one here.
Well, they've been petted all the time. So
They
it's not
have.
just this. May I touch? Please?
Yes.
It's not this. It's just glorious. Man, I have to go. Can
we-
you see that? I'm like all the way into the knuckle there on this sheep.
Look at this.
Look at that.
Okay. So, and you can look at the change of color
It's
with a
just
little bit of the sunburn.
lovely.
And then this lovely wave and crimp in her side.
It's just lovely. And so on top of that, they're also very friendly. And if I'm not mistaken, these are kind of like a Viking drop-off, right? You pull over, you want something on the way out to the next McDonald's, right?
Right, only it was on its way to Iceland.
Yes, they're on the way to Iceland. This is something that'll fit in a boat.
Yep.
Right?
A whole bunch of them.
Right? They'll fit in a boat. You can drop them off, and they are pretty sturdy, and they can live on very little. Is that right?
Yes,
That
they're
is
very
correct.
hardy sheep.
Okay,
Yeah.
so way up north of Scotland, right?
And right in the Shetland Islands,
Yeah, right in the Shetland
between
Islands.
Scotland and Norway.
Now, this is a hot breed this year, right?
I know, they are.
we
They've been
know why?
featured.
They've been featured, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that great?
They're also very parasite resistant.
Yes, yes.
And their feet and hoofs don't have as many problems, so they're an easier sheep to start out with.
Yes.
in the flock.
Okay, you do realize I got a bunch after this, so
Yes,
I,
you do.
I,
No,
I don't want you
you're
to brag
okay.
too much because you might hurt somebody's feelings, right?
We don't want to do that,
But they
bud.
do have excellent characteristics for a starter shepherd, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And they're wonderful
And they're
mothers.
cute.
And
So,
they're cute.
You could charge for the petting, you know, and you probably like pay for your gas here and back. I bet. Okay, so thank you.
Great idea.
I think so. It's lovely. If
Thanks
people
so
want to find
much.
you, I know it's Wing and a Prayer Farm
And White Dog Farm.
and White Dog Farm.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
And if people want to find you,
You can do it. It's still around.
EWE.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And Judy Lehrhout, Master Spinner.
Yes, you are. And how do I find that breed organization?
North American Shetland Sheep Breeders.
Okay, you are fantastic. I'm going to get more time out of you next year because, boy, they are lovely. And you know so much about it, so we're going to do the spinner part next. Okay. Okay, here we go. So we've been working to get all these sheep up here, and all of a sudden the selfie sheep zone goes and everybody's in a line, but that's a reason. But hold on, do you want to stand next to the sheep or away from the sheep?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
We're friends.
Well, first
they might smell me and know I'm part
know
of
you're
their
part of the family. Okay, introduce yourself if you would.
I'm Megan Viedershave, and this is my husband, Chris Shave.
Hi.
Okay, and you have a farm?
We do. It's Patchwork Pastures in Hyde Park, New York, and we raise registered Corriedales.
Okay, so these are Corriedales. Tell me a little bit about the Corriedale.
Corriedales are originally from Australia. They were a breed between Lincoln and Merino, so
Okay.
they have the crimp of the Lincoln, but the fineness of the Merino.
Okay.
They're really popular with hand spinners.
Okay, and they're popular with sweater people too. Tell me about you. Went, that's my sweater. Tell me who you are, please.
My name's Elizabeth Ring, and I live in Hyde Park. And I got this wool from Megan, and her husband from these sheep.
Okay, I'm going to have you
And-
stand here because you're closer to the thing itself from which you came, right?
And so I entered this in this year's Dutchess County Fair,
Oh, you
and I
did?
got an award for
did?
it.
What'd you get?
Yeah. Well, I got 4th place, but I was very proud because it was at the Wool House, and that's a tough category.
That's a tough category.
They're
You
very
better
tough
believe
in
There
there.
was 13 sweaters in that category.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'd say that's something to be proud of.
Yeah, I'm very proud, and I'm very pleased to have the sheep here and be. You
So
do this.
we can even name the sheep. The gray is from Milkshake, and the brown, I believe, is from either Java or Jitter. And then the white came from one of the. Most of the rest of our fleece is white, but we do have some natural colored Corriedales. So.
That's just absolutely beautiful.
So all these colors are natural colors of the sheep.
That I love the
Yeah.
natural. I just love that. May I
There's
touch
nothing-
your sweater?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, so this is a little bit of a. It's got a little kind of a little strong bounce to it. Is that right?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. So it doesn't. It's not on the soft end. It's not like a super soft sweater, but it's
No.
one that you're going to have for 50 years, right? Am I right?
Oh, if I live that long, yeah, I hope so.
but you kind of need that
They've
fisherman
got
sweater
a
feel, right?
nice, like you said, a bounce or like a. Yeah, go right ahead. And you can see like on the inside of her fleece.
Oh boy!
yeah, you see
Look at that.
Yeah.
Okay, now this is
See
a good
that?
example. These guys have been in the barn, they've been outside. These are sheep, right?
These
so,
are sheep.
So somebody might look at that and say, "Oh, that's so dirty."
But
What
this
is your
is
answer to that?
Well, this is all the oils from their body, and it washes out.
It does.
It does.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I
like-
tried to wash something like that out, I would felt.
No. You wash it in hot water, really hot water.
Yeah.
With just a tiny little bit of soap in a bag, and you put it in.
Oh my gosh.
And then you just Corriedales are high lanolin, so.
Wow. I
Yeah.
mean, I got a couple rough hands here. I just have to pet this
The
sheep for a
sheep,
couple
there you
minutes,
go.
and then you're so. Have you felt these sheep? Wow. No, you don't have to if you don't want.
No, I
Isn't that?
I knit with it,
Yeah,
so I
yeah.
feel it when I knit. I can feel the oils in the sheep.
So that's kind of interesting. If you knit with this and it's high lanolin, does it stick? Does the lanolin stay in the fiber even after you wash it?
Well, when that was sent to a mill, so they don't take out all of the lanolin because it helps process
Uh-huh.
it. But like my mom washes our fleeces for us, and she puts it in her sink with super hot water in a bag, and you just let it sit, and the all of the oils and the dirt go off of it, and then she picks them up. She has to wash 2 or 3 times to get everything out, but it ends up having lanolin in the wool as you spin it, and it helps your hands.
So is your next sweater going to be from this breed?
I'm already planning it. She's got a couple new colors, so we're going to be shopping at her house and
Yeah.
picking it out.
That's
And
delightful.
this is exciting for me because I got actually to be with the sheep that it came
Isn't
from.
that lovely? So we're doing,
Yeah.
they have the Hudson Valley Textile Project here that does a little bit of a connection between the local farmer, producer, and the person crafter that makes the sweater. And they're going to have
Yeah.
a contest for next year. So we want to see either
Next
this or something
year.
like this because I say contest. They're not a contest, they're going to announce it. Probably going to be like one of those big sweater on the hill kind of moments.
Yeah.
But it's a really lovely thing because it says
Yeah.
there's a story behind this and I met the sheep, right?
And
Yes.
I know where
Yeah.
it came from.
Yes,
which
I
is
know where it came
having
from.
a connection
Yes.
to agriculture is the best thing that can happen.
I agree. Now you
Right.
do Make It With Wool too. You're
I
the
do Make It
director
With-
for New York State.
Yes.
Yes.
And we would love to see sweaters, specifically Rhinebeck sweaters, coming so that people can see and be inspired.
Yeah.
That's the big thing with Make It With Wool, is to inspire people.
Yeah, just this last year we had a sweater contest at RE Synergy. They helped to sponsor all that we do. We work with the foundation in San Diego.
Yeah, New York got 3rd place in that sweater
Did
contest.
they really?
They did.
So but there's money at stake with
There
it,
is,
right?
yes.
Okay,
They
is there an
have-
age limit on that?
No, anybody, you can enter yours.
This right here is perfect. There's a producer
I had
to
no idea.
crafter
Crafter
contest
too.
too.
That's what I was thinking about talking
Yeah.
to her
Yeah.
about on the way back.
Okay,
Oh,
so
okay.
I'll let you do your thing. Make your connections. Get your fiber where you can.
It's
Meet
so
your sheep.
Nice.
That's
Yes.
right.
So nice.
Yes. Thank you all
Lovely
so much.
people.
Anything you
Thank
want to
you.
add to that particular thing?
Oh, it's lovely. I think all these people need to make sure that they're signing up for Make It With Wool. They walk
look,
around here and they
Make It
show
With
off
Wool.
all the things they've made, but they don't come to Make It With Wool. Come to Make It With Wool. Be part of it.
I agree, and it's a nonprofit organization. It's done a lot of good. It's in 50 states, and if it's not individually within the state, it's part of an at-large contest.
Yep.
That's
that you
right.
can go in.
Yeah.
And they
Yeah.
got multiple different kinds of contests, a little fashion-oriented things too, and so it's not just crafting, sewing garments, but now it's sweaters a little bit too, and crocheting.
I think the other thing that's important is small producers are becoming really crucial to to natural fibers, and we're trying to be part of that. It's produced in New York State. It's produced in one of the other nearby states. People are using it. That's what I want. I don't want my fleece just sitting in my barn.
Yeah.
I want it into yarn, into felt. Yeah, make stuff.
Okay, so
Excellent.
if people want to find your yarn, your farm, Meet the Sheep, where do they go?
Patchwork Pastures. We have a Facebook page, we have an Instagram page, and we have an Etsy store.
Okay, Make It With Wool, where do they go?
New York State Make It With Wool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Anybody
much.
want to do shout out for? Pattern? Who's your pattern?
It's an Icelandic pattern, and sadly, I had to go get a book. It's hard to find the old books anymore, but those are treasures if you can
Go to
find them.
Merritt. They actually have a whole I think they
Got a book.
Finland thing. Yeah, they have a book.
Yeah.
Merritt Bookstore is great. They're right down there.
All right.
Thank you all
Thank
so
you.
much. I appreciate
Thank
it. Thanks
you.
for hanging around. I wanted
Yeah.
the sheep and the sweater right next to each other.
too.
Okay.
They're my buddies.
We have a reluctant sheep.
I am surprised that we had a sheep at all. So
I
reluctant
told
or
you I was
otherwise.
coming.
I know.
I told you.
We've
Come
been
here,
working
Luke.
on this. You want to come on in? Would you introduce yourself, please?
Jim Powers, Woolly Meadow Farm in Walden, New York.
Okay.
And
What does Woolly Meadow have?
Woolly Meadow has sheep,
Okay. What kind of sheep?
CVM Romaldales.
Okay. Now this is a smaller sheep. Is this a baby?
5 months old.
Okay.
And this is a ewe.
And this is the 50th time this ewe has been here? First, right? No?
This is the first time this sheep has been off the farm.
Yeah, okay.
So has never seen anybody but Luke, my wife Elizabeth, myself, and the kids in the neighborhood.
Elizabeth, you want to come on in? No.
So this little guy, along with Willow, is the other one. She's a 5-month-old ewe as well. They've never left the farm, never been on a halter.
Wow.
So this is an experience.
So how much bigger do these get?
So I would say she's about 60 pounds. They're going to get to be about 170.
170.
Yeah,
so
she's
you got
gonna
a ways to
double.
go.
Yeah, so 5 months they grow pretty quick and they'll start to slow down a little bit. My sheep take a little over a year to get. It's not a year. It's a little over a year to get full grown. So their carcass weight it is dual purpose. The CVM Romaldale, without a doubt.
Okay.
But they're not a. I don't want to say they're not a fast growing carcass, but they're certainly not a meat production carcass because they're growing this beautiful wool.
Okay. So but you could have a nice little dual purpose animal, right? I mean
That's
that's
exactly.
okay,
That's
so,
why we went with them. Yeah.
Yep,
And
yep.
they're the sweetest animals ever. They really are just. They're so cuddly. Look at this. They just. They haven't been off the farm, but they have spent the last 2 days with their noses through the gate,
Yep.
getting petted by every
Yep.
kid and everybody that came by.
Good training for this because you have 30,000 people walking through
I
here,
know.
right? Right. So this is a really important thing though because it's nice for people to be able to meet the sheep from which their wool came.
Yes.
To be able to touch. May I touch? your
Oh,
sweater,
oh
please?
my God,
To be
yeah.
able to touch the sweater. Is this?
This is CVM.
Okay.
My mother-in-law, who's here someplace. I don't
Where's
know
my
where she's-
mother-in-law? Gonna give her a
she's
shout out.
She's the one that made all our products on the table.
Okay.
She's in there.
Oh,
She's in
okay.
there? Okay, maybe we'll
And
get
this is,
her.
but see the stains.
But
This is
the-
my work sweater,
That's-
baby.
Okay, but this is what I want to talk about here. I'm feeling this.
Mhm.
So this is not a super soft, fine, go to wear my lingerie and type
No.
thing. This is going to be the one you can do farm work in and it's going to last.
Correct, but it's next to skin.
It is next
It's-
to skin.
Oh, this is next to skin. So it is truly medium to fine.
Mm-hmm.
I believe, please don't quote me, the micron count is 23 to 25.
Okay, I won't remember that in 5
Yeah,
minutes anyway.
me
so-
neither. So it's medium to fine,
Uh-huh.
but don't forget, these guys came from the Australian Marsh Romney.
That was going to be my other question.
They crossed an Australian Marsh Romney to an American Rambouillet in 1915 and came up with this. So, Romneys in Australia don't look like Romneys in the United States either. They are more of a fine wool. It's not a fluffier wool like we have here, I would say. So these guys really are, even though they call it medium to fine, I'm going to call it fine. Certainly not merino, but it's fine. And it's I'm not a spinner, so I can't. Everybody who buys our raw fleeces and spins them says it's amazing. So I fell in love with these guys for the dual purpose, the temperament. They're-
especially with little ones around. It's
I don't. When the ewes come in from the pastures, which all I have to do is shake the gate or yell, and they're back in. Everybody comes in at night.
Yeah.
A lot of questions this weekend about predators and what we do. We don't have guard animals. I do have a heavy use area that everybody comes back at night.
At night, yeah.
And we grain everyone at night, but they come back at night. And when they come back, these guys are all out. All the kids.
Yeah.
With 40 ewes.
Yeah.
I don't even blink.
Yeah.
They're so sweet.
Yep.
Now the rams, we don't do that. You never turn your back on a
Yep,
ram.
yep.
But just dual purpose, temperament, ease of mothering. 10 years we've been doing this flock. I don't worm. I've never wormed.
So that's a big thing, especially if they came out of Australia. You said, right? Is it Australia?
That's
has a
the-
real problem with barber pole and other
New Zealand.
New Zealand.
Did I say
yeah.
Australia? No, I'm sorry.
No, it's probably me.
I might have said Australia. The New Zealand marsh Romney. If I said Australia, I
No,
apologize.
You probably did. I'm going to go back and play that.
I
tonight.
probably did. New Zealand. That's where the parasite resistance comes from.
Yep.
Decent hooves. I'm not going to say they're fantastic. Some do, have some splitting and whatnot. Foot scald is at a minimum, but when it gets wet, we get a little limpy.
Yep.
But it's better than most.
Yeah.
But the parasite resistance comes from that New Zealand marsh Romney, and the Rambouillet is just throwing a big carcass and good wool.
Yep. Yep.
So-
yeah, it's always interesting to me how they come close and they go apart from their original breed. So
Yeah,
I
yeah.
understand it. All right, so I'm going to ask you to get. They're lining up again. I'm going to ask you to give a good shout out for your farm. Where might people find you?
WoollyMeadowFarm.com,
Okay.
WOOLY. We sell our lamb, we sell our wool products. I have a shearing business, so in the Northeast, anybody that needs shearing in the Northeast,
Fantastic.
845-323-3598. Give us a call.
Fantastic, that's
We do
great.
do alpacas, but we don't tell anybody, so don't tell
You
anybody.
don't do those like fuzzy topiary things, do you?
No. I do actually. But you know how hard it is to leave that puffball on the legs and the head? And I walk away and there's this thing like this over their eyes, and I'm like, I just want to take it off. But I do a few alpacas a year, but sheep shearing is our passion.
Okay.
Sheep shearing is what we love.
Okay.
Sheep shearing is a big part of our farm and our
Yep.
business.
Yep.
And this guy sheared his first sheep 2 weeks
Did
ago.
you really?
Yep.
Did you do it in under 2 days?
He did it beautifully. We got about 5 blows in on the belly, laid down. 2 of those blows were by himself with the handpiece by himself. I was so proud of him. So we got the next year in the Northeast coming up right here.
Congratulations.
So, yeah, pretty
That's a
proud.
thing. All right. Any other breed organizations or anything you want to shout out?
Just the CVM Ramadale Heritage Breed Organization. Marie's not here. She does the Livestock Conservancy.
Minnick, yeah.
Yeah, I don't have really any information on that. But,
No, yeah, we know them. We
Marie
know them.
Minnick got us started in this breed,
Yep.
and I owe a debt of gratitude to
Yep.
her, and her
Yep.
friendship is amazing to this day.
Smart
And-
gal.
Oh,
Yep. Yep. All right.
So,
Well, thank you
thank
so
you
much.
very
I
much.
appreciate that.
All right, thank you, guys.
Especially with a newbie. You keep cheering.
Yeah.
That's a good skill.
it is. He's gonna go all over the world. Think
I
about it.
think so.
He turns 18. He's got shearing in his back. He knows how to shear. Go
You
to
can
New
go
Zealand,
anywhere.
go to Australia, go to Scotland.
Go to Pacific Northwest.
Go to the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, Salt
Go to
Spring
Ohio
Island.
and Illinois and shear the
Yep.
900-pound monsters.
Okay, who's
Come on.
next? Aaron.
Now you
Right
want to
over
stay
that.
with Aaron?
Okay, Aaron. Hi. Have we just done this? No, that was last year. No, that
It
was
was
the year
last
before.
year already, yeah.
Well, you can really speak to this breed, can you not? So you and I
Yes.
have spoken a lot.
Yes, we have.
Introduce yourself.
I'm Erin Brott from Helder Herdwick Farm, and this is one of our ram lambs, Bjorn, for Bear, and he is a Herdwick.
Okay, now everybody looks at this sheep and says, "Oh, they're so cute. Oh, they're so lovable," and they want to go pet it.
Yes.
But it's my understanding, and correct me when I go. This is a sheep that is from mostly a very small location.
Yes.
In England, so it doesn't get a lot of social activity. Tell me about this sheep.
No, they are grazed on the fells of northwest England in the Lake District, so they're pretty much treated wild, except for the times that they do bring them down to work them for shearing and lambing.
Mm-hmm. But it's a very small area. I think this is another Viking drop-off, rumored to be another
Yes.
Viking. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, so they dropped them off in kind of that, I want to say that sort of as you go around the horn on the top and you come back down. Is
Yeah,
that right?
they're up in that rounded area.
That rounded area in the north of the United Kingdom area, the
Lake
of
District.
England, Lake District. These are well known in the Lake District as the Beatrix Potter sheep.
Yes, they are.
Okay, tell me a little bit about her.
So Beatrix fell in love with the Herdwick. She used to she bred them and showed them. Had several top prizes. She also slowly bought up smaller farms to help preserve the Herdwick, because when land is sold, the sheep that are on it go with it.
Ah, but well, they are very, I want to say, hefting? No, is that
Hefted,
right?
yes.
Yeah, hefted.
Yep, that means that you will lamb in a certain area on the fell, and she teaches her daughters to go there, so they always go back to that same area.
But it makes it super easy. I think they do this in certain areas of the Icelandic countries. They just kind of let them run around all
Yes.
out there together, and then they come back to a certain area and they split them at one time. But management is much easier,
Yeah.
is it not?
Yeah. Yep, there's no fences, and they tend to stay in their native area.
It just makes more sense to me.
Yeah.
It's now, Beatrix didn't talk about the smiley part.
No, she didn't.
These are known as the smiley
The smiley sheep. So I'll try to show his smile, if you will.
Can we see the smile on this one? We're gonna see if we can do it.
Stop.
But they are known as the smiling sheep of Beatrix Potter, and everybody, I'm sure, in the tourist region goes up there and says, "I want to see the smiley sheep."
Yes.
I was one of those 2 years ago, honey. I'm looking at my hubby and they ask, and yeah, this crazy hat in he's got. Anyway, it was I think two years ago we went to the United Kingdom, and it was one of those experiences you want to see a Herdwick. I mean, you know us,
Right.
we see all the breeds in the barn, and I'm going to the UK, which is like sheep capital
Right.
of the, like the origin of the species, right? Kind
Right.
of thing in most people's minds. And this sheep was one that we really, really, really wanted to see. But you're not like going next door to see it or in the midst of London. You're going way the heck
Way
up
north.
there.
Yep.
Yes. And so we went to, I've forgotten what section it was, but there was this little area that we went to that we had a little moment. Could not have been any more Herdwickish if we had tried. We went to have, we went on the visit, we go way up this road, it's like sopping rain. We go there, we park there, we're going through the puddles, we go out to the backside of this little place, and it's a cafeteria in the front, and we said, "Excuse me, where are the Herdwicks? Oh, they're in the back. Would you like to order something?" And so we had some lamb stew,
Yep.
and she said, "Okay, out in the back." And we go in the back, and there's this field, and it's raining like mad. And we're eating lamb stew, and the little robin goes next to us, and you look out, and here's the Herdwicks. They did not want to be around people.
No.
We tried a little
Yep.
later to walk around. They don't want to be around people. They're looking at you very suspiciously. Could not care less about the rain.
No. No, their fiber is actually a quadricoat. It has 4 separate fibers.
Yep.
So there's wool, guard hair, kemp, and a heterotypic fiber, which reacts to the animal's environment. So when it's very warm, like now, this white hair is the heterotypic. They shed it out.
Interesting.
Yes. And so that makes a very cotted fleece that's tight, woven.
What does that mean,
It interweaves, not quite felted, but it closes up. So it sheds the wind, it sheds the water, the snow. They're the first ones to be dry after a rainstorm.
I
The
had read
shepherds
a
over there
story
say.
once about that they were saying that some of these they had Herdwicks that were caught in a blizzard or
Yes.
the equivalent of, and they lived for 3 days by eating each other's wool, and that was it.
Yes.
And no
Yep.
additional water.
That's
none of
happened
that.
more than once. Yep.
Yeah, and so but these are sturdy. They're not going to be. I mean, what is the main purpose? Meat or fiber?
I'd say they're dual purpose. They're a primitive
Yep.
breed, so they're still good for wool and meat together. The wool is more coarse, so that's in the 30s micron count, but it's very durable. So it's excellent for any type of project that's going to take wear. So your outerwear, because it's going to shed the weather, as well as rugs, bags, things that you need to utilize for other purposes with wool. It's great.
So, has it been hard to get these over to your farm? Because you are the Herdwick girl.
From England, it's through semen or embryo. There were a few embryos imported last year to another shepherd.
And you went over there, right?
Yes, a year ago, September, we went over and I handpicked 2 rams and 5 ewes. There's a couple more ewes coming in for future. Hopefully this year we will get them in. They're supposed to go into quarantine in the next week or so.
That's a tough thing to get an animal over here.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
and that's a good thing. That brings me to the point that I have also heard about Herdwick, that they are really kind of endangered in a way, even without being endangered, because they're such a concentrated
So
location.
geographically isolated, yeah.
Yes.
So they have been ever since the outbreak in 2001 of hoof and mouth over
Okay.
there, or foot and mouth. They've started diversifying. They did a lot of collection of genetics that are frozen.
Rabies
for-
Survival Trust? Or
Um,
just farmers in general?
Through the Survival Trust.
Okay.
Yeah, because they realized after the foot and mouth, when they lost 25% of the Herdwick total, that it was a real threat. They could have lost the whole breed.
You know,
the
everybody
species.
says, oh, there's plenty of them, right? But they're all in one area. You know, there's
Right.
not anything anywhere else. So you get one flood, one hurricane, one fire, whatever it happens to be. If you have everything on one farm, it's toast.
Right.
It's
Yep.
one of the-
it's
one
like
of-
having all your eggs in one basket.
Isn't it though?
Yes.
Yes.
So they're now in Europe, Belgium, I believe Holland, Poland, Scotland, Ireland. They've spread
Okay.
them out, and now U.S.
And now U.S. But I want to say 500s. Is that right for 600s for when the Vikings dropped this sheep off?
The first noted in writing was in the 12th century.
12th
so they
century,
really
okay.
don't know how old they go.
That's how old they are.
Yeah,
That-
but
yes.
the name Herdwick comes from the Norse word herdvik, which means sheep pasture. So
Herdwick
they've been
with a
there.
Y.
Yes.
Yes.
And a V, V-Y-C-K at the end.
Okay.
So that they're equated with those fields forever. So they're called Herdvik or Herdwick.
Well, I so much. I always enjoy talking to you, and you always know your stuff about this animal. And I really appreciate the interesting nature of this sheep in the barn. It's
Yep.
it really is distinct like nothing else.
Yes.
So if people want to find you and your farm, where do they go?
We are in East Bern, New York. That's in Albany County. So we're Helder Herdwick Farm. I'm working on a new website, so that's down a little, but we're on Facebook as Helder Herdwick Farm.
Okay, and
Yep.
are there enough of these to have a breed organization, or is that just you?
We're working on it. Yep,
Okay.
we have HISBANA, the Herdwick Sheep Breeders Association of
Okay.
North America, but it's all volunteers and we're all shepherds, so it's getting off the
Story
ground
of everything,
a little
is that
slow.
not? Yeah,
But, yeah.
all volunteers.
Yep.
Okay, well, you're going to get mobbed here in a minute as
Okay.
well. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm going to see you again next year with this one, and you couldn't be any more well-behaved, though, could you?
He's pretty good.
You're going to tell me next year that your organization's off the ground and we're
Yes,
gonna like
and
that.
we're taking members
Excellent.
hopefully by spring.
Excellent.
I just want to point out his legs for his age, how thick they are.
You know, but he's got teeny little hooves, doesn't he?
Yes.
I wonder if that's for walking on the rocks and
Yes.
yeah, teeth and hooves good?
Yes.
Yeah, are they, in terms of the breed?
Excellent. Yes.
Yeah. Well, you're going to stand in a hurricane on the side of a mountain and
That's right.
eat-
Yep.
eat each other's wool. You got to have some
Climb the rocks
hardy,
like a goat.
sturdy stuff.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see if we can grab Tammy here. Okay, we're going to get Tammy here from Wing and a Prayer to get the adoring crowd somewhat. You even have our camera guy wanting to do pics.
Aw, that's cute.
We get this everywhere you go.
Do you want to take? Is that okay?
You know what? You got free reign.
Okay. Yeah. Do you mind? No, I don't mind. Yeah. It's the millennium. You don't mind the camera, right? No, I don't. Okay. And then I have some props over here. Do you want like stuff?
I want whatever you want to bring.
All right. I can't really hold it all at once.
Yeah, I'll hand it to you.
Okay.
So
All
as
right.
you do this,
So, okay.
introduce yourself. Everybody knows you, but introduce yourself.
Okay. Who am I talking to?
You talk to me.
Okay.
You talk to them, but
Yeah.
you really-
Okay. Tammy. My name's
May-
Tammy.
Yes. May I pet your sheep?
Yeah.
Okay,
go ahead,
Yeah.
please. Please. This is Peanut. That's Grandin, and this is Journey.
I
I'm
introduced
Tammy.
you while you were. I interrupted while you just because you have to pet this sheep. because
Yeah,
you're not-
of course,
it's sort
she's
like-
put
yeah.
herself, she's inserting
Okay,
herself.
So sorry, start again.
It's fine.
Now
I'm
that I'm-
Tammy White, and I have Wing and a Prayer Farm.
Yes, you do?
It's in Shaftesbury, Vermont,
Yep.
southwestern corner of Vermont. I raise all kinds of sheep. I started with Shetlands for 25 years now, and since 2018, I started raising Valais Blacknose as well. The breed was originally imported as semen in 2018, and we had to breed up. So my first ewes that were inseminated were Teeswater ewes as foundation ewes.
Why? Why
And the
did you
reason
use that?
the reason was because they're similar in size. They have also similar color characteristics. And so they make a really great foundation breed so that the dark face, the black face, and the white long locks sort of are easy to reproduce in the breed up program. So my first lambs were born in 2019, and after that, and we call that an F1, a 50-50 blend of Valet Blacknose and Teeswater.
First generation.
First generation. And then, so it's now 2025, and I have over probably 20-ish or so. I don't count, I have a lot of sheep. Valet Blacknose of varying degrees of percentages. I have 100%, and I have 37.5%. I have 87.5%. I have different percentage now because in 2020 we were allowed to import embryos.
Only then?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I got 4 embryos. 1 out of 4 survived.
Boy, that's the problem with that. They are not cheap to bring embryos in.
Yeah. No. It was like a big trip to Las Vegas. It was such a gamble because then only 1 out of 4, you know, it was like taking all my money and throwing it away.
But it is so. But
not.
But sort of. You know, it's a gamble that might pay off because at least when I was more familiar with all of that, it was about $3,000 per embryo.
Per embryo.
And so to explain that, so far as I understand it, the embryos were a jump in the breed up thing. If you're doing a breed up, you have to wait that first generation 50-50, then you have to breed another, you have to AI that generation to something else, and then you 75-25. So you're going years before you get to the stage where you're near 100. And the embryo, you're getting a fully fertilized 100% Valet Blacknose, whether from New Zealand or wherever you happen to bring them, that you don't have to do any breeding up, you're 100%.
Correct.
So there's a huge benefit to be able to bring that in, stick it in your sheep, and you're off. Right?
Yeah, so while it's an investment, it also buys you time because it shaves off that waiting period of breeding up. And so anyway, 2 years in a row I did embryos, and you know, it was big risk, but then I have now all my own American bred Valet Blacknose sheep because I don't inseminate or import embryos anymore at this point because I have enough varying pedigrees on my farm so that I can breed rams and ewes that are not related for at least a couple more years, maybe 3 more years, without having to worry about line breeding or like inbreeding, whatever you want to call it, because I want some diversity in my pedigrees. And I've also now 2025, being 6 years into the program of having animals on the ground, I have learned that there are certain ones in my flock that I do want to keep breeding, and certain ones that, you know, we can end the line there. You don't really know when you get a little vial of semen in the mail, and it's not that simple, but you know, you don't really know what's going to happen when they're live on the ground. I never got to see the parents in person.
Behavior,
right?
none of it? You didn't get to, you're such a tactile person.
Well, no, because they're all in New Zealand or wherever you end up importing it from. So you're getting photos, like, you know, to see the parentage.
Hopefully.
But yeah, but you don't always. You will pay attention to pedigrees to see, like, oh, you know, this one has a history of this or that, and oh, this one is like a winner here and there. But in the end, as a breeder and as a shepherd of as long as I've been raising sheep, I like to have my hands on the animals to see like who I know is going to be an excellent mother, and who I know is going to be a really great forager, who I know wants me to spoon feed them, you know, and like there's certain things I want on my farm, and I want to be in the Valet Blacknose sheep breed in the United States in 20 and 50 and 100 years. So the ones that are not exhibiting those top qualities are culled in that I just don't use them as breed stock. They make great little fiber flocks, like little hobby flocks and such, you know, but not necessarily breed stock. So I have a smaller flock than some folks, but I really do focus on the quality of the breeding and what's going forward. So what I want is for there to be a legacy of really good, of good genetics leaving our farm and going out into the world.
It is not an inexpensive proposition that you've decided to take on, and it is. You have a ladybug and you start.
Oh, I
a little
felt
distracted.
something.
Yes,
yeah.
he's now. Oh, he's lost in the. He's gone
I see
now.
that. Okay.
Good luck getting out of there. But valleys are a really sort of an interesting thing. They're popular because they're pretty, because they're sweet. They have a very different fiber that I have had some people say, oh, that's lovely. I love to use it for X, Y, and Z. I've heard other people say, yeah, you can use it for the rug, but it's not going to be next to your skin. There might be somewhere in the middle that is the truth, or both of those things. But as an investment goes, you are a fiber creator person. When you have an investment, is it just that I want something that's beautiful, I want a breed that nobody else has, or I have to think of the fiber, right? Because for you,
because I'm a fiber farmer, and I'm a production fiber farmer. Like I might have a smaller flock than some, but this is my 365-day livelihood. Is being a yarn seller. But I found that like wool is a wonder fiber. So even if their fiber isn't like next to the skin soft like merino or cormo or whatever fine wool you want, that it's got all these wonderful qualities that make it resilient and lustrous and durable and useful. So it's more about educating people on how and when and where to apply the different types of fibers. So I have learned that their lamb's fleeces are, the most user-friendly for someone who might be sensitive to that prickle factor. But as they get older, I try to blend their fleeces with some of my Shetland wool, and we do more weaving and rug-type products with it. It felts amazingly. I'm going to show you a felted product, which is, thanks, Sonia. These shoes by Babuk, and this is Valet Black Nose wool. And so they make a really durable felt. And
look at the texture on that. I mean, look at that, though. That's got some real... you want to keep petting your shoes in a way just because your hands have something interesting to do, right?
But they make it comfortable. They're very wearable. They're, water resistant, obviously. They are like
sweat
a sneaker,
too, right? I mean, that
yeah.
actually
So they're
goes great for that.
breathable. So that's nothing to sneeze at, to have a fiber that is this useful,
Yes.
right? And then another product that we would do is we'll do like a beautiful weave that can be
lovely.
Yeah, then assembled as a textile.
You make this?
Yeah, so
I
that we
didn't
can
know
have.
that. Last time I visited you, you didn't have these.
I think when I made these first, it was that first year of owning the Valets. They sold like hotcakes, and then I only have this one left.
I love that.
Isn't that
That's
beautiful?
Yes, very well done.
Yeah.
So did you design this, or somebody else did it?
I worked with my friend who wove it. I worked with her. I helped design it, and she wove it. I just don't have time.
No, I get you.
Yeah,
but that's
but-
that is absolutely the perfect thing.
so
I
there's
use this for.
nothing to sneeze at with this either, right?
No.
And then one of my favorite products, thanks Sonia, are the Valet Black Nose blankets that we make.
Oh, look at feel the weight on
Yeah.
this.
And
so I am one that likes to sleep with weight on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
I get cold. So this is a really beautiful product to make with their wool. And I know that not everybody
All right, hello everyone.
2 minutes.
Okay. Not everybody can take the time to process their wool in this way, but you can find somebody else who's into fiber art that would be happy to buy your fleeces, and they would love to process and then spin and weave to make these kinds of things.
I
So
love the density on this.
Yeah.
I mean, it does feel more dense.
Oh, it does.
Yeah. So
doesn't
I don't
it?
know, what is the word? Loft? Is that loft is a lot, and dense? This is perfect.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
this is
excellent fabric.
excellent. I am so glad you brought this, and I'm really glad you talked about the breed up program, because it is not an inexpensive thing to do to try to bring something to this country, but this is an animal that got very popular. All the celebrities wanted him. The wineries were putting him out on the front lawn, and this is. Am I allowed to talk price on this?
Yeah.
Yeah. So these are like $20,000 for some sheep, right?
For the
Some-
purebreds, yeah.
Yeah.
And there are bargains, but you got to beware of a bargain,
and,
right?
And again, that was one of the things I wanted to talk about, because people that do things legally, they are expensive. But there's sometimes an underground where sheep come into this country in ways and it really impacts the people that are doing it in the ways that are legal and above board.
Yeah, so you
And-
just got to stick to your principles and do your very best, and keep in mind that healthy sheep are happy sheep, and the future of a good breed is to invest a lot of careful decision making in the beginning.
And not just that, but there's traceability. Just like the farms that you might patronize out here, when you do things the proper way, you can trace it and depend that the registry is what you know it is.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think this is lovely. Okay, everybody knows you, but I'm going to ask you to do it
Oh.
again. You're Tammy White.
Tammy White, and I'm at Wing and a Prayer Farm.
And you are on social media. You do all kinds of lovely things. You have a fantastic farm. And do you still do B&B? Farm
No,
stays?
I got a farm helper in the last year, and now she lives in my Airbnb at full time. So
so I got to stay there. One of
yeah,
the last
I
of
think
them.
you were one of the last ones to stay
That
there.
was such a delightful visit, and you were dying a gorgeous cranberry dye. It was wonderful. Well, I thank you. It's really hard to track you down. I sort of corralled you, but this is a really striking animal, and you have a really fantastic story about what it takes to get a new breed into this country. So
Thank you,
appreciate
Laura.
it. Thank you, Tammy, so much. Oh, it's gorgeous. I really do love it.
Is that beautiful?
It's gorgeous. Thank you for helping.
Thank you, Beatrice.
Boy, everywhere you go. How long before the horns do this?
Yeah, probably by spring.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey there, I'm Rosalind, and I'm here today with Megan Lapp. Good to meet you and see you here at Rhinebeck.
It's nice to meet you too.
So you've got a couple of books, but you've got a new one out now.
Yes, a new one came out in September.
That's pretty awesome. Can you tell us a little bit about your background?
So I went to Lafayette College and I double majored in art and music, and I didn't touch fiber arts until about 2010 when I got really into crochet, and I didn't start writing my own patterns until 2017. I could not find an octopus pattern that I wanted to purchase.
That
So
is-
I wrote my own.
Yeah.
And then the third pattern I published, I think, was this dragon. And it went viral. And I've been publishing patterns ever since. I began writing books in 2022, and now I have 4.
Oh my gosh. So you're a musician, you said?
It's music and art.
And art.
Yeah.
So that's a really interesting thing with like counting and numbers.
Yes.
Do you feel like there's a beat kind of
I
woven
very
in?
much do. So
Ah.
the crochet work, the pattern writing, there is a certain rhythm to it, and being able to feel that rhythm in the stitches of every row is really enjoyable and satisfying for me.
Yeah, it seems like a musical thing. I grew up playing piano.
Yes,
and
exactly.
yeah, crocheting when I was little. And the finger dexterity, I felt like it was kind of a similar thing once
Yes.
you get in the flow of it.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm really passionate about giving people creative choices.
Yes.
While they're crocheting my patterns.
Mm-hmm.
So there are, in the book that has this pattern, there are a ton of different ways to finish it that make it your own unique creature instead of something that you're trying to replicate.
Yeah, that's what I've been wondering too, because a lot of times there are opportunities to go off book or,
Yes.
write
Yeah.
your own script. And so that's really cool that you've kind of incorporated that
Yeah,
into
thank
your
you.
works. Can you tell us a little bit about the new book?
So the new one contains about half mushroom sprites. So they are all little mushrooms, bodies, interchangeable limbs and legs. So there are about 12 different options for legs and 10 different options for arms. And you can attach them or not to any of the bodies. And then there are interchangeable caps that you can use with different body types. The second half of the book are 3 different sizes of snails: small, medium, this is the medium one, and giant, that's what he's on. And then there are 2 different types of snail shell per size. And at the end, there are saddles, reins, and leashes so that the mushrooms can ride on the snails and take them for walks.
I love that. That sounds super fun and really creative. I've never seen anything like that. I'm kind of coming back to the world of crochet.
Sure.
And it was a lot of granny squares
Yeah.
when I was a kiddo.
Yeah.
But doing something like this. Have you worked with children, young children, doing things like that?
My daughter is 12. She started to crochet when she was about 8.
Okay.
And she has made several Impkins for my Impkin book. And she really enjoys following my patterns too. It's really fun.
I love
It's
that.
a great collaboration.
Nice, nice. Do you have any advice for like a new crocheter or somebody who's getting back in there?
Yeah, take one step at a time. Just go slow. Allow yourself to make mistakes. If you make mistakes, it just means that you're trying. If you don't make any mistakes, you're not trying anything, because everybody makes them. So don't let that stop you, and I learned how to crochet on YouTube. So
That's hard.
there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, thousands of tutorials out there.
That's true. That's
So just
very
pick
true.
one project that you're really excited about and go for it, and don't let anything else stop you. And then the next project, I like to learn by incorporating a new technique into each successive thing. So I
Okay.
learn a new thing every single time I crochet.
That's awesome. I love that. So we're not stuck in that rut of like, I've learned it all.
Right.
You can continue to grow with,
Right.
with each stitch that you make.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Megan. I really appreciate that,
Thank
and
you.
I love your stuff. It's amazing.
Okay, so Claire, I've got you here. All I can get you. In the midst of, what do we have, fleece to shawl?
We have the fleece to shawl. We've got 3 teams today. One is the local team from the Elmendorf Guild. One is called the Twisted Sisters. Most of the members are from Massachusetts, although there's an outlier from California as well.
Damn Californians keep coming out.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And then we have a team from New York City called Spin City.
And you have a group that there's a little bit of your norm, everybody puts their little slant on it. You have a Shetland group here that took a trip recently.
Oh, yes.
It's lovely.
Everyone picks a theme for the year, and as you can see, the New York team, they are the Shetland ponies. Shetland is the featured breed this year. So they have pony hats, and they have T-shirts that say, "Pretend I'm a pony." And the Elmendorf team are dressed as pirates today. They have all their regalia. They've got a treasure chest, and they even have an inflatable pirate boat. And our team from Massachusetts is dressed as Mother Nature in the 4 seasons. So they've got all the flowers in their hair, and they really look the part, you know.
As opposed to the other 4 seasons, in which case they'd be singing one of these, right?
Exactly, yes.
There's always a personality here, and it's very much evident in the fleece to shawl competition. So we'll come
Yes.
back a little later, because this is very serious stuff here, right? Is there a prize or anything like this, or is just
we say that we do it to show the public what spinning is all about, how cloth is made, and all this sort of thing, and that's very true. But as you get along into the competition, there's a little rivalry, you know, here and there. There is prize money and ribbons. We also give an award for best use of natural color. It's the Don Nervik Award, and he was a former spinner and weaver with the Elmendorf Guild. He was also a chef at Vassar, and he sadly passed away a few years ago, but we named that award for him. He used to do a lot of indigo dyeing demonstrations for school children and at fairs. And there's another award for the best use of pattern, and another for best use of color.
Yeah, it's all kinds of colors, shapes, and sizes that we see behind us in terms of the all of the things that they're doing.
Yes,
who they are,
exactly.
what they're making, the entirety. I did want to, I'm glad you mentioned the passing of somebody. Not that we're glad for the passing of anybody, but you had a couple losses this last
We
year.
have, you know, a major loss this year was our friend Mary Kelly. She grew up in Red Hook, and she was one of the originators of this festival when it was just a very tiny festival.
Give me a date.
1980 was the start of it, but it was not even at this location. In 1981, it came to the fairgrounds, and it was mainly just up on Livestock Hill. So I've been talking with her daughter, Susan Kilgore, earlier, and Susan was reminiscing about her mother. And she literally taught thousands of people in the Dutchess County area how to spin. She would go to 4-H clubs, she would go to schools, she would teach at the Dutchess County Fair, she would teach at the Elmendorf Spinning Guild, and actually she was also a charter member of that group. So she was a very beloved lady in our fiber world here in Dutchess County, and she sadly passed away this year, and you know, we miss her very much.
Susan was mentioning that her mom was just rather, I would say low-key, I guess would be the word we might use about it.
She was a very humble person. She You know, she, as I said earlier, she taught literally thousands of people how to spin, and she never took a dime for it. She just did it for the joy of spreading fiber education, and she was all about promoting sheep and wool. She was the first person in this area to bring colored sheep for exhibit. Previous to that, people were only interested in the white fleece sheep, and she brought a little color into our world here in Dutchess County.
Yeah, and it's not just the people that do these things and gee, we need another body here, but there's this it's an amazing thing when you have people that volunteer their time, but they really believe in what they're doing,
Yes.
right? It's a presence that they have and this cohesiveness that they bring. And you have a couple
Yes.
members that are very much like
We
that.
have a core group of very dedicated volunteers, but we're always looking for more people to volunteer. It takes a lot of people to run a festival like this. We have many different opportunities, whether you're an IT person, whether you want to work in the fleece sale, or the workshops, or in the breed barn, or here in the competition area, or in the merge tent. There's
The
a
accounting
million.
department, the
Yeah,
4-H,
exactly.
you name it, right?
There's a million different ways that you can volunteer and make this festival a success.
Yeah, you have, how many volunteers? Do you have any ballpark? Because I have lost track of that.
Oh gosh, I've totally lost track,
Yeah.
but we can always use more. You know, I'm not beyond emailing and calling people and sweet talking them into coming over and giving me a few hours here and there.
I'm not beyond that either because I have pestered probably, your board members are probably saying, please tell her to go away because I'm saying come to the sweater cam and talk about why it's important to have volunteers.
Yes.
Because you need this to continue. And I don't know about you, but I can tell you the thing that we do is a labor of love, mostly agriculture and livestock. But you get tired over time and you get exhausted because you love the work that you do, and yet it's really, if you're carrying all the weight, it's really, really tough sometimes, isn't it? So you need to diversify a little bit and say, you can come help too. It keeps interest in life, it keeps everybody fresh, but it also helps to, that institutional knowledge transfer. This is how you do it, just like the spinning.
Yes.
This is how you spin. I can teach the next batch. Right?
Exactly. So we're looking for volunteers of all ages, but it's always great to get younger people into it. Especially here in New York, we have so many fine fashion and fiber programs at some of our colleges. We have a big program at Marist College here in Poughkeepsie. We have, of course, FIT, Parsons Design, Pratt Institute in the city. And all of these young people, can bring their new ideas into the mix and, volunteer and enter items in our competitions and so forth.
Okay, so if we guilted everybody into actually thinking, maybe I'll do that. Free
I hope
ticket?
so.
Is there a free ticket in it, right? Free ticket into Rhinebeck?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so I'm not above the guilt or the lure. Carrot or stick, I don't care. So who do they call? How do they get in contact with you to say, yeah, I want to give back a little bit? How would they?
Well, you can go on our website, Dutchess County Sheep and Wool Growers Association.org. Also on our website, sheepandwool.com, there's a list of all of the directors and emails for all of the people who manage each area. And you can feel free to email any of these people and ask, hey, can I come and volunteer in your area?
Well, Claire, how long have you been volunteering? Claire Houlihan, president, right? President of the board of directors
Yes.
for Dutchess County.
I must say, I'm only in this position basically because of Mary Kelly. I mean, many years ago, I came to the Dutchess Fair because a friend of mine who owned a yarn store in Poughkeepsie was looking for volunteers to come and teach school children how to knit. And as I was teaching some children how to knit, Mary said, do you know how to spin? And I said, well, funny you should say that. I bought a wheel from a store that was going out of business, but I don't know how to spin yet. And she said, bring that wheel tomorrow. I'll teach you. So it went from that, learning how to spin at the Dutchess Fair, And before you knew it, I was in the Elmendorf Guild, and before you knew it, I was the president of the Elmendorf, and then before you knew it, I got on the board of the Sheep and Wool Growers, and now I'm the president. I don't know how that happened,
Do you
but
think
it was.
she had any idea?
It was all
when
to
she
do with
taught
Mary
you
Kelly.
That you would be at this stage of the game. That
I
she
think
would have taught that?
she would be pleased. You know, she would. Yeah.
You never know what you do in life that somebody else it grossly impacts, and it's gross in a
Exactly.
good way, in a big
Yeah.
way impacts their life. Yeah. Well, thank
Yes.
you.
Well, thank
so
you.
much. I'm going to ask Rick to go right on out and leave with that spinning wheel. That would be lovely. You know, so we were in 4-H, and the first time we had lambs, you know, some of them had to go to market, and she hated that. She wanted to learn how to do something with the wool. So she taught herself how to spin. She got a black sheep, which was frowned upon. Brought it here to the Dutchess County Fair.
Black sheep, that's where the black sheep saying came from,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Wasn't popular.
No.
Only white wool was recognized. Wool only, back in the 60s, wool only went for like 20 cents a pound. It was hard to get rid of it. We used to pool the wool, and you know, she taught herself to spin, and she just wanted to promote wool. And
What year is this that we're talking about?
like in the 60s.
So, because this is the 45th anniversary of the festival, and it started on the back end of a sheep truck, right? That was kind of how it was a different festival.
It was a bread use sale, and it wasn't held here. And in 1981, the first one was here at the Dutchess County Fair, 4-H, Dutchess County Fairgrounds. And the only reason why I know, it was October 26th, I was in labor with my first child. And I stopped here to tell my mom that I was going to the hospital. So that was the first year it was here. And it basically was only in the barns down on Livestock Hill.
So where the breed barns are now?
It wasn't up here in these buildings. It was very small, you know, and it just, you know, she was one of the founders.
So, yeah, you know, it's very difficult to find people that know what it was then versus what it is now, because there's 35,000 people that come in here every year. This whole area is sold out in hotels months of it, and some people will make their reservation the day before. I kind of wondered, would your mom have ever dreamt that this would be what it is today based on what she did?
She loved it. She loved to see it grow, you know. She formed the Elmendorf Spinning Guild.
Yeah, a lot of guilds here, aren't there? Yeah.
And, you know, she just wanted to promote sheep and wool. That was basically her life. She was on the Sheep Advisory Board. She was a member of the Dutchess County Sheep and Wool Growers.
Yeah, because it's very, you know, it's not just one thing, is it? It's not just the wool. It's not just the sheep. It's, you know, keeping them economically viable. It's connecting the source of the wool with the dyer or the weaver. And we're hearing all the police to show people here behind us. This is a huge thing, but there's so many different parts to taking something from that plastic bag, taking the roping, skirting, carding it, moving it from spot to spot. You need all of those things, don't you? And each one of those things is an industry in many areas. Right?
Absolutely.
Hudson Valley Textile is a huge, huge thing. So, your mom was a volunteer, is that right? I mean, effectively. So tell me the kinds of things that, aside from saying, yeah, to your daughter as she was heading on out to go give labor, what are the kinds of things that your mom would do in an event like this, or has done? Everything.
she a spinner?
She's fun. She taught a lot of people how to spin.
Okay, so
That
and-
was her thing.
Yeah. So more than anything, you'd say she's the spinning gal. Would she be here in the wool sale?
No, she would have been running around from the wool sale down to the vendors, and she would have just been all over the place, running to each different area of the festival, to making sure that everything was running smoothly, to see if anybody needed anything.
People have
She would have
no
been in the
idea.
merch tent, you know.
Yeah. People have no idea how many different parts there are to something like
She would have been in the office.
Yep.
Because she used to get the little tags to mark the colored sheep, and you know, she would be here first thing in the morning doing that. Plus my kids, we were all in 4-H, and she would be, you know, making pies to sell. It was our big fundraiser for 4-H. Her and I, the night before the festival, we would whip out 25 apple pies.
And you sell them here at the festival?
And they'd sell them
and
at
it would fund
the-
your 4-H.
Yeah, and it would fund our 4-H. And my mom was a 4-Her.
Well, it's a really important component because there's a generational shift, and it starts when you're super young and you learn at the table, right? I mean, I'm assuming you eat them.
Yeah, 3 generations.
Yeah, so the one that you were pregnant with, are anywhere around here? Can we find your kids too? Any one of them?
She's not here today.
No? But would she normally be that, or does she know how to knit or spin?
She spins, and my granddaughter, now that would be the 4th generation, they spin too, my 2 granddaughters.
Isn't that a lovely thing? You look at it, it's that consistency and it's like thread, right? It's all connected, even though some are
It's
old,
all
some are new.
connected. It's all connected. And she would be so thrilled to see how this has grown, and just to see the participation, and you know.
So tell me a little bit about the volunteer idea, and how do you find volunteerism for an event like this, or organizations, or 4-H, or the guilds? Is that a really important thing?
I think so. I think, you know, so many people look forward to this event, and it's the volunteers that make it happen.
I think, I know with my mom, my dad, they're gone, but they're not really gone, are they? Because what they did and what they worked for, it still is with me, especially with the sweater. My mom's sweaters, every time I put it on, my mom's back, right? Your mom passed away when? This year, last year?
This past June. Yeah.
Past June. So it's a big loss to this festival.
Yeah. She was 94.
94? Wow. That's what spinning does, right?
Yeah.
Do you feel comfortable saying her name?
Her
What's your mom's name?
Mary Kelly.
Mary Kelly. And where was she from?
From Red Rock.
Mary Kelly from Red Rock.
All her life, yeah.
Thank you so much for speaking with us.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you.
He's off somewhere. Okay, we're good, babe. He's off coming. He's gonna.
And my husband and I are here from the Horton House Scone Company.
Yeah, so now you call them scones, and in Britain they call them scones, right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, so why, this is sort of a little unusual thing in the bakery universe, isn't it?
Well, we originally started off with scones, and then as the years have gone by with the company, we realized a lot of younger people don't even know what a scone is.
Oh, how
So
can
now-
you not know that?
I know. So now we call them oat bites. So you'll see that they're actually labeled oat bites, and that opens up the opportunity for younger people to try them.
These are the most delicious pastries on the planet. And it's not just pastries. You can do savory and sweet. They're just absolutely delicious, nice and cakey without being cake, right? I mean,
Thank you, yes.
there's sort of a skill set to making a good scone.
It is. It's food chemistry, really.
Yes.
You know, we're constantly trying new things, and we constantly work with the pH level so that all the foods, because all of our things are gluten-free, dairy-free, and vegan. So it's a real challenge to make that taste normal to the American palate.
It's sort of like the people that make the fake meats. If you're expecting a meat taste.
Exactly.
And, it's a hard thing to recreate in people's brains, isn't it?
It is.
So how did you two get involved in this particular thing? You just
Well,
like
we
to bake?
were original caterers for years. We owned a historic site, and we used to do high tea lunches. And the
did
scone
high
was
tea.
part of our high tea lunch. And then we got out of the business for a while, came back in, and our daughter said, why don't you do just a scone company? So we started with the scone 7 years ago, but the market had changed so much, and people started asking for all these special requests of diet with dietary issues. And then ourselves, we changed to plant-based eating. So the whole concept, we went completely plant-based and gluten-free, and it's just been a knockout, walk out of the park. It's crazy.
So no butter?
No butter.
Okay, so we actually bought one of these from you, and I'll ask you to talk about it. But you have cookies here? No butter, really?
No butter,
really?
no.
They still taste good. Okay, so come with me and kind of describe what we have here. We have cookies.
We have cookies that we make a granola, and then we make the cookies out of the granola. And the one thing about our granola is it actually is oil-free, which is a big deal. A lot of people want oil-free granola and nut-free granola. So we just use the nut butters. So it's a little bit different, it's a little bit softer, and we let the pumpkin seeds be the crunch. So it's been a real niche in the market for people who want that type of product.
Yeah, my mom used to make granola, and you can sort of modify granola a little bit, but there's a couple things you really need. That binder
Correct.
is hard to replace effectively, right?
Yes. We use local maple syrup.
Oh.
So that gives it a nice, bite to it. When it browns up, it's really nice.
Delicious. But I do know that with maple syrup, at least for me, hypoglycemia is a thing that I have to deal with, so it's a headache. So it's really hard to find something that has the ingredients in it that, I mean, they're all delicious, but I'll get a headache. I mean, they definitely,
Okay.
I don't get it really bad. But to find a place that actually knows about those replacement type things is really, really important, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because I can't maple syrup, honey, all the good tasting stuff, right? Molasses.
We use just a little maple syrup, and the oats are so high fiber that it keeps your blood sugar stable. So our products, the majority of them, actually work for diabetics.
Really?
We have a type 1 diabetic son who can eat about half the things on our table comfortably and not spike his blood sugar.
So I can eat 5 of these cookies and I'll be fine.
Well, no, I wouldn't eat 5. But one in a nice beverage, you're good to go for 3 or 4 hours.
Okay, keep going down
Sure.
the line here because it's such a lovely thing.
So that's our granola, and then for the show today, we've done some specialty items. These we do a mixture of oat and rice flour, so they come out a little bit fluffier. And then in this way, we do the little snack cakes and brownies and blondies, as well as the apple cider muffins, peanut butter muffins. That's a regular blondie.
What's a blondie?
A blondie is like a brownie without the cocoa.
Okay.
So it's a white-based brownie.
Interesting. Why would you want no cocoa in it?
Believe me,
You
they
can tell
do.
where I live. Okay, we have blueberry muffins here.
Yes.
Chocolate chip muffins.
And these are bags of our scones for the shows. We always do a mixed bag with 3 flavors of the day, 2 of each: chocolate chip, apple, and the blueberry.
I'm
and
going to
the
have
oat
to bring
bites.
some of those back too. I know that we've got our apple cider muffin, but I'm going to have to come back to that again after we're done here. Muffins here.
Yes.
Oat bites. Oh my, you have tons of them over here, but that's the don't touch,
That's
don't look,
the-
because everybody
exactly.
want to go to it, don't they?
Correct.
They look delicious. So
Thank
are they
you.
soft or hard or
They're
both
soft.
of these?
Everything's the consistency of like an oatmeal cookie. But the advantage you have to an oat scone is that it holds the moisture. So they don't dry out in the middle. So you don't need to gob ours on with, clotted cream and butter. They are good to go. Sometimes you might warm them a tiny bit, but they're really ready to eat, which is nice.
I must confess, I have been to English. We went to England a couple years ago. We went to Bath for high tea. It was one of the most delightful experiences we've ever had. We had it at the pump room. I mean, you have to,
nice.
right? You read any kind of Jane Austen or anything. And there's something about the experiential moment in tea that's delightful. And
There is.
I know we have a tendency to eat in quantity and say, I want 15 of those in my teas about that. But when you have a cup of tea and a really well-made pastry item, it's a moment, isn't it?
It is. It is.
It's not just the food, it's a little moment.
Exactly.
That's what
And that's the ministry of the business, giving people that pleasure, being able to do that.
My niece is going to be so angry she missed this one because she is definitely a tea girl. And this is a tea and scone moment, all of this. So if everybody wants their own little moment,
yes,
with scones and tea, etc., they can go to this HortonHouseSconeCompany.com. Is that right?
That is correct,
Is
yes.
reading that?
We have a nice website. We do ship and you can give us a call. The phone number's on there. We always love to talk to people as well.
Okay, do you take feedback from people if they say, look, I would like something that doesn't have X, Y, or Z, I've got a certain food requirement?
We can help them through the process of finding the best product within our range of products.
Perfect.
That's good for their needs.
Perfect.
Yes.
You come out with new ones at all?
Oh, constantly.
Okay.
I'm already thinking what we're making for next year.
Delightful. Don't make anything in my range because I'm already having a problem stopping at the neck.
Okay.
Ooh, look at that right up here at this booth. Tell me who you are and what these lovely things are.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
there's no guilt to this.
No.
Tell me who you are and what these lovely things are in front of you.
Wow. I'm Miss B, and
All
this
right.
is Miss B Sweet Treats. These are all mini gourmet cupcakes at different flavors. We have 12 flavors today, all diversified. We even have gluten-free today with us. Yes,
Okay,
yes.
there's no guilt to this.
No guilt at all. They're so tiny that it's just so bite-sized and you can enjoy them. That's why.
Okay, so give me a couple flavors here.
We have cake and bacon, which tastes like pancakes and bacon.
I don't even know if I like the sound of that, but I think my husband probably does, so go ahead.
We have apple bourbon, which is an apple pie filling with the bourbon buttercream.
My husband would definitely like that.
We have peanut butter and jelly. We have Reese's. So many different flavors. I don't know which one to tell you.
Am I looking at pumpkin here?
You're looking at pumpkin
Okay,
spice with an eggnog buttercream.
That does sound
Yeah,
good. Okay, and raisins, so you have your
Raisin,
fruit?
red velvet,
Cherries?
lemon.
Cherries and raisins,
We
right?
have chocolate raspberry.
Oh,
So
you
that's
do?
what we have. So we have a diversified
Very popular.
combination of fries.
Okay, so if people don't get a chance to come to Rhinebeck and they want to find your cupcakes, where do they go?
We're web-based, and you can look us up under MissVSweetTreats.com, and you should be able to find us.
Are you on
Send
social
an email.
media?
Yes, we are. Under Miss V Sweet, under Facebook and Instagram.
Okay, lovely. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you so much.
about 10 or 11 sheep that we take back to time. We go through them, and I get halfway down and forget what I wrote at the first half. So I have to go back and forth a couple times. But the result is, in my opinion, we've ended up with 5 really outstanding Rembrandt in this class. Sheep that have excellent fleeces, excellent conformation, big enough. I really like to look at first place ram, outstanding fleece on this guy. We were talking about bundling earlier. Certainly this fleece separates itself. You can do it with one hand, boom. And each individual bundle is of an adequate size, about the size of your thumb. If we get too many narrow or small bundles, then we lose a lot of airspace around each one. But it really pops out at you. It's very uniform front to rear, and on top of that, we've got a guy with a lot of thickness, a very straight top for a wool sheep, good on his feet legs. He just went to class pretty easily for us. In second place, then you can switch these two around and knock your way out of it. He puts tremendous body on this guy, very straight across the top when you view him from the profile. Again, a sheep that has an excellent uniform fleece. It starts to drop off just a bit in his lower ribs, but most sheep do. And again, this is a sheep that's very structurally quick, a lot of meat and muscle to this guy, a lot of firmness in the ring. Ram in third, I built a lot like the first place ram. Again, a sheep that's relatively straight across the top, a very nice fleece that just doesn't have the luster handle that my foot sheep have. This fleece I think has been on the sheep just a bit longer than the other two perhaps, but the sheep that doesn't carry out quite in the lower ribs. But again, a very eye-feeling, big, massive sheep with a lot of volume. Come into our next ram, again, a sheep with adequate size and scale, a very nice fleece on this sheep as well, carries down well into the bridge. Like to maybe straighten them a little bit behind the shoulders, give them a little more strength and a little more smooth. Ram fifth, again, big, heavy ram that's nice fleece, very uniform. Straighten them up a little bit around his legs, a little bit around the top line. Very good sheep in their own regard. Just a powerful sheep out here in the ring right now. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the Ram Land class. In first place, we have Andy Walker of Liberty Hill Farm. Second went to Julia Stewart, Grand State Sheep Company. Third went to Timothy Walker. Fourth, Deborah Vanderland, Local Grove. Fifth, Deborah Vanderland. Sixth, Christina Weston. Seventh, Crystal Cooper. Eighth, Julia Stewart. Ninth, Rachel Herman. 10th, Norma Johnson. 11th, Sorry, May Mata. 12th, Melinda. 13th,
Get on the weather camera. You take a picture.
So, what is your name and what is your group?
So my name is Naomi Allen, and my group is Ravensgate Primitives, all things rug cooking.
All things rug cooking,
Yep.
okay. And before we get into the rug cooking,
Yes.
why ravens? What are you?
I just have always loved ravens. I don't know what it is, ravens, crows, corvids, that kind of a thing. Yep, yeah. I did notice your necklace. I love it. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so
yeah.
you have here all the supplies that people could need. So if they want to come in and get something, what can they come get from you?
So if they're already accomplished rug hookers, or they have all of the frames and everything and they're ready, I have the dyed wool, which I hand dye. I do this at home. And I also have appliqueurs and quilters, and they come in, for wool as well. We also have kits for anybody, beginners on up, that has all of the patterns and the wool already cut and hooks and ready to go.
So it's like a one-stop shop.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Do you have a website that you'd
I
like to let us
do.
know?
I am on Etsy, but I'm also at ravensgateprimitives.com.
Primitives?
Yes.
Why primitives?
Because initially I was only primitives, kind of that darker, more, I don't want to say retro, but kind of the retro look. But once I started dyeing wool, the brighter colors kind of called me. So it's kind of a primitive light now. Primitive light. So yeah.
I love it. You're holding on to your roots.
Yes.
And yet you're always learning something new.
Oh, absolutely. I can't not continue to move forward into new things. So yeah, absolutely.
I love it.
Yeah,
All right, give
yeah,
us
yeah.
one more time your name and your booth.
Naomi Allen and Ravensgate Primitives.
All right.
All right.
Thank you so much. I
You're
hope you have a
welcome.
wonderful day today.
Thank you. You as well. Thanks.
So I'm Kerry Lord, and I'm over from the company Toft. From Toft. Okay, so can you talk about what you brought here and why you have a frog strapped to your chest? So Toft, we're all about luxury natural wool. So we're based in the UK, but I am a crochet designer. So I learnt to crochet 13 years ago, and I've basically not stopped crocheting since. So there are thousands of different, mainly animals, but also dolls and lots of other things, just with one stitch, a single crochet. So you mentioned natural wools. Yes. Can you talk about what your So sources ours are? is all Falkland Merino, spun in the UK in Yorkshire. So that is one single source. But we do also have a herd of 150 alpacas. So once a year we spin their fleece into yarn, and so that is sometimes available from us too. So when you first started, when you first picked up your first crochet hook, and you were struggling with the chain stitch, so what was it about crochet? So I was a knitter first, and was a knitter for a good 6 years first, mainly knitting hats, and then I watched one YouTube video to teach me this single crochet stitch. And I will confess that actually my first ever patterns were in American terms, because I used an American video to learn the stitch. So I learned the stitch, I watched the video, and then I literally made an elephant within the first kind of 12 hours. So I think there was a shape living in my head that I couldn't knit, that I couldn't produce in any other way, but once I had this single crochet stitch, I was away. I could create all the 3D shapes I wanted. So, I mean, most people start, with a simple scarf. Yeah. And no, you did not do that. No backwards and forwards rows. I went straight in with 3D shape from the get-go. And I think what I love about the crochet is the fact that rather than with a knitted toy, you'd have to then seam, and you'd have to learn to be a perfectionist, you'd have to learn different kinds of increases and decreases, whereas with this style of crochet, I can take someone as a total beginner in 15 minutes from never holding a hook before to being able to actually make one of these animals, and I think that's what's really exciting about it as a craft. Yeah. And do you have videos, tutorials? Yeah, we do. Okay, tell us what do you have? Thousands of hours worth of video tutorials. So there's videos for how to hold a hook, how to hold a yarn, how to read a pattern, right from the very beginning, and then through to really advanced techniques as well, once you get onto the harder patterns. So in my 6th grade class in California, I could introduce them to your videos, tutorials. We could do whatever subscription we need to do, and they could learn how to make Absolutely, they could learn how to do it from the very beginning, because it is just this one stitch. It's like, I always think about it as a Lego brick, the single crochet, so it's square, and that means that you're just building the stitches on top of each other. So it's one type of increase, really simple, one type of decrease, and once you've learned that, then you're off. All right, so I know you're about to open. Can you tell us one more time your name and how people can find you? So the company is called Toft, and my name is Kerry Lord, but you'll find the videos under Toft on YouTube. T-O-F-T. T-O-F-T, yes. Awesome. Kerry Lord, thank you so much. Thank you.
What you're seeing here is the cashmere. Fill a bag to bursting.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's more like I can only remember, let's just say 70 things at a time, and when I work, I'm being stressed to remember 110 things at a time, all the time. Everything else just drops out.
So it's just a matter of time for you.
I think so. I mean, I would be down to just try some of
This is open to yourself now. Oh my gosh. New skill unlocked.
Blue badge.
Only pouch.
Do you want to be in front of me? Thomas, do you want a mint? Breath mint?
Are we on? Haha. All right, now we're good. I apologize for your hearing at the end of this. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming out today. My name is Paul Bates. I am a shepherd and a dog trainer from the Finger Lakes region of New York. And my very excitable little friend here is Rain. She is a 7-year-old border collie. She was bred, raised, and trained by myself. She has become a really good dog for me. She's taken me from zero to hero really fast. We're actually fresh off the heels from coming back from national finals right now. We were out in California for a couple of weeks, and for anybody that doesn't know how the system works in this country, there are thousands of dogs that compete every year to be able to gain points to qualify to go to national finals, and they only take the top 150 dogs. So we were taken into that top 150 spot, and out of that, she finished 28th. So we had a pretty good week that week. So we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about training these dogs, how we use these dogs, and I've got a couple of youngsters that we're going to bring out and show you the different skill sets that we get, either from a yearling to a 2-year-old, and we even have a little surprise alternate breed for you here today too. So, Rain, what do you think, big girl? You going to do a little bit more? All right, as I walk, as I talk, if you have a question, comment, throw your hand up. I'm really interactive, and I actually work better off the cuff like that. But feel free. Let's let these guys out, and we'll get out our first victim. Lie down. All right. So we decided to do things a little bit differently today. Normally we use a couple different breeds and a few different age dogs, but this time I decided to bring out a completely untrained dog for you guys. You know, because I like to torture myself. So this little youngster, she's just a year old. She's actually Rain's daughter. She's had no formal education at this point, but what she does have is what I need to be able to train her up, and that's a little bit of instinct, and that makes up about 50% of this picture, right? What I need from her is a dog that will go around the sheep and hold them back into me. We call this balance. Me, sheep, dog. The number one job of a young Border Collie is to keep the sheep back to the handler and not to lose them. So we're going to try to shape that a little bit, and then we're going to talk about how we start training this process. So I'm going to let her off here, and like most young dogs, she's probably going to buzz right out here. She might blow them up a little bit, but she should put it back together and bring them right into me. Let's see what happens. Excellent. Good girl. So this little youngster now, she's inclined to hold these sheep into me, and it doesn't matter what I do. She's actually going to go around and hold it balanced. I don't have to say anything. Hey, no tasting. Most young dogs are inclined to be a little grabby like that when they started. They don't have enough self-confidence in themselves to be like, hey, I can move that big ewe. So I'm going to use my teeth just a little bit and encourage them to stay out of my space. And that's something that usually diminishes with age. But right now, we're in a little mouthy stage. Good girl. Stand. So right now, hey, she's moving to the away side, away from the clock, counterclockwise. We can turn. Come by the clock. Hey. Bad dog. Come by. Good girl. And once I get this dog proficient in understanding that away and come by means I need you to get around the stock and bring them back into me like this, I start to reward them. This walk up right here, this is her reward. A lot of dogs get treats or some sort of food as an incentive to do a good job. For these Border Collies, all they want is to be right here. They want to put pressure on. So if they're wrong, I can just step out and say, hey, give us a little space here. I'm a little upset with you. I don't need you in here. But when they're right, hey, that's wrong. You did it wrong. But when they're right, hey, come on in. Put a little pressure on the sheep. Good girl. We'll do that. Hey, good dog. Now the hardest one with these young dogs, you'll notice that I've kept a cord on her. That's my emergency brake. Sometimes when you get a young dog on sheep, trying to get them back away from the sheep becomes a little problematic. And she's kind of the same way, but she has a little tell. Katie, stand. Stand. Katie. Katie. There you are. Good girl. I know when she makes eye contact and wags her tail, I've got her. Ma'am, what you doing over there? I thought I was in charge of this, but clearly that's not the case. Come on, Katie. All right, let's give Katie a big round of applause. Good girl. And she's going to say, I don't want to go back in the box. I want to work. Good girl. All right, so before I bring out our next victim, let's talk a little bit about the communication. When I start talking or working with these dogs, and I start lie down, stay, I use a lot of voice commands, and this is how I teach. Once I've got the dog moving fluidly both directions, I start to mark it with a command. Come by. Shh. Lie down. they start to get this, but now I have to switch to a whistle. Why do I need to switch to a whistle?
Goes farther.
Distance. That's half of it. The other side of it is one that people don't really think about. Lie down, stay. Not only is it a distance thing, because I can send this dog out a mile, and have sent this dog out a mile out in Montana, and she will bring me stock. Lie down. But at that distance, if I need to help her out, you need to bend out a little to the right. You need to come in a little bit to the left. Lie down. Stay. Stay. Bend out. If I need to help her out, I have to really scream at her to get her to hear what I'm saying from a mile away. And I come from a big family. I can project my voice. But what she's going to pick up from that is that I'm upset with her. There's an emotional component that comes through to them. And in a moment, lie down. When I need her to be the strongest version of herself and to come up into the sheep and be able to control this, she now thinks that I've yelled at her and she's backing off. And that's not what we want. This whistle allows me to be very clear, hey, very concise about where I want you, and there's no emotion involved whatsoever. Lie down. Good girl. Stay. All right, let's bring out our next victim. Hey, 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 hey. Rain, that'll do. Lie down, lie down. We lie down, lie down, lie down, stay. Come by. Hey, come by. So this little guy, he's an incorrigible little sort. He is actually Katie's full brother. And this little dog, as opposed to Katie that's just starting out and she's a little bit soft and doesn't have a ton of confidence, he is nothing but confidence. Right, buddy? He's actually gone out. He's actually been competing in the nursery division, or our junior division. And he's actually won one of 2 trials that he needs to qualify for next year's national finals. So at a year old, he's already there, and she's just starting out. Lie down. Lie down. Lie down. Stay. Lie down. Stay. Lie down. Lie down. You're all very bad today. This always happens on the second day of demos. The sheep are tired, the dogs are tired, everybody's a little dodgy. I'm like, can we just all get along? Come by. But you can see where he's a little bit more proficient on his commands. He doesn't really need me to come out here and push him around a little bit. I can put him where I need him, and he reads his stock really well. Good boy. Lie down. Does anybody have any questions on these young dogs? No? I got one right here. Let it rip.
Has any of your dogs bitten the sheep and the sheep has gotten hurt?
Have the dogs bitten the sheep or hurt the sheep? The reality is when you're working with stock and you've got 2 different species that work like this, there is a chance that somebody's going to get hurt. The dog can bite a sheep and hurt them. Not necessarily the case all the time. Like most dogs temper their bite on stock and they're not hard biters. But conversely, the sheep can also start to defend their position and get a little annoyed with the dog, and they may turn around and butt the dog. Hey, good boy. Good boy. Lie down. Any other questions out here? Right here. You're going to have to yell. I can't hear him. Come by. Why doesn't he? Because he's a young dog that is very excited to be here today, and he's being naughty. And so these dogs learn very quickly in a demo situation. We've done these where we've been in places for weeks at a time. They know that I'm not going to come out and be like, hey, I'm really upset with you in front of a crowd of people. So they're like, I'm going to push a little. So the week after a big demo, we spend a lot of time tooling up our behavior and our listening skills. You also have to understand that when we work, the dynamic of the sheep changes so quickly that if I say lie down right here, that lie down may have meant something right here at this point in time, but now things have shifted and I need you to come by or away real fast. So a lot of times when I say lie down, what I really mean is, could you take a pause for a second? Give the sheep a little room. Lie down. Lie down. Good boy. That'll do. Cody, that'll do. See, he does listen. Sometimes. My coach, that'll do here. Give him a big round of applause. Hey, that'll do. Rain. Rain. That'll do here. Yeah, I see that. Here, we'll do this. Lie down, Rain. All right, well, this is a little different. Lie down, Rain, that'll do here. Rain, that'll do. Rain. Rain. Here, come on. Stay. So does anybody have any idea what we might have in front of you? It is an Australian Kelpie. Not very many people get that one. I get about one per crowd. She's not just any Kelpie. She's actually an old mustering dog line of Kelpie. If everybody's seen that show, Mustering Dogs, this is her kind of line. These dogs are very independent workers. You'll notice now that she's got the sheep right on top of me. Everything's very tight. Everything's a little faster. They don't have that thoughtful work that the Border Collies typically do, especially in these old mustering lines. And the story behind these dogs is that the owner used to take out 5, 6, 7 dogs and drop them in the outback overnight, come back in the morning, and those dogs have mustered or holding and containing maybe 500, 1,000, 2,000 sheep. Who knows? But they work very independently. So if I pull her out on a trial field and I'm like, all right, go up the field and I want you to go right, right, left, left, walk, walk, walk. The first thing she's going to do is go, nope, I'm not even playing. But I can sit at my kitchen window and sip my coffee and send her up the hill and have 300 sheep at my back door very quickly without having to have said a word. Now, things have changed in Australia. They no longer gather like that. They're using dirt bikes more and more, and even helicopters. So these dogs are actually working more in stockyards, shearing sheds, loading trailers, things like that. So she is the last of a very strong line of working dogs that have now changed. Where I can send her 600-700 yards to get sheep, the other Kelpies, the yard-bred Kelpies now, might go 150, 200 yards, and that's a big ask for them. Good girl. They also tend to have prick ears. Hers are a little floppy. It gives her some character. Lie. Anybody have any questions? Yes, sir.
What is thoughtful work?
Thoughtful work? That is work when my sheep aren't being harangued all over the place and they're being sensitive and thoughtful and how they come up on the stock. So most Border Collies like the quiet work and will come in and fall behind the dog. These guys tend to be a movable fence and corral them. I had another one over here.
The young dogs, when they grow up, is there an age where they need to be introduced or should not be introduced to herding?
Is there an age when they should be introduced to herding?
Yeah, or not introduced if they're, if as a dog owner don't use it for herding. But, a lot of those are companion dogs.
Right. Yeah, for these guys, they typically start to see stock and start their training somewhere around 10 months to a year. If you get up 2 years old over that, it's really hard to get these guys going. They just don't have the work ethic that they would have had otherwise. Yes, sir.
Is it always dogs that help herd the sheep?
Is there always dogs that help herd the sheep? No. Sometimes they use quads, dirt bikes, helicopters, and I've even seen a few videos of them using drones to move sheep. I'd rather have the dogs. Just more of my style. How old is the Kelpie? She's 9 now. Yeah. And she's still going strong. She'll probably live to an easy 20. The older mustering lines are a very long-lived dog. You have... Nope. So she's asking about my crook. So if I was out gathering sheep and I had one with a sore foot or a bad eye or something that I needed a doctor, these just give me something where I can grab a hold and be like, all right, I've got it now. We're good. Also on the trial field, we use this as a way to help pressure and move the sheep or even the stock. I can influence, lie down, stay, stay. She always splits the difference with me. If I need to influence the sheep, I can put pressure back on them. If I'm at a pen gate or if I had to pull a split off, I can influence these sheep any way I want. but I can also influence the dog, and we use this as a training aid, a visual aid, when we're starting young dogs. So if I've got a young dog that I need to go around, I can use a strong visual that says, hey, I need you out there. Hey, I need you out. Hey, I need you out. Shh. Good girl. Hey, see, now you were wrong. Good girl. All right, another one, yes. All right, so the question was about her tail set, and she has different body language. Now you see the Border Collies as they work, their tail tends to be right between their hocks as they work. If I see a Border Collie come up to the sheep and the tail is up over the back, it's going to be carnage. I already know that they're in a state of arousal, it's going to be bad. If I see a dog come up to the sheep with their tail is up against their belly, they're going to be fearful. They're already in a bad spot. But those are Border Collies, and their structure has been dictated for people looking for those two specific things. These guys, and everybody gives the Kelpies a hard time about their tail being upright, it's just how they've been bred. Yeah, it's nothing more than an aesthetic that the Australians didn't find as a problem. Yes, ma'am. There are very few of these mustering lines left. Yeah, it's really sad. But we see that happen a lot in agriculture where certain types of animals start to fall to the wayside in favor of more productive things, easier things. So, anybody over here? Yes, ma'am. Is there anything else I train him to do? She can catch a Frisbee. This is pretty much what we do every day. Here, Raph. Let's give her a big round of applause. We'll put her up. That'll do. Lie down. Lie down. Raffy, that'll do here. That'll do. All right. I feel like I had another question in here somewhere. There it is. Are different types of dogs better for different breeds of sheep? Personally, I think the Border Collie is the be-all, end-all for this. But there are dogs that, if you're just moving stock up and down a raceway in a stockyard, use heelers. Like, they're a droving dog. They get behind, they push hard. So it just depends on the nature of the work you do. We do big gather work where we're hired to go out to Montana and gather 2,000 head off 15,000 acres. We gather islands off in the Atlantic, Richmond Island off the coast of Maine. We've gathered all those. You couldn't do that with a dog that's just a push dog. They have to have that inclination to get to balance and hold the sheep back to you, which makes them ideal for what I do. So, yes. Can I demonstrate the whistles? Sure can. So mine are a little bit backwards, and this is because my first herding dog went to the right better, and the only whistle I could make when I started this, because these are like playing a musical instrument. It takes a year and a half to learn these darn things. So my right whistle is most everybody else's left whistle, because I could make the right whistle and the dog could go right, but that's all we had. So, all right, so let's do the away side. Lie down. Lie down. And now the left. Lie down. And then I can take those whistles once the dog is proficient and goes both directions. I can start just using chirps of each of those commands and adjust the dog as they walk. Hey, uncalled for, unnecessary roughness. And we can talk about that. So when we're working dogs, we talk about a bite as grip. Now, for her right now, that is just a release of a little bit of tension because we're in a very tight space working with a whole lot of eyes on them. So everybody's a little bit more hypersensitive right now. That pressure tends to build up, and that's what happens when you get a dog that gets that pressure built up in their head. They'll let that pressure off themselves by grabbing at something. The sheep can do the same thing by actually turning back on the dog. And we see that happen a lot as we do these little tight demos over a course of days. But, all right, anybody else over here? Yes, ma'am. Do the sheep learn the whistle calls? I would say, no, the sheep do not learn the whistle calls, but they also know that a whistle means the dog is coming, and to be aware. And there are some shepherds that, not me, clearly not me, may or may not use whistles when they need to get the sheep up and they don't have a dog, because the sheep are like, well, the dog's coming, run for the barn. That's funny, that's why I needed you to go anyway. So if I go out and I just whistle a little bit, I've got 200 youths charging up the hill at me. And even if they're outside the fence, they'll do the same thing. Pro tip. All right, anybody else over here? How did I get into doing this? ADHD gone awry, maybe? I actually started in 4-H with sheep, like a lot of kids that are probably here have. I also did 4-H dog obedience. And then when I get into my 20s, I was a farrier, full-time farrier for a lot of years. One of my clients took me and my young dog to a neighbor's house and said, hey, maybe you'd like to try this, and they gave me a lesson. And then it was financially devastating. Now all of a sudden I have hundreds of sheep and a kennel full of dogs, and I'm always on the road somewhere. So, anybody else? No? How about over here? Yes.
What is your stick made out of?
This stick is actually made out of hazel. It came from the UK, and the end is made out of ram's horn. So. Anybody else over here? Yes, sir. Do I sell dogs to other people? Have I? Yes. Not my favorite thing. I don't part with dogs easily. I'm kind of a sap about it. I did have a 3-year-old that I parted with this spring, and he's actually with an older lady. She's in her late 70s now, and she's been a really good trial hand in the Northeast for years. And she had just recently lost her dog, and I placed them together, and they went out the first weekend they were together and won a trial. So I guess that was a pretty good match for the two of us. So, but yeah, I do occasionally move a dog on to somebody that he didn't have the push that I require. I'm kind of a handler that likes to step on the brake a little bit. Clearly my dogs are very forward. Some people prefer to ask their dogs to go in, and it's like stepping on the gas rather than stopping on the brake. I'm just a whoa kind of handler. So, yes. They're not stressed. They're breathing a little hard because we've dogged them around, but these guys just call this Sunday. I teach a lot of lessons and I train a lot of dogs, so they're used to this kind of nonsense right now, and they would prefer if I would just walk away so they could go back grazing and doing what they were doing before I walked in here. The question was, are these the same sheep that I often use when I go out to a demo? I don't really cherry pick. Like, I've got hundreds of the darn things, and the only one that I consistently get for the demo is this one right here in the middle with no ears. This is Sparky. Sparky's known as Sparky because she looks a little weird, right? She got hit by lightning when she was 8 weeks old. She survived it. It was a little ugly for a little bit. That was 8 weeks. She's now 8 years. She's doing fine, but for whatever reason, whenever I have to sort sheep, the second I open a gate, she is the first one there. And I think she often regrets her life choices. But here we are. The rest of them, they just happen to be came out the gate behind her, so I don't cherry pick too often. Yes, ma'am. Do the sheep follow me, or is it the dog pushing them? So sheep become, as they're trained with the dogs, they become very fetchy. So when they see the dog coming, they go to the handler because they know that here is the safest spot away from the dog. So the more seasoned dogs or sheep are very fetchy to me. But if I walked over close to that dog, they turn around and go that way and hang out with you guys. So, yes. How long does it take to train a dog up to this level? So she's 7 years old. She was probably at this level at about 4 or 5, but now that she's a little bit older, she's a little bit more settled, and I find that our rhythm is really, really good. But to get a dog from the started young dog that we had out here to this, they're usually 4 or 5 by the time they're there. Yes. Say that again. Oh, what do I keep? I only raise sheep to train dogs. Yeah. Yeah, I don't care about breed. Clearly, the guys are the Heinz 57 variety pack. You know, I try to match rams with ewes to bring out better traits and tendencies in the flock. But other than that, I I need things that are going to respond well to the dogs. So if I've used a couple of meat rams for a few years, that starts to get really heavy. They don't move as freely as other breeds. So I may use something like North Countries or Clun Forest back in there again to lighten things up and make the sheep a little goofier. It keeps things interesting. Yes, sir. What kind of dog food do I feed? Oh, that is a loaded question for everybody. Mine actually eat what is the old Purina Pro Plan Sport. The company got split up a couple of years ago, and Land O'Lakes bought out the large animal division and is now making the original Pro Plan dog food through a different label. And that happens to be my food of choice, but we also feed a little bit of raw. And they also get a lot of supplements, too. You know, if you support them in the job that you're asking them to do, they'll have more longevity. Her father was winning trials up until 13, and I would like to continue that. So, yes, sir. Is there a thing that dogs don't want to do when they're on a trial? No, I love the whole thing. Every component, so that when trials are set up, there's actually a scorecard out of 100 points that breaks down every element. And everyone is just a little bit different, a little bit harder, and it depends on the sheep that you get, because they're provided for you. So you may have Rambouillet range ewes that have never seen a dog before, or you may be, you know, in some eastern state that's got a bunch of sour Katahdins that the second the dog leaves your feet, they're running mindlessly, and it's hard to make anything make sense. So you're hoping for a good run and for your dog to be thoughtful. Yep. They get to walk up and put pressure directly on the stock. I step in between them and the stock and be like, no, these are mine. You can't have them. You've gone sideways. These are mine. Now go away. I don't want to talk to you. And basically take their toys away. And we work for a second, and I'll ask again for the thing that was hard that they couldn't do. And usually, they're smart dogs. They get it really quickly. Yes, ma'am. She's not shaking. She's breathing. Yeah. So their respiration rate is actually a little more than twice what a human's rate is on when they're standing still. But after they've worked a little bit and they aren't wearing wool sweaters in full sun, so they do breathe a little bit harder. Yes, ma'am.
Do you use a guardian?
Do I use guard dogs at home? Yeah, I have 3 of them. 2 Central Asians and a young Akbash.
And do you have to train those as well, or are they pretty instinctive?
Usually the only training you do with guardians is tell them things you don't want to do. Please stay inside that fence. Please don't eat that lamb. Like it's more of a negative reinforcement life than this is. But yeah, you guys.
So is there any command with a whistle to say like lie down?
Yep. So he asked if there's a whistle command to lie down. That high-pitched, solid one that you hear, that's me saying lie down. Now, if I've done that and you're still creepy, you'll hear a kind of curly cues at the end. That's an act of desperation on my part, but it's awful effective. So, yeah.
In the flock of sheep, is there like a leader that tends to like lead the other sheep?
Is there a leader in the sheep? So whenever you go out to gather sheep, there is always somebody that has the brain that day. You know, it doesn't matter if you've got 2, 4, or 200. There's somebody that's got plans for world domination. And when you're running in a trial, you had better be able to identify which one of those it is coming down the field towards you, so you can control that one. Because if you've got her, you've got everybody. But if you ignore her, things may go sideways pretty quickly. Yeah.
Has the dog ever run away?
Does the dog run away? That dog will never run away. She will only go out when I send her out to get sheep, but she'll come back. Yep.
How many dogs have you trained in your entire career?
Dozens at this point. How does the weather or seasons affect any of this work? The weather is really not even a factor. It can change things and how you approach. So if you're out working, you don't want to be cold and miserable, but that's just kind of part of the sheepdog game, right? It's like Ireland. It's going to be raining sideways and windy. But there are other things that you have to look at in terms of that. You know, whistles are affected. Sound is affected by heat and humidity. So if you're working on a field that drops down away from you and then rises, and the sheep are at the bottom, and it's the heat of the day and it's humid like this, physics say that humidity is going to pull your whistle up, and it may go right over the dog, and you're desperately trying to get the dog to do something, but they can't hear you. So there's, and even on some fields, there's one in Virginia that has a telephone pole in the field. There's an acoustic dead spot within 50 yards around that pole. Dogs can't hear anything. It's really wild. So, anybody else over here? Yes, ma'am.
All right, would you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, sure. Do you want me to introduce myself to you or to
Yes,
the general
me,
public?
to the
General
all
public?
involved.
That's wonderful. Yeah, my name is Michael Robertson. I'm the farmer at Sawkill Farm, along with my wife, who handles all of the yarn for our farm, and we're located here in Red Hook, New York.
Yes, and you're both at a point of exhaustion because it is 2:45 on Sunday evening.
Yes, we've been working hard, I think, for the last week trying to get ready for this festival. And the last couple of days have been fantastic. There's been a huge turnout this year. We got home last night and had a nice family dinner together, and we're really happy with the way everything went. We're back here for another day, and it's been a wonderful day today too.
So I do want to ask you a couple
Okay.
personal questions. If you
All
don't
right.
want to, like this, fine.
Well, let's-
But you guys are the quintessential family farm, right? Are you not, sort of, in a way?
I think sometimes we look at ourselves that way, and sometimes I think, we're doing things a little bit differently.
Okay.
You know.
But it's you and your wife. Or was
That's
that Grandma
right.
in the booth? I was
That was Grandma. She's from Long Island.
Okay.
Grandma's not up here. So our farm is like just 3 miles north of where we are today.
Okay.
So it didn't take us very long to bring the sheep down here to the festival. Here comes some
That's okay. This is sort of the reality of things.
We're-
Yes, and we have a little junior cameraman that you
Yeah,
should
this
like
is
to-
Rollo. Yep, this is
Yeah.
Rollo here, who's
Running
helping
our
us.
second camera.
Running second camera. That's right. B camera there, right? You're running.
Yeah, he's running. Yeah. Well,
Perfect.
But by quintessential
Right.
family farm,
Yeah.
what I
Right.
kind of mean is that you're doing one thing. Oftentimes, there's other parts of you doing other things. Oftentimes, you get, at least my household, it was like that. You grab Grandma in periodically to kind
Right.
of keep an eye out. If you want to do something like this, it becomes very difficult to make that happen, though, successfully, unless you're a group with the same mindset, right?
Yeah, that's true. We got a really good distribution of labor, I would say, and responsibilities that we take. I take care of the sheep on the farm, and I get them from lambing all the way in through shearing and processing, and then Callie takes over when it becomes yarn and wool, gets them off to the spinnery, and then off to the dye house, and then wind up here at the Sheep and Wool Festival that we sell at every year.
Yeah, you guys have a beautiful booth.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That's
so-
not of my doing, I hope you understand. Like, I had nothing.
Well-
She is the designer and the artist in the family.
It's gorgeous,
Yeah.
and I think it was a Finn sheep pelt that I bought from you guys last year.
Oh,
which is
wonderful.
really beautiful.
Yeah.
But tell me what kinds are you standing here looking
Sure.
like a Viking with your pelt
Right,
on your shoulder.
exactly.
Tell me, what are you holding? Is this
So-
Icelandic?
50% Icelandic,
Okay.
50% Finn sheep.
Okay, may I touch?
Yeah, go for it. I mean,
Nice
you've
and
got
soft
some
on the
comfort
backside,
and
isn't it?
familiarity with this at your own house now, right? Sawkill Farm. Yeah. So that's the name of our farm.
Okay, look at
Na-
that.
Yeah, it's
Nice
named
sock.
after the creek not too far that runs right through the middle of our property.
Yes, you fish kill, saw kill, all
Exactly,
kinds of
all
stuff
sorts
back
of
here.
kills.
Yeah,
Yeah,
everything that's
exactly.
killed right here,
Yeah,
including
that's
the
what we
pelt,
do.
right?
Yeah, including the pelt.
Yes, but he sort of has to be a part of the function of your farm. So you
That's
have
true.
a bunch of sheep. What do you have up there on your farm other than
So-
the pelt ones?
So the pelt, so we have 100%, we have wool and meat breeds, but our primary focus is on yarn and wool and pelt and lamb products, such as the pelts. So what we do is we raise most of our sheep out to a year, our lamb, so we get one good shearing for yarn, and then when they're about 12 to 14 more months old, we process them and get pelts back. So our mission really on the farm is to use every part of the animal that we can, from the bones to the fat, to the pelts, to the meat. That's been what we've focused on since day one, and so the pelts are an important part of that process, so is the yarn. Yeah.
Yep, this is really a nice sheepskin or a pelt. It's sort of like a Saint Bernard. This is a really interesting.
Saint Bernard.
No, it is.
Yeah,
got
it's
this,
true.
Like, long
I know,
hair,
yeah.
But it's really soft. It's sort of
Yeah.
fluid
Thank
about
you.
the breeze.
Yeah.
It's lovely to touch, though. isn't
Yeah.
it? I know. Don't you hate it when everybody comes through the show and just touches them?
No, I'm.
You know, no. But I mean that's the
It
part
makes
of having the
them
booth.
feel good, right? Yeah. I mean, you got to put your hands on the product sometimes to see what it feels like
Yes,
and
you
whether
do.
or not you want to buy it. You know.
Well, okay, so now I'm going to go. You say hands on the park. Thank
Yeah.
you. Segue.
Okay.
Right behind us and back of all
Yeah.
those 50,000 people whose backsides we're looking at, you
Uh-huh.
have a little clump of sheep. Tell me about how you are connected to those.
So those sheep, every year they have shearing demonstrations here at the Sheep and Wool Festival, And our farm is the farm that supplies the sheep for the shearing demonstration. So every hour on the hour, our sheep, one of them get pulled out of the group of 15 ewes that we bring here and then gets shorn by a local shearer who talks for about 10 minutes and explains what she's shearing, the history of the breeds, a little bit about our farm and the work that he does. And then he shears the sheep and walks them through the whole process.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, everybody gets to take a look and see what the wool feels like, how soft it is, and and then sometimes folks go over to the building where our booth is and buy a big bag of wool,
Just
right?
like that.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not a small thing. This is sort of like
Yeah.
one of those moments where you bring your kids to the barber school and they
Yeah.
want to learn, so you get free cutting on your
A little
sheep,
bit,
and
yeah, yeah.
Sometimes
Yeah.
you're kind of going, oh. Or is it one of those things that they really do have to bring a professional sheep shearing?
So Donald Kading, the shearer, has been doing this for 30 years now here at the Sheep and Wool Festival. So he is a very experienced shearer, and he has had very nice things to say about our sheep ever since they've been here.
Yep.
The fleeces come off really easy. They're really well behaved, and
breed 'em
he
to be
knows
short,
what
right?
he's doing. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
That's
so
part
to
of the
train 'em,
thing.
It takes years to train them to do that particular thing.
You got to have the right genetics
Yes,
for
you
this
do.
sort of a thing
well,
here,
that's
right?
The family, because your camera guy's doing a great job down here, right?
I can tell.
Yeah,
yeah,
you're sort of made for the presentation.
He's getting a little bit of instruction here on how to do this.
That's
so
just fine.
yeah,
You know, it's not as easy as it
it's
looks.
not as easy as it looks. I like that rig. Yeah.
But no, thank you very
Yeah.
much. But the sheep, you know, the sheep
Yeah.
shearing is I think it's a thing that many people take for granted because you see pictures of Australia.
Yeah.
And, you know, Brian Brown is in there and the Thornbirds
Right.
and Sharon, and they go, oh, it looks so easy, right? He's sweating a little bit. But it is a really tough
Yeah.
thing to do, and your back goes out,
Right.
and it's just absolutely an excruciating
Yeah.
thing sometimes. And
Yeah.
so it's kind of nice for them to see what happens on this end of the side.
It is amazing. I mean, have you ever tried to shear a sheep before
No.
yourself?
No, but I will tell you, we did do a little adventure on Salt Spring Island where
Yeah.
they have those small flocks
yeah.
of like hand spinner
Mhm.
different breeds.
Right.
And one of the lovely things about it is that you get a real grasp of what it's really like to shear, because
Yeah.
you're right on top of it. And you know, everybody thinks, oh, shearing sheep. I mean, every once in
Right.
a while they get a little nick, but those sheep are like, half of them are going to sleep while you're
Yeah.
doing it. I've
Right.
noticed you kind of flop down and they
Right.
slouch, and you know,
Yeah.
if you have a good shearer, he really knows his stuff.
Yeah.
It's pretty smooth process. On the sheep, sometimes you're just whatever. I'm good.
Yeah,
Right.
the shearer here really knows what he's doing. I've been to 2 sheep shearing schools at Cornell University, and I think the graduation rates of those sheep shearing schools are lower than sort of almost any other program, because it is not an easy skill to learn, and it takes a long time to do it and to do it well. Because you're dealing with live animals, right? And you got to think on the fly, and you're dealing with sharp instrumentation, and you really got to be able to protect
Recipe for
yourself.
disaster.
It is. There's so many things happening. Yeah, really got to protect yourself and protect the animal. And you know, we know in a demonstration like this, you got to have people who are really talented and skilled at what they're doing, and put on a good show so that people have an understanding, a respect for the work that gets done, how difficult it is, and how well treated the animals are.
You've got to
So
make it look easy, and
you
you
do
can tell by how
exactly
difficult
right.
it is.
Yeah,
It's a specialized skill set there as well.
And you don't want to nick animals too many times here in a display like
But
this.
I hate to tell you, any women that learn how to shave their legs or guys learn, you're gonna nick your face.
You're gonna nick
You're
some
not
every once in a
dying,
while.
but, you
Right?
know,
Yeah. That's what happens. Right.
Well, I appreciate you talking to us because I know we've been trying to kind of track you down, but the pelt that I have,
Thank
I actually
you.
brought it back
Good.
from a client last
What-
year.
Oh,
and,
good.
Yeah, he said, pick me up a sheep's ear.
Right. What color did you get?
It's white. It's
Yeah.
like a creamy white. Had just a touch of
Right.
the golden yellow.
Oh,
on
good.
the-
Yeah.
And it was very soft. It was a little shorter,
Right.
but it was very soft. I mean,
Right.
there was a lovely pelt. It
Yeah.
was very pleasing.
Oh, good. Those are
Yeah.
some of my favorite, where you get a nice cream colored, and then you get a little highlights of color here and there, some gold and some yellows and some browns, and so you know that it's not a pure white pelt. Sometimes you're like, oh, it's got a little character, a little depth of color to it, and that's what we try to breed out in our sheep. So I'm glad you got one that you're really happy with.
I love it, and this is probably my 5th, 6th, 7th pelt. I don't know. somewhere
Right, you've got a
like
few
that.
of them
I've
around
got
the
a
house.
couple-
I mean,
in all different breeds, and what
Yeah.
people don't understand is that pelts are not just something that's functional. That is
Yeah.
a piece of art. And
Absolutely, right.
everybody that
Yeah.
comes in our house says, wow. And he said, yes, go ahead and sit at the table. I said, I can't sit on that. Can I sit on that? But, you know, that's one of the beauties
Right.
of it, isn't it?
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
Every one of them's different.
Yeah, everyone. Yeah. I mean, all of ours are very well lived in. right? Very much enjoyed by members of our family. From when you have, your dogs will sit in them. You have your kids as babies. You'll put them in the cribs. So they are continue continue to be a part of the family.
Lovely.
Which is great.
So if people want to find you and your motley crew,
Right.
where do they go? Internet?
They go to the internet, SawkillFarm.com, SAWKILL farm.com. They can find us there or on Instagram. Same thing, and And we're here every year. This is our primary place of selling, right? This is where we love. This is the best community, I think, around the sheep and wool community here at Rhinebeck. And so this is our primary point of sales. We do a little bit online, but we're always happy to meet folks face to face and build relationships that way. So
well, we'll see you next year here. We'll
right.
try to get my shaving card.
Exactly.
But I'm not allowed to go in this section anymore because that 7 was, it's a marital issue.
That's right.
7 is it.
7 is right. Yeah. We have the same problem with sheep too. We got to draw the line somewhere at how many you got. So
thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. All right.
Hi, I'm Christine, and I'm a board member of the Cashmere Goat Association. The Cashmere Goat Association is a non-for-profit organization with the goal of providing education about cashmere goats. CGA brings together breeders, fiber artists, and others interested in raising these majestic animals. The Cashmere Goat Association is dedicated to educating about all aspects of the cashmere goat, including its fiber, meat, pelts, horns, ability to serve as pack animals, and silver pasturing. The Cashmere Goat Association is a proud affiliate member of the American Goat Federation. To find out more about what our association can offer, go to cashmeregoatassociation.org, visit our YouTube channel or any of our social media sites at Cashmere Goat Association.
I'm the son of a butcher. You might be a son of a butcher, but I'm the original butcher.
Some ask me, what is the meat industry to you? For me, it starts at a place where my family runs a grocery, butcher shop, and a catering business. And sure, it's about the business side of things. But for me, at its core, it's a story about relationships.
Hi, I am Kira Weissner, and I am the owner of Merit Bookstore here in Millbrook, New York. I've been the owner for almost 10 years, that the store's existed for over 40, and we are just a squarely independent bookstore. We have a full selection of adult, kids, craft, genre, all the books that you have here, mostly new. And we also have a really lovely toy section as well. That's how the bookstore was when I bought it, and I've just kind of continued it and just continued to grow it. And our community here is amazing. We would not exist without them, and we kind of live to serve, but it's a really reciprocal, wonderful relationship that we have here and in the Hudson Valley. And then the Sheep and Wool Festival is something that the store had done historically for years, and was a great thing for me to be able to continue. While I don't do that many fiber arts myself, I can do some embroidery. My mother was a huge knitter and crocheter and weaver and spinner, and so being able to be at the festival with all these craftspeople is it's like a privilege. And we go every year with a truck full of books, and we get to connect all these wonderful craftspeople who write all these beautiful patterns and talk about their arts with their audience.
Through Rhinebeck Sweaters for Good, we invite knitters and makers of all kinds to utilize local yarns from within their own communities. We encourage you to source your yarns from farmers that raise their animals here in our area, from mills that are making the yarns themselves, and therefore support our local industry, our local communities, and our local businesses by doing so. It's created out of the idea of a Rhinebeck sweater, which is a tradition at the New York Sheep and Wool Festival, but we are encouraging you to think of your sweater year-round. Consider using a local yarn for one of your projects, whether it's a sweater or not, and together we can really increase the amount of manufacturing here locally in our area.
Thank you for attending the live stream. Sound off. Susan.
AJ. Roslyn.
Yes. Frankie. And Frankie.
Rick.
Lara.
Rick.
And Juan.
Okay. Thank you everybody for the lovely comments you made.
Hope you all enjoyed it this year. We'll see you next year. What time we got?
2 till. 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yeah.
Clean Cashmere is growing the American cashmere industry by sourcing cashmere directly from our American farmers to create a natural, high-quality luxury fiber. By working directly with our cashmere herders, we created a beneficial relationship where we help farmers generate income from their herds while we get high-quality cashmere in return. This approach ensures our cashmere is traceable all the way to the deherring mill. We work to protect the planet through these partnerships and are committed to ethical and environmental standards, keeping a low carbon footprint, and all while enhancing American regenerative agricultural practices. 2 of our cashmere yarn lines are blended with other American-sourced farm fiber, creating a bespoke yarn. Visit us at cleancashmere.farm to learn more about our American fiber journey and the extraordinary luxury fibers we created. We are Clean Cashmere, growing the American cashmere industry one farm at a time.
No, you're starting it.
Oh, I'm starting it?
Yeah. Yeah, it should be you, and then pass the mic this way.
Yeah,
pass
it
to
me.
Okay.
I'm kind of tired.
Okay, so I'm doing the talk. What am I
Yep.
doing?
Are we in there?
Look that one.
Okay, we'd like to thank everybody for watching this year, 2025, the 45th anniversary of the New York State Sheep and Wool Festival. I'm Alara.
I'm Rick.
Frankie.
Juan.
Roslyn.
Son of a butcher, AJ.
Susan.
Thank you all, and we'd like to thank you for your lovely comments. It really helps to keep us going. Last year's live stream, we had some delightful things that we heard you all say on our comments and our live stream, and we thank you. You want to go back and watch any other content, we'll be posting consistently some of the spots that we didn't have time to show today, right?
Correct.
Right, honey?
Correct.
I'd like to thank our designer for the interesting crochet wear that Rick is wearing today, and also thank the Rhinebeck Farmers Market for supplying the support system for this thing. Thanks very much, and we will see you next year.
Shout out to Bill.
Shout out to Bill in the office running it. Hi, Bill. Bye.
I don't do anything.
Thank you,
other than
everybody.
normal.
Okay, you found your